is what's going on. What's wrong? How long has it been since you've seen the sun? Made a joke or said a pun, or even made fun of me. You used to make me think that you wanted me. It's so sad to me. How can I mend you now? 1 year, yes, one more by. A little less of my time thinking, little more of my time high. And I wonder why life hangs.
We're gonna try this new mic setup here.
Out to dry, so I think I might go by the east side. Meet me on the east side of the bridge. We know flying is not right, but you might for what you did. Hang your feet from the east side of the bridge. I know they're near there, or here, there, or taking my ditch, but I don't care. I'll meet you anywhere, so meet me. Rest of what I wanna know, I can't ask. No things stuck in the past that you maybe should have asked about the last time we spoke about pastimes. Like, are you lonely tonight, or were you only lonely that time? Because time won't be the end of another line. Even if this is the end, are you my love or my friend tonight? 1 year, yes, one more by. A little less of my time thinking, a little more of my time high. And I wonder why life hangs you out to dry. So I think I might go by, hang my feet from the east side. Meet me on the east side of the bridge. We know flight is not right, but you might for what you did. Hang your feet from the east side of the bridge. I know they're near there, or here, there, or taking my ditch, but I don't care. I'll meet you anywhere. Meet me on the east side of the bridge. We'll let the sunrise be both of our alibis. So meet me. You're like the sea I'm sinking in, falling 1,000 leagues in love. And if I were to meet my demise, I wouldn't regret nor rise above. And if you were to wear a disguise, baby, your eyes would be enough to see your worth and lies far within. I believe I found a diamond in a rough, and I wanna do something with this life I'm lucky to live, for this world I'm living in. So I'll never stop loving, because I am a man made up of more than just the sum of all my parts. And baby, I believe your body's a work of art. So show me an open mind, and I will hold you in my arms, so you can feel my heart beat faster for you. Can't you feel my heart beat faster for you? Can't you feel my heart beat so much faster for you? stand stressed and looking at a mess from the corner by my bedroom door. I never want to see her anymore. I now know nothing could ever be what I thought it could be before. But my eyes keep slipping towards the door. You slip away and out from under my soul implore. 'Cause I have run out of you time, and I will no longer lend you any of mine. As a man I'd planned to enjoy your curving line, but the sand in your hourglass has become too fine. I think less than I should about the mess that I left on my bedroom floor, but after all she had to be ignored. You slip away and out from under my soul implored. 'Cause I run out of you time, and I will no longer lend you any of mine. As a man I'd planned to enjoy your curving line, but the sand in your hourglass has become too fine. And I want to see her ever again no more. Yeah, yeah. And I won't see her ever again no more. It's my pleasure, but baby, no more. Oh, because I've run out of you time, and I will no longer lend you any of mine. As a man I'd planned to enjoy your curving line, but the sand in your hourglass has become too fine. Yeah, the river of our love has run dry. It's dark and cold and empty as your eyes. And as I arrive outside your lonely door, you realize the time ain't on our side no more. It's just about time. Oh, 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 oh. You feel it a bit unfair. There's no one there to look after you. Your disciples are scared, but they will all come back to you. Yeah, they will all come back to you. But nobody there means no one to share your last meal with. Your spirit's in disrepair. You wonder if Siddhartha wished all the Buddha. Was he scared? Hope his people make it back to hell. Hope his people make it back to hell. bottle-sized sailboat in a high wind, trying high seas again, with the rigging too warm to mend, and the storm just coming in. The tiller it starts to spin, overboard there goes the men, screaming, "Oh dear Lord, no, not again." But it's just the beginning, not the end. Tiller it starts to spin as overboard there go the men, screaming, "Oh dear Lord, no, not again." But it's just the beginning, no, not the end. She tucks you in and lays your head to rest. With the luck you're in, she'll tear that treasure right out of your chest. She tucks you in, circle and start to sing, juxtaposition, 2 rounds and you're in the drink. You're like a bottle-sized sailboat in a high wind, trying high seas again, with the rigging too worn to mend, and the storm just coming in. The captain in sick bay, night of dead, no sign of clearer skies ahead. But hold fast, dear lads, this is not her last. This is just the beginning, no, not the end. 'Cause she'll tuck you in and lay your head to rest. With the lock you're in, she'll tear that treasure right out of your chest. She tucks you in, circle and start to sing, juxtaposition, 2 rounds and you're in the drink. Tucks you in and lays your head to rest. With the luck you're in, she'll tear the treasure right out of your chest. She sucks you in, you circle and start to sink, juxtaposition, 2 rounds and you're in the drink. You're like a bottle-sized sailboat in a high wind, trying high seas again, with the rigging too worn to mend, and the storm just coming in. The tiller it starts to spin as overboard there go the men, screaming, "Oh dear Lord, no, not again." But it's just the beginning, not the end. Will I see San Francisco Bay in the sundown through goggles or underground? Suddenly, California can't be found. We should all take a good last look around. It's closing time. I leave on the neon glow and the open sign. You're coming anytime, but you passed it by the road you're on. Gotta try to turn around your own design. Oh, but you're running out of time. How long do you think we'll stumble around and drown, saying the structure of the world was faulty found? For what it's worth, the earth is round. Ain't got no good news to say, so say nothing at all, at all, at all. How long till the third tallest tower falls? It's closing time. I'll leave on the neon glow and the open sign. You're coming anytime, but you passed it by the road you're on. Gotta try to turn around your own design. Oh, but you're running out of time. There's hope alive inside. You're coming anytime. There's hope alive inside. You're running out of time, but there's hope alive inside. You're coming anytime, 'cause there's hope alive inside. Oh, but you're running out of time.
Alright, alright, alright. So, we got a new little setup here. I do not have to jump down in front of the mic to, this is not connected anymore. I'm using the headset mic. And, yeah, we're rocking steady from here, Freddy. And, yeah, so it's gonna be Shipbreaker. And, yeah, I'm in the middle of a Destiny video. I've got this little situation going on here with so y'all can hear the game, and so that I can just have the so that I can have the game in one ear. Y'all can hear it, and I can speak through this attached microphone. And yeah, we're going from here.
An anti-air stop us, or
Yes, probably. Yeah.
do you think so?
You can't like there's a certain point where your missile can't just like go for everything. Like, if you're
Oh, they
firing,
have to.
like,
What they have to do is they need to get 6 planes to fly a mission close to the ground. They need to do an inverted 9G dive. Did you watch that movie?
Oh yeah, yeah. I know what you're referencing. Yeah.
What a great movie.
Blackout before they fire it. Yeah. Perfect.
Damn.
Yeah. I that's why I worry about China, because I feel like it's not. I think it's not an issue of them going in there, and if they can do it, it's a political issue. Because like I would really interested if you could research, because I genuinely have no idea why they aren't going there and doing that. It doesn't make any sense to me. Why would you ever let your biggest enemy make a weapon that historically has stopped all war happening from doing that? It seems really stupid.
Yeah, I don't know. Does Saudi Arabia, they have nuclear weapons and delivery vehicles, right?
We have nukes with them. Like they, yeah.
Gotcha.
It's like NATO, but not NATO.
Huh. Yeah, I don't know. Once we get to the... Wait, people are saying no. I know Israel has nuclear weapons and nuclear deliveries and have.
Oh
had.
no, it's Israel. You're right,
Israel has for 50 years. Does Saudi Arabia not?
Up, sorry.
Okay, never mind.
I thought you meant Israel. Sorry.
Okay.
No,
Gotcha.
they just have ICBM type ballistics.
Gotcha. Huh. Well. It suggests. Oh, Pakistan does somehow. How the fuck did I don't know Pakistan's history well. How
It's
the fuck
because
did they get?
they
nuclear?
made them. I'm pretty sure. Or no, it wasn't. I think it was either they made them before it was all outlawed, or someone gave it to them. I think someone sold them stuff, or like they just took it and then they still have it for some reason. This is really rough though. I barely understand the Pakistan stuff. I think it's something like that.
Huh. Okay. Is it on the grand scheme of things? If you had to do something, and the choice was between like enriching nuclear uranium versus building ICBMs, which one do you think is harder? Assuming other people weren't gonna fuck with you.
You're enriching uranium. It's way harder.
Okay, that's what I thought. Yeah, because ICBMs are just like rockets. It's just like some math and like.
Well, no, rockets is really hard as well. Like
really,
really hard. Yeah, because like if you think about it this way, right? Like, I think we take this for granted. Like the amount of like information you need to make a missile like that is insane, and you need people that are skilled in doing this to do it for years and years and years on end.
Huh. Okay. Did you see that? Apparently, there was a paper that got posted today in Our Economics about how about how Africa, like theorizing why they have so much trouble like industrializing as quickly as other nations did. Did you see this at all, or?
No, I haven't. What was the idea?
I think they focus on basically tons of ethnic conflict, lots of unstable governments. Is this a? I don't know if this is a published paper, or if this is what the fuck this is. I was just scrolling through some of the comments on it. I didn't actually read it. It's called "Why Is Africa Poor?"
I feel like Africa's doing fine. I mean, like, I think again, this is a very Western view kind of thing. Maybe I'm wrong, but like I don't know much about like culturally stuff like that. But like when I say fine as well, I'm being like on the like road to coming to like the S curve. Like for example, China like had a huge huge benefit along with India, that their population was massive and they had a huge amount of what's the word? They had loads of like resources like coal, so they could reliably scale up their industrial complex, and they had enough energy resources to be able to meet that demand. They had the population to do it. They had enough like young workers to do it. They had like the agricultural like ability to feed their people. They had a lot of benefits. The same with like India. As you said before, like Africa is like very segmented, but at the same way, like they have to import a lot of their stuff, and at the same time, they have to scale up in a very inhospitable like kind of area, in terms to like China, like on the coastal areas and stuff like that. Like if you're like in the middle of like Africa, then it's a lot harder to like boost up your economy. But at the same time, they are increasing like their standard of living is slowly going up. I mean, it took like what 40 years for India to get where they are, and they're barely in like the like good period of like an economy. The way I like to think about it is this: is like there's like 3 stages of an economy. You have like the first period where like only the 1% or like top 10% get like the good economic conditions, and I don't mean like like we would like our economical conditions, but like good for their kind of economy. And then you've got like the second tier where it's like maybe the suburbs and stuff like that are getting good stuff, and then you've got the third tier where it's like the countryside and stuff are getting good shit. And the Africa are definitely in the first tier, but like India is basically just going on to their second tier, that they're just making roads to like across the country. They're building up large infrastructure. They're building they're finally moving on from like average like not a pedal bike, but like the motorbikes to like from motorbikes and 2 chair like cars to 4 chairs, and they're like slowly moving up in their economical like tier.
Sure.
And it took them ages, and they've got one of the best situations in the world, population wise and resources wise.
Sure.
So
I think the issue is I think there's still like a ton of like violence between countries and stuff in ways that are really bad that people want there to not be when it comes to a lot of African countries. But maybe it's not fair to expect them to jump ahead as quickly or something. I'm not sure. I don't know enough about the region, so I can't say. I had one other question. Oh, do you think there's any truth to or chance that this Michael Sartain guy was talking to me about this? Well, I don't know what he reads or where his information comes from. Do you think there's a chance that Russia might be like a paper tiger insofar as their nuclear arsenal is concerned? That maybe the maintenance and the delivery systems on that are not really that good, or do you think it's still like a
100% not? If there's anything Russia does well, it's their nuclear thing. They spend so much money building and like keeping up with their nuclear deterrence. Like it's insane. It feels like really stupid to just go, oh no, their nuclear stuff is shit because their military shit, like their ground military. That just feels very extrapolation.
I think he wasn't. I think his argument had to do with the idea that like maintaining the isotopes and everything in the nuclear warheads was actually like a pretty costly and like time intensive and everything intensive.
No, it is, yeah. But they relative to the US, they spend so much more on it, and that's not even counting like that's not like overall, because they have more missiles. Obviously it would take more, but per like missile they spend a lot more. They also build like Prune even does a video on this. He like they build a lot more missiles to actually support like their nuclear. Everything they build supports nuclear missiles, like everything.
Okay.
I feel like it's like to me that feels very like bad faith, like from someone to like just extrapolate from their like ground military doing bad. Like it feels like, oh, everything in Russia is shit because this is shit, if that makes sense.
Okay. If the war ends in Ukraine, do you think that the Donbass is just gonna like declare itself like independent or whatever, like they did in Georgia? With what was it, like South Ossetia or whatever whatever the and then the other thing.
Can I ask if like how the war ends? Like it doesn't have to be specific, just like
assuming that like tomorrow, like okay, peace, we're all done fighting or whatever. Do you think that Russia would formally annex any of the parts of Ukraine, or would it all just run as like these quote unquote autonomous regions, and then Russia would basically have like de facto control, but not officially?
If it ended today, I feel like this might like piss a lot of people off, but I think the Russians are gonna have like the quote unquote leverage in that scenario.
Oh damn, they already have annexed it. When they say annexation here, does this refer like formally they consider it like part of the country of Russia? Like not like operating as an autonomous region, but actually like formally it is just now part of Russia or whatever?
Yeah, they fully annexed it, like they did Crimea.
Wow. Okay. Well.
Yeah, so it feels like to me it would be very hard for Putin to go. Putin has done this before, and I'm pretty sure you went through this maybe like a year or two ago, where like Putin has pulled out of bad situations and like twisted it into a good way. He's like, a lot of people say, oh no, he would never leave because he wouldn't want the bad press. Like he's done it before. It might have been Syria, I'm not sure, but like the problem is now is like it's kind of in the period of like forever war. So I feel like they would have the leverage of a possible forever war going on, alongside them being a very, 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 very large marginal producer of a huge commodity, which is oil and other commodities, which those other commodities, by the way, are very, very needed in the Western world, like not just oil. So they've got that, and they've already annexed it. I feel like those three things combined give them a little bit of leverage overside Ukraine. If we were to just say tomorrow, hey, we're coming to peace negotiations, are we going to annex it or not? I feel like Russia would push for the annexation.
Okay.
Because I think it's going to be, I don't know if you agree with this, but I think it's probably going to be the US that's going to be doing the negotiations, like, you know, in the background behind, you know, Zelensky.
Yeah, I mean, obviously the US is going to be the important player there, right? Because we're the ones that ultimately hold the keys to everything. Well, okay. I love you. Be careful. If I have any other questions, I'll poke you. Be careful.
Yeah, anything about econ, oil, or just...
Oh, wait. One final question. Sorry. The republics, like, in Russia, what the does that mean? What's the difference between that and, like, a Russian... Do you know what I'm talking about? Like, Chechnya, sure. I think, is, like... It's, like, part of Russia, but it's, like, a republic in Russia. Like, what the does that mean? Insofar as, like, how it runs.
I don't believe... I believe it's like I believe it's like it's not like they have like pull over like the jurisdiction on like on laws and stuff, but I think they can like intervene if they want. It's kind of like how it was before in the USSR, I think.
Is it though? Because I feel like they have more control over the republics than they would have theoretically of like the states part of the
I'm just like pulling together tiny bits of information that I have. Yeah, I'm not like very knowledgeable on this.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I don't know. Okay. Gotcha.
All right, so yeah.
Have fun, be careful. Loser. What a nerd. Got him. Is there any steelman argument that can be made for the Houthis shutting down shipping lanes? Or...
No.
Okay. Okay.
I'm not being obstinate when I say that as well. I'm being genuinely serious. Like for example, I can give you a scenario, right? So I'll put some things in chat, like to show you how bad it is. But like so they're shutting off a whole strait right now, right?
Yeah.
And they have actually done it. They've done it. This hasn't happened in a long time. I posted them there. So the actual like throughput through the strait is like zero, like basically like compared to what it like literally zero. The only ships that are going through there is Russian ships that are transporting oil from Primorsk up in the EU and Novorossiysk or whatever it's called in the Black Sea.
What is this? I don't know what the this is. A container index.
That container, it says how much it costs to ship something.
Oh,
from
gotcha. Yeah. Oh, we saw there was a graph that showed like the huge reduction in traffic. I didn't see it. It was at 0, but maybe that was from 2 months ago. But yeah, people are just choosing to sail around to the south now instead of going through.
Yeah, the Cape of Good. Yeah. So, let's say you're Yemen, like, and you're like, okay, I don't want the U.S. to keep doing this, right? So they stop the strait. Firstly, around like, if we're gonna do this in like metric terms, I would say around 70% of all the hurt right now from freight side, so cargo, is gonna go straight to, 90% is gonna go to EU, and about 10% is gonna go to the US.
How is a percent metric?
So like for example, how much this is gonna hurt.
Yeah,
like,
but you said let's do this in metric terms, then use 70%. Do you think we don't have
like ratio,
percentages?
Like
Ratio. Okay, go ahead. Percentage-wise. I'm sorry. Okay, yeah, I'm sorry. I'm with you. You said most of the hurt is probably going to be for Europe right now?
Yeah, on the cargo side, it's going to be mostly Europe because no cargo is going to go from...
Oh, it's the metric, not at the metric system. A metric. I'm sorry. I'm retarded. Ignore everything I'm saying. But anyway, yeah, okay. Yeah, because what, like shipping from like India and China and everything probably passes through here, and then for the US,
they're going to go from west to the west coast of America, or they'll go through the Panama Canal. So it's going to hurt EU. And then you have the oil side, which is the tanker side. That's going to be like 60% EU and like 40% US, because oil is a global market and people arbitrage each other. They like... that people actually trade oil like tankers, and they don't like, they're not a country or a company, right? They are, but they're not an oil company. They'll actually like, hold oil for a certain amount of time until oil prices go up, etc.
Yeah.
So it can hurt a lot more because it's globally.
Do you think that? Do you think is there a good reason not to be honest about foreign policy? Ben brought up something in our talk that I'd mentioned like I think 5 years ago, and I haven't actually brought this up since. But I actually super agree with it. That I feel like if we were just more honest about what foreign policy is and what our aims are, that we could like get away with more or do more. So like for instance, like when America is engaged in foreign policy decisions, ultimately at the end of the day, it's to benefit America and American interests. That's like really important. Now, it just so happens that a lot of other people's interests coincide with ours, especially if you're a peace-loving, economically prosperous democracy and you want to engage in trade and have guaranteed shipping, blah, blah, blah. But I feel like if we were honest about like our foreign policy aims like that, I don't know why anything having to do with Yemen would be controversial whatsoever. Like it would literally just be like, oh, there are people that are disrupting, global trade and, maritime shipping lanes or whatever and, we're just going to absolutely, completely and totally destroy the out of everything until they stop doing it. I feel like that should be a really non-controversial or uncontroversial position. But I wonder sometimes if we're the victim of like we're just trying to save peaceful people rhetoric or some bullshit like that.
I mean, if you're taking that from like the comparison to before, I would say it's like half true, but also like you're also comparing yourself to a really different world. Like back then, like the conversing through the world is a lot smaller and a lot slower. So for example, if the US goes and destroys Yemen in like 1980, it's going to take a lot longer for that information to come back in like a visceral way for like the population. Because I'm guessing you're saying this on like a US to US, so like if the president goes out and says we're going to do this, and what the US population thinks of it, not like the world, because they don't give a shit what the world thinks usually. Like if Saudi says, or not Saudi, but if like some African country says no, we don't like this, or China says no, we don't like this, it doesn't really matter because America America's going to do it if it, you know, benefits them that
For
much.
sure, depending on, but yeah.
But I would say it's like half and half. Yeah, like being like more open today. Yeah, I don't know. Like it feels like it would be like it could go really badly or it could go really good, because like you either got like the whole of the left going like super soy on you, like, hey, no, we don't want this, like you're fucking over someone, or like you've got like the right going, yeah, we love this, like America being good again, like they're, you know, pushing their foot down, not letting like these, you know, rebel communities go off the, you know, off the fly.
It's because of civilian casualties. Why? I don't know what the more... I feel like that's not our problem. But maybe that's not... No, actually, you know what? I feel like rules of war deal with this pretty well. Like, if you're housing civilians near your military infrastructure, that's on you. I feel like that's your fault. If we bomb Yemen or Houthi missile launching installations and there are civilians nearby, like, those targets are evaluated as military targets, as they rightfully should be. And if you're upset about civilian deaths in Yemen, then your blame should rest squarely with the Houthis. There's just no rhyme or reason. At the very least, I don't agree there's good rationale for the Palestinians in the Gaza Strip, but at the very least, they can make the argument that, like, well, we live in a small area, Israel is oppressing us, you know, we're going to fight, you know. I don't think it's a good argument, but it is an argument. But, like, I don't think that the Houthis have any argument. We're going to start blowing up random ships, and because we are unhappy about this other conflict, you know, on the other end of the peninsula, if this even counts as a peninsula up here, like, that's just bullshit. It should just be leveled.
One thing.
Not when I say leveled, also I'm being hyper. I don't mean we should bomb the whole country, but I mean like any military base or installation should be completely and utterly obliterated. Yeah.
The one thing I think is really funny about this is like especially a lot of the left as well, is they treat these ships like no one. Like a lot of the commentary online is like, oh, these Yemenis are trying to help the Israelis, but like stopping like ship trade. But like no one talks about, like, if this was like a land route, right, and people were going like on, you know, a train or stuff like that, right? Like stuff that people could actually personalize with and, like, you know, compare themselves with. Like you go on a train normally, like, or you go on like a car, like, you know, a car or something. If they were just blowing up like trains and shit, everyone would be fucking mad. But they don't care because it's ships. Like you can't imagine yourself on a ship, right? No one goes on like these cargo ships. They just think,
I understand what you're saying, and in another world I might have believed with you, but with where the rhetoric is today, especially with all the pro-populism, I don't think people would care, because they would just blow up like cargo trains, and people would, I feel like all the posting from like Hassan and all these people online would be like, guys, you keep thinking they're blowing up trains. It's not like the Hogwarts Express, guys. They're not blowing up that. They're just blowing up cargo trains that fall over. There's only like, sometimes these don't even have real people operating them, blah, blah, blah. Yeah.
Maybe, yeah. I just feel like it's like non-existent at all.
Wait, hello?
Oh, you cucks, I think.
Oh, yeah, I don't know why. Anyway, keep going. Fuck YouTube. They should be watching on Kick anyway, see?
I was just gonna say, yeah, it feels really weird that people are defending like blowing up civilians to help another civilian. Like it feels like are we at that point now? Is just blow up other people because we can?
Yeah. Yeah, it's that justification is just wild. Like, I'm so unhappy with this other conflict, I'm gonna start blowing up like ships, merchant ships. Yeah, it's wild. I don't know. I think I'm supposed to debate Jenk on it, but I delayed it by a week because I want to I just want to be more prepared.
Kyle Rittenhouse was just the lucky one.
Oh,
I mean,
wait, hold on, wait, hold on. I didn't understand how ridiculous what you just said was. Okay,
him being a right winger is immoral to me.
That's fine,
Like,
but you can't
his
kill somebody just for being a right winger. What did Kyle Rittenhouse do that night in regards to his conduct that we thought like rose to the level of somebody should have attacked him, that he deserved to be attacked or kicked or beaten up or whatever? Like, what did he do that night to earn that? Just being a right winger? This is unhinged.
How is that unhinged?
God, this was so cringe. Everything about it was cringe. The protesters were also cringe. These people were especially cringe. Did anything happen? I thought they got charged or convicted with something, but I could be wrong. Filed charges against the McCloskey couple on July 20th. This injured national attention. They pled guilty to misdemeanor offenses. Mark for 4th-degree assault and Patricia for harassment. Mark was required to pay a $750 fine, and Patricia $2,000, and their guns used in the incident were required to be surrendered and destroyed. In August 2020, they were both pardoned by Missouri Governor Mike Parson. Suspended the couple's law licenses indefinitely, but stayed the punishment and imposed 1 year of probation. Does Legal Eagle have a video on this? I'm so curious. Did anybody go over this case? Legal Eagle is actually like I find that as I go over the legal videos, and then I also go over other stuff, like reading indictment stuff, I feel like he actually does a really good job of giving both sides of an argument. I appreciate that. The video called Lawyers Go Insane. Wait, was that about them? I feel like when I remember everything that happened for this incident, these guys posted big cringe, but I don't feel like they actually did anything wrong or illegal. But I don't know what all their action looked like. Like if I'm trying to think, if you're waving around a gun at a crowd of protesters that have like broken into your little gated bullshit, would that count as assault? Should it count as assault? It probably should. Probably should. It probably should, unless they're on your property. Probably should. I wonder what video footage was really. Were they like, for instance, so if the guys were walking through here, and if one of these two was like pointing weapons at them, like, get out of here, get away from here, blah blah blah. I could see that, assuming they had no weapons and didn't seem like they were coming onto their private property. I could see that being like, okay, that's assault, or that's at least a misdemeanor. Sure, you f***ed up, sure. But I'm just curious what, yeah.
Flash forward to June 2020 when a group of several hundred BLM demonstrators marched on the home of St. Louis Mayor Linda Crewson. Mayor Crewson had triggered fierce backlash when, during a Facebook Live post, she read the full names and addresses of George Floyd protesters who had written letters encouraging her to defund police departments. Critics accused her of doxing critics to open them up to public harassment and retaliation. And on June 28th, protesters marched toward Crewson's home along a street called Portland Place, which is blocked with heavy iron gates and signs marked private property. But one of the houses on Portland Place is a Renaissance-style palazzo owned by, you guessed it, Patricia and Mark McCloskey. When the demonstrators crossed paths with McCloskey, the pair countered the protesters' First Amendment rights by threatening them with their Second Amendment rights. Mr. McCloskey stepped onto his patio holding a rifle and yelled, "Get the hell out of my neighborhood and private property, get out." After McCloskey brandished his rifle, Mrs. McCloskey then came out of the door barefoot, wielding a small silver pistol and aimed it directly at the demonstrators. The entire confrontation lasted about 12 minutes, after which the protesters converged on Mayor Crewson's home for several hours of protest. But the McCloskeys immediately became the couple who launched 1,000 memes and lawsuits, because the McCloskeys sued the photographer who took their viral photograph, the online retailer who used that photo to sell products with their unflattering captions, and while the couple became MAGA celebrities,
They were going to be beat up badly, and the house was going to be totally ransacked and probably burned down like they tried to burn down churches.
No, I don't think that was ever going to happen. I don't think that's true, but...
in June 2021, the McCloskeys pleaded guilty to misdemeanor offenses, Mark for fourth-degree assault with a $750 fine, and Patricia for harassment with a $2,000 fine. The couple was required to surrender their guns for destruction, and Mark McCloskey wasted no time in blaming the person actually responsible for all of this, George Soros. But in August of 2021, Missouri Governor Mike Parson pardoned the McCloskeys, which he had promised to do if they were convicted. The McCloskeys, true to form, then immediately sued the city, the sheriff, and the state, alleging the pardon entitled them to have their guns returned and fines refunded. But in February 2022, the Missouri Supreme Court subjected the McCloskeys' law licenses to a one-year probationary period. After the ruling, Mark McCloskey said that he was disappointed the court disciplined him at all, and announced he was considering asking the U.S. Supreme Court to review the case. Now, if you're a terrible lawyer trying to evade public scrutiny, or just a normal person trying to boost your privacy, try today's sponsor, NordVPN. Because you know that incognito mode actually isn't incognito, right? Well, with NordVPN's no logs policy, your internet service provider...
Holding a high-powered rifle and wielding a pistol in these now viral images, Mark and Patricia McCloskey.
Ooh, hold on. That one looked kind of iffy. Wait.
Holding a high-powered rifle and wielding a pistol.
High-powered rifle? Thank God he wasn't using the low-powered rifle. Jesus.
In these now
Okay, this might be a little bit iffy.
viral images, Mark and Patricia McCloskey looked ready for a gunfight as a protest moved through their mansion-lined St. Louis neighborhood. Get the hell out of my neighborhood! Now the well-known local attorneys are defending their actions.
There were people wearing body armor. One person pulled out some loaded pistol magazines and clicked them together and said, "If you were next, we were threatened with our lives, threatened with a house party burned down."
The incident unfolded Sunday.
Probably why she got the $2,000 fine and he only got $750. Yeah, maybe.
As demonstrators marched to the mayor's nearby house to demand her resignation. This after she gave out names and addresses of demonstrators demanding police reform Friday on a Facebook Live video. The McCloskeys say tensions escalated when they were threatened by a fringe group.
As I said, this is private property. Those words enraged the crowd.
Whenever he picked up the gun, that's whenever things kind of went to another level.
Hey, I'm gonna take that from you! I'm gonna take it from you!
The viral images drawing both outrage and support across the country. The president retweeting a video of the incident. And overnight, the city's first black chief prosecutor announced she is investigating, saying in part,
"We must protect the rights to peacefully protest, and any attempts to chill it through intimidation or use of force will not be tolerated."
Patricia McCloskey appears to point a gun at protesters as her husband clutches his rifle. The couple recorded from multiple angles by several witnesses.
She came out of a front door with a pistol, but she actually had her finger on the trigger of the pistol. And she was like visibly nervous.
I can't blame my wife for being terrified and for doing what she could to protect what she thought was her career.
I wonder if you... I'm trying to think of... If I were to walk up to somebody in a bar and I were to pull out a dysfunctional pistol or an unoperable pistol, I know it doesn't work, and then I aim it right at their face, because the other person would interpret it as like a deadly threat. I wonder what my charge would be for that. If it would just be some kind of assault. Because like, apparently this gun doesn't work. and they tested it, it doesn't work. I mean, weren't they on their property? Well, so I don't think they were on their property. If I could remember, I feel like they had like a house here, and then there was like a little gated community that they had to get in, and I think the protesters broke down this gate to go and walk to the governor's house or whatever to protest, and then their private property was here. But I don't believe that protesters were on their private property. Like, I think this is their, like, probably their property. This is the house. And then the protesters broke down the gate here and started marching. So they already broke into somewhere they had no right to be, I guess, but that isn't really relevant at all to this thing. You couldn't, like, snipe and shoot and kill somebody breaking into your neighbor's house.
Right.
The McCloskeys say the crowd broke down this gate to gain access to their community.
To me, it just seemed like someone either left it unlocked or it was already broken because people just kind of walked up and opened the door.
Despite the tense, armed encounter, it appears no Missouri laws were broken, and the couple is insisting they do not oppose the Black Lives Matter movement and were simply trying to protect their family. This morning, another community in America on edge and reeling from a close encounter that could have easily escalated.
Miguel, you mentioned it appears no Missouri laws were broken in that incident, but that St. Louis prosecutors are looking into it. Can you explain?
Well, Missouri has some of the loosest gun restrictions in the country. The couple here is claiming self-defense, so we'll see what investigators say about that. In the meantime, Mark McLuce's gun restrictions
incident, but that
close encounter, their family, and the couple is insisting
open the door.
Like the lady there.
The tense, armed encounter.
I don't like
either left it unlocked or it was already broken because people just kind of walked up and opened the door.
I'm pretty sure this was. I'm almost positive this gate was broken into. I'm almost positive that's what this came out as. But
despite the tense,
Destiny, that stands in opposition to your Rittenhouse statement. I'm sorry. What do you think? I just said that stands in opposition to my Rittenhouse statement. Flagging everyone in the crowd is crazy. Yeah, in terms of just like responsible gun usage or whatever, they get like an F minus, right? It was horribly done, of course. Even the guy, technically, I think it's still considered flagging even if your finger's off the trigger. If you're just like waving your gun around, it is wildly and grossly irresponsible. But I don't know if that's illegal. Like if I flag somebody in a range, I don't think it's illegal to do that. It's just like really irresponsible. But if I do it in a threatening manner, pretty sure that's assault. But if I do it in a threatening manner on my property, I don't think it's assault. But if I do it in a threatening manner while I'm on my property and they're not on my property, I think that's assault. Like if somebody was trying to smash my door down and I lean out of my house with a handgun and I'm like, yo, get the away, I'm gonna kill you. Pretty sure I think I'm within my right to do that. But if people are marching down the street protesting and I take out my Mosin and I'm like, you better stay the away from my house while I'm aiming at them, I'm pretty sure that's illegal. I'm pretty sure. And by pretty sure, I mean, it feels like it is probably okay. And I have no legal basis for saying that. Just my think is, yeah, okay. How do you feel about rooftop Koreans relative to this? How much of the difference is based on different groups / causes and how much is based on training? The rooftop Korean thing, that was a whole other fucking world of insane shit. That was like fucking Insurrection Act tier invoking to stop those. I don't think that was at all comparable to protesters going in the neighborhood. I don't think it was remotely. A mob that breaks down the gate to a private area has become rioters. They are no longer protesters. Okay, maybe drone tech. When there are rioters, what you do is you call the police. Vigilantism, as far as I'm aware, is still not allowed in the United States. I don't think you're generally allowed to go out and kill rioters. And if you want to make an argument for self-defense or defense of your property, they have to be infringing on your property. I don't think you can shoot rioters across the street breaking into your neighbor's house. I don't think you're generally allowed to do that. At least I'm not aware of any cases where somebody's gotten away with that. They were on their property, prove it. Then link something showing that. Oh, wait. I'm not aware that that's the case. They were on their property, then I'd say, oh, might be okay. I'm not aware that they were on their property, though. Are they not members of the homeowners association? Does that count? Yeah, but I don't think that gave them right to defend everything in the HOA, right? What happens if my neighbor gives me permission to watch his house or he's out of town and asks me to watch it? Are you allowed to be hired as security by a neighbor to shoot somebody else? I'm not sure you're allowed to do that. Maybe? I don't know, actually. I actually don't know the legal grounds there. Wouldn't the road in the HOA be communally owned? What, will you have like, I think, what is that called? Like an easement agreement, maybe? The mob wasn't on private property. Did they not break down a gate to gain access? Okay, Drone Tech, I don't know if you're intentionally being bad faith, if you're not understanding what I'm saying. Let me repeat this one more time, okay? The mob was not on the McCounskis or whatever the f their name is, wasn't on their property. I didn't say they weren't on any private property. I said that they weren't on their private property. When you self-defense, the self part means your shit, not any private property. Executing or killing somebody or threatening to kill somebody that's breaking into any private property is the job of the police, not of citizens. It's still a threatening mob that just broke in. Okay, and if they go on your property, you have a right to brandish a firearm and start aiming at them. But until they go on your property, you're probably not allowed to do anything. In terms of like aiming guns at them. I mean, the Capitol building is also not private property, but we accept that the Congress people recently feared for their lives. What? Did they not brandish from their property? Drone Tech, I hope you don't own any firearms. Holy shit. Okay. I don't know how to put this any more simply, okay? Let's say this is my house, okay? Let's say this is a neighbor's house, okay? Let's say that this is the homeowners association's like private gated community we live in, okay? Let's say that this is my neighbor's property lines, and these are my property lines, okay? If an angry mob, also these are just my bullshit legal takes. I could be wrong. This is just my understanding of it. I don't know the 100%, but my guess is going to be, okay, they were on their property telling a violent mob to stay away from their house. No, Drone Tech, they were not on their property telling a violent mob to stay away from their house. They were on their property pointing firearms at people that weren't on their property. If somebody breaks into this gated community, right, you can certainly call the cops. If somebody breaks into this gated community, boom, you can definitely call the cops. That's fair. If they start to go over here and break into your neighbor's house, I don't believe you can shoot people breaking into other people's private property. If you want to stand out here and you want to have a gun, and you tell them, like, you better not come over here, that's probably okay. But if somebody is standing here looking at your house, I don't think that you can stand here and point a gun at them and say, stay back. I don't think you're allowed to do that. But if they come onto your property, then you probably are allowed to do that. That'd be my guess, because now you're defending your property. If you... yeah, I think that's all I got. If my understanding is the protesters were not on their private property. They weren't on their property. That's my understanding. Before these guys started brandishing firearms, meaning pointing a gun in a threatening manner or using a gun in a threatening manner at somebody. They stood on their property with the weapons and they didn't point them at anyone. Shizadar, you're lying, or you didn't watch the video, or you're just wrong. And is it illegal to point? I'm not saying it's illegal to point a gun, but my understanding is that pointing a gun at somebody is considered an aggressive action and you need provocation to do so. So if somebody's on my property and I point a gun at them, it's okay because I can argue self-defense, but I don't believe just pointing a gun at somebody, I'm pretty sure it's assault. I'm pretty sure. No shot. Are you not allowed to do something in your own community? Let's say your neighbor is some old elderly person. You really don't think you can go over and threaten or shoot? I'm sure you could go over there and start an altercation and then end up killing the person in self-defense if you're defending your neighbor, sure. But I don't think you'd be allowed to snipe people from your window that are breaking into a neighbor's house. I don't think you can do that. What if security guards of these gated communities, who I assume would own firearms, can they not draw guns in defense of the greater community? I mean, if there are security guards here and they're licensed to like patrol this area, they can probably fight with people coming in, or yeah, kill them if they come in. Sure. Oh, that's actually true. Oh, I feel like I remember cases like that. I'm pretty sure if I'm in a state and I'm do I remember this? I feel like we learned this in my concealed carry class. If I'm in a state and I've got a concealed carry on me and I go up to somebody and I just like raise my shirt and I like show like I got a gun, I'm gonna fuck you up, bro, or whatever. I've got like, I'm pretty sure that can count as assault. You are focusing too much on the private property aspect. What if the couple was in public and a mob was coming through town? Would they not be right to defend themselves? They were verbalizing, not just shooting. You can't brandish a firearm at somebody. That counts. I'm pretty sure that's Let's look. Are there actual state crimes for state crime? Brandish firearm. Let's look specifically for Michigan. Okay, we can just tell. The offense of brandishing a firearm in public is a misdemeanor under Michigan law that may result in up to 90 days in jail and a fine of up to $100 upon conviction. Certain job descriptions require that an employee carry a weapon if this person works security or provides security. The offense of brandishing a firearm in public is a misdemeanor under Michigan law that may result in up to 90 days in jail and a fine of up to $100 upon conviction. It should be noted that this section does not apply to peace officers performing their official duties or individuals who are lawfully acting in self-defense or defense of another, defense of another under the Self-Defense Act. Michigan brandishing a firearm in public. Attorney can go into further detail about how one of these exceptions might apply in your case. Oh, it was in Missouri, not Michigan. Sorry. These are probably going to be pretty similar in most states, though. Unlawfully carrying or brandishing a firearm in a threatening manner. Missouri has some of the loosest gun laws. Yeah, but even for loose gun laws, I'm pretty sure... Wait, what are these stupid fucking... Does nobody know anything about what happened with anything? Destiny, please explain how this is different from Rittenhouse. Is it just that he never pointed the gun at anyone until it was self-defense? Nothing that had to do with Rittenhouse had anything to do with defending any property. Nothing about that case had anything to do with that. All of Rittenhouse's case had to do with self-defense. Full stop, period. Anybody that says anything different doesn't know any of the details of any of the case, or even any of the news articles of any of the case. Nothing about that case had anything to do with shooting other people or sniping people, or it was all self-defense. That's it. What's the difference between brandishing Mrs. McCloskey and carrying Rittenhouse? And which one was Mr. McCloskey doing? Brandishing a firearm, I believe, it's probably defined differently in state to state, but I think brandishing a firearm is just like showing it or using a firearm in a threatening manner. To be fair, he was brandishing his AR. Sorry, buddy, there is zero evidence ever that Rittenhouse was brandishing the AR, ever. That has never been proved. And I know that's never been proved because the entire court case hinged on those 9 pixels trying to prove that he'd brandished his firearm before any threats were made. And it was bullshit. It was a dumb argument. But there's no, yeah. So the difference is, in fact, that Rittenhouse did not brandish the firearm. He was just holding it? Correct. You used to argue that Rittenhouse had the right to blast people if they had attacked the car place, even if that never happened? No, I don't think so. The argument is that you could effectively do that, but there were steps that you had to take for it to happen, and the steps that you had to take were the exact same ones that I just gave for defending your neighbor. Meaning, if somebody was attacking some piece of property, and somebody runs over, Rittenhouse runs over, he's like, you need to stop. And the guy's like, no, f you. And Rittenhouse like, stop, you really need to stop. And he like intervenes in that sense, and then that escalates to a physical altercation. Then Kyle could kill somebody like that. And I think that would be considered a self-defense gun use. Same way here, if your neighbor's house is getting broken into and you go across the street and you say like, hey, stop, I know the guy lives here, blah, 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 and then that escalates to an altercation, you defend yourself, you kill the person, that's probably okay. But sitting in your window and sniping and shooting somebody from across the street who's breaking into your neighbor's home, I don't think that's okay. I don't think you can get away with that. I don't think that's self-defense. It's clearly not self-defense. It's vigilantism. If you intervene, which I think you have a right to do, and then if they become threatening and it escalates to like a self-defense scenario, then I think you do have a right to kill them. I think it's fine, 100%. But sniping somebody from across the street, it's vigilantism, and we should be opposed to that for a variety of reasons, right? You know, oh, it was the, you know, the daughter's boyfriend was trying to sneak in the back, and now you killed him because you didn't know, or some drunk dude showed up and he wasn't aware of what house it was, and he killed, you know, now you killed the guy. Like, yeah. Okay, we got super sidetracked. Doesn't brandishing mean that someone is holding the weapon in a ready-to-fire manner? No. Brandishing is when you're acting menacingly or threatening with a weapon. Brandishing a weapon does not mean holding it. And it doesn't even necessarily mean aiming it, or it might not even necessarily mean flagging somebody with it. For instance, it's very common for rifles that you would use a sling to carry a rifle. Having a sling with a rifle, and if it points at somebody, hopefully it doesn't because you've got it slung well, I don't think that would count as brandishing. However, it wouldn't surprise me, we need more criminal lawyers here, it wouldn't surprise me if you had a gun in a holster and you walked up to somebody and you're like, you want to fight? And you like start to pull your gun out a little bit. You don't even aim it at him, but you pull it out. You're like, let's go, dude. I've got red. It wouldn't surprise me if that counts as brandishing a firearm. Even though you didn't even draw it, you're not aiming at the person. You might get like a brandishing thing there. But brandishing is basically, I think, is using a gun in like a threatening manner. But it doesn't necessarily mean aiming it at somebody. And aiming a gun at somebody, or like having a gun in a sling, is not the same as brandishing a firearm. It's revealing that you concealed holster considered brandishing. Bro, I literally have a concealed carry permit. Post yours in chat, you retard. I didn't say that concealed carry holster is brandishing. You fucking moron. I said that if you walk up to somebody while you're concealed carrying and you show your gun off while you're telling them you're gonna pop a cap in their ass, that could count as brandishing. Corey shot that. Join the disagreement room real quick, okay, if you want. Jesus. What do you want?
What's going on?
Hi, how's it going?
What's going on? What's going on?
What's up?
So, there is plenty of evidence. I have a lot of friends that were in Kenosha that night, and there is video. I know I actually just went to one of your Reddit forums, and there was many people talking about the yellow pants guy who never came forward, who identified Kyle Rittenhouse as the person who brandished his weapon to many people that night.
Okay, don't care. Where was he in trial?
Well, I mean, there was a lot of people that didn't go to trial. There was there was a lot of things that were inadmissible too, sort of like the video outside of the CVS or the Walgreens of Kyle Rittenhouse wishing he had his weapon so he could shoot him. That wasn't admissible. I mean, when you have a judge that doesn't allow things to be admissible in court, I mean, you have a stacked trial.
No,
and we all knew.
when you have a judge that doesn't allow certain things to be admissible in court, that's just a judge going over rules of admissibility and what evidence he thinks is relevant or not relevant. And in this particular case, he decided that that character evidence wasn't really relevant to prove the crime of whether he had killed the people in Kenosha during the riots as being okay or not. Somebody making a statement months earlier saying like, God, I would kill these people for breaking into this, blah, blah, blah. He decided that character evidence was inadmissible. And I think character evidence like that is usually inadmissible. I don't think that was anything out of the norm there. I have to go back and check.
But that would prove state of mind, right?
No.
That wouldn't prove state of mind. So, for example, if I was on, if I had a video out right before, let's say 2 weeks before January 6th, and I said, man, I just wish I could go to a right-wing rally and put some lead in some people. And then let's say 2 weeks later, I go to January 6th, and let's just say I end up doing that very same thing. You telling me that wouldn't be admissible in my trial?
If that's what had happened, maybe it'd be more admissible. If Rittenhouse had shot somebody breaking into a CVS or something, maybe he would have changed his mind.
No, I'm talking about the state of mind. I'm
yeah,
talking
the
about
state
like,
of mind. But yeah, but the state of mind of whether he'd shoot somebody for breaking into something or not wasn't really relevant to what happened. That wasn't what he was being accused of.
Right. Well, and I'm pretty sure you would probably agree with this. There is a huge double standard when it comes to how leftists are treated. I think I just saw a video, I watched a video not too long ago where you were talking about the Reinhold case, where there is a huge double standard in how leftists, especially armed leftists, who end up, in circumstances where they shoot or they maim a right-winger, we don't get the same leniency. We don't get the same benefit of the doubt.
Why do we agree with that? Why would we use Reinhold as an example?
Well, I mean, you could use the Denver.
Well, no, let's use the one that you just brought up. Why would you use him as an example?
I mean, because you could say that bear mace is a weapon that could be considered a deadly. I mean, they said a skateboard was a deadly weapon if used correctly.
The guy with the skateboard was chasing Rittenhouse down the street, ready to attack him after he fell over. Reinhold crossed the street to shoot and kill the Trump supporter that had the bear mace. I don't know why we're comparing these two cases.
So in that video of Reinhold, who was the person that says we got one over here? Who's saying that?
I don't know, and I don't think it's relevant. Reinhold, he's seen, right? There's a video. We have video of all of this. Reinhold is walking.
But you remember that day, though, right? You remember that day when they were driving around with paintball guns in the back of the trucks. Patriot Prayer.
Who cares?
Proud Boys.
Why is that relevant? I don't care. That's nothing to do with him killing.
Because when you get into the street, when you get into street activism, and when there are mutual combatants in the street, especially in Seattle and Portland, and even sometimes in our region. Like Stone Mountain, you have conflicts where they do spill out from the main source where most of the congregation is, and then you have things that spread out, which is what happened in the case of Michael Reinhold. The simple fact is, no matter if it was self-defense, even if it was proved that, and even if you have definitive proof that Michael Reinhold did use self-defense, that would not have stopped 50 bullets getting put in him the very next couple days.
Because 50 bullets didn't get put in him for randomly doing a self-defense thing. The guy, first of all, he drove and he did a bunch of media interviews, then he went back to his house, and then there are reports of what happened at the house. Now, unfortunately, we can't know what happened 100% at the house, but it's not really comparable to the Rittenhouse thing, where you saw Rittenhouse literally walk to the police and talk to them right after the shooting happened.
Do you know the identity of the person who was following Kyle Rittenhouse around with the camera?
I don't know who. There are a ton of different camera angles. What do you mean?
Right. Well, the one that was following him around when he was going around supposedly asking everybody for, and then there was that guy with the yellow pants that says, "Hey, that's the guy right there that was pointing the gun at us."
Okay.
You don't remember that video?
I think I do, but that's not evidence of Kyle Rittenhouse actually doing it.
But you're talking about brandishing and the right to carry a gun. Well, one, he relinquished his right to carry guns because he crossed state lines, which a lot of people on our side of the fight, a lot of people get interstate crimes.
Why do you think that you relinquish? Why do you relinquish your right to carry a gun by crossing state lines?
Well, when it depends if you're. I mean, a felon can't do that. Can somebody who's
Rittenhouse
a
felon?
But that's what I'm saying.
No, that's not what you're saying. You said that when you cross state lines, you relinquish your firearms. Are these all illegal behind me because I'm from Nebraska and I brought some of them from Nebraska? What do you mean? I'm in Florida now. What's illegal about crossing state lines with a firearm?
Well, it depends if you're in a person who can legally possess a firearm, which Kyle Rittenhouse was not.
Well, it seemed like he was. That was ultimately the determination of the courts.
So he was 17 years old and he could carry a firearm past curfew.
I think he was 17 years old. The way that the particular law was written around the type of rifle you could have, I think, was ambiguous at best, which is why they ended up throwing out that charge. Also, technically, the gun didn't cross state lines. He picked up the gun there, but I don't know if that's relevant to any of this argument.
But that's the whole point. Is crossing state lines is you could argue shows intent.
Intent to what? What was his intent? Intent to what?
Well, based on his intent was to protect property that wasn't his, which anybody.
Okay, and if the crime was he killed somebody protecting property, well, then we'd be having this conversation. But that's not what happened, so it's not relevant.
But you also admitted, I know you admitted in the video also that you don't really know what led up to him getting chased either, correct?
What do you mean? What led up to him getting chased? Or what are you asking me?
Well, I mean, because he was with his militia buddies, and one of the guys that even turned on him saying that Kyle Rittenhouse was kind of acting erratic and not within the organized structure of the militia that was there. There was a few boogaloo, there was a few other just rogue militiamen.
Don't know if that's true or not. Don't remember any of that in court.
Okay. Well, I mean, the guy testified in court.
The guy testified in court that Kyle Rittenhouse was acting erratically on that night prior to the discharge of the firearm. That
he said he was not acting within the structure of the organized. Like, that's why when Kyle Rittenhouse was chased, where was his militia buddies at?
Sure, that's a separate. Yeah, you just made a separate statement now. If you're saying he wasn't acting and he wasn't along with the other militia people, I think I remember that testimony that he was like working on his own. He was doing his own stuff or whatever. But sure, but that's a fundamentally separate claim. Nothing there is wrong or bad.
No, but that's what I'm saying. What happened in that time frame from when he broke away from his militia buddies that was together, when he broke away from them, and in that time frame there is a huge gap between what happened between that time and when he got chased.
Okay.
It could be argued, and no, there is no definitive proof that he did something that would cause someone to chase him, but logical reasoning would lead you to believe that people aren't just randomly chasing a guy with a gun for no reason.
Wait, why not? The first guy that chased him, didn't we literally have video footage of him randomly screaming like the N-word and saying shit like literally that same night? We wouldn't believe that guy would also be like violent or would start chasing down another dude that he's carrying a rifle?
But why? So Kyle Rittenhouse was just the lucky guy because there was a bunch of guys you could have chased with rifles, and you telling me that Kyle Rittenhouse was just the lucky one?
Okay.
Wait,
hold on. I didn't understand how ridiculous what you just said was, okay? If there are 15 people with rifles and somebody goes to chase one of the guys, are you going to say, well, is he just lucky that John got chased? But if it was David, you'd say, well, is David just lucky that David got chased? Or if it was like, Isaac, is Isaac just like, well, yeah, I guess he just happened to be the guy in front of him. Yeah, I mean, what do you mean? It's not like there's one, guy to chase down every single guy with an assault rifle. Yeah. I mean, what is the argument there?
It's just because it goes along the same lines that he was also the same guy earlier that night who was told by many people and identified as the guy who brandished weapons at them while they was in their cars.
No, he wasn't.
And if you want to show
who testified that in court? Nobody said that in court.
No, but there was a lot of witnesses that didn't testify in court, because when you get into that realm, like there's a lot of people that don't that don't go to that level.
Oh,
And I'm
well,
sure
that sounds like that's their fault. If they didn't go to court to testify, then it's their fault.
But I mean, then the argument is like, well, there's legal and then there's the moral case. Like,
Okay.
I mean, you have the legal argument, which, I mean, that can be stacked, and we know historically that right wingers have the pretty much, you know, the leniency and the side of the state on their side. Like that's just the way it is. Like
That's why 1,000 people are getting charged or indicted and convicted in this January 6th shit, is because the courts are stacked to favor all of them, or?
Like, okay, all right, if the roles were flipped and let's say Trump had won the election, do you think any of us leftists would have been able to get within 6 blocks of the Capitol, much less get right
Didn't you
in
guys literally get within the Capitol when Trump was there, when he was president? Wasn't there a whole thing about him running into a bunker because his photo ops were getting f***ed up by protest? Didn't this literally actually happen? What you just suggested is an absurd hypothetical as part of like recent U.S. history?
But that was a few hundred people. That wasn't a few thousand.
Okay, so okay, you can change this to be as like pedantically specific as you want, but the hypothesis you just gave, or the example you just gave, literally happened, and yeah, nobody got killed or wiped away.
The government response to right-wing groups and left-wing groups is identical.
Is it identical? No, but the situations aren't necessarily identical. But I mean, like, I don't know. What do you mean? Like, the government literally identified white nationalist groups as having like, or as being some of the largest threats to the United States. So.
But again, that could be stated. But again, you have people within the government who are very sympathetic to that same cause. I mean, so yeah, you have
people in government that are sympathetic to every cause. I mean, what do you mean? What's the?
I doubt there's very few government officials or people within government who are sympathetic to socialist or leftist.
Oh, socialist or leftist stuff? Maybe not, sure. But I mean, like, that's like not even many people in America are sympathetic to that. That's a super minority opinion.
But exactly, and which again goes to my argument that when it comes to us, when it came to Charlottesville, when it came to Stone Mountain, when it came to all the Louisville, Kentucky, when it came to a lot of the actions that we took in combating Nazi groups that were organizing us from 2017 up through 2020 and the beginning of 2021, we experienced a lot of things that right-wing groups didn't get to experience. For example, I don't know if you know about the American Renaissance.
Nope, don't know about it, don't care. How does any of this relate to Rittenhouse? What part of it was unfair? What part of this was like a stacked court or trial, or what part of this wasn't right?
Well, I mean, anybody that watched the trial could definitely tell that
I watched the entire trial from start to finish, including parts apparently that you missed about evidentiary stuff, like why that character evidence wasn't submitted, about him making the conversation outside the CVS you didn't know about. So I've seen every part of this trial. I watched the whole thing. So tell me, what part of this was unfair or stacked? I think you're just unhappy with the outcome because you don't like his political affiliation. The fact that you defend Reinhold, who's a piece of shit who should have died, well, not by the cops there, but like that guy was an actual subhuman loser. I don't know why you would defend him in relation to Rittenhouse, who got chased around by a screaming sex offender, with another guy behind him who fired the first shot. And you're trying to draw a comparison here between these two people, and then you draw a comparison. The police treated them differently. Of course they did. Rittenhouse marched to the police as soon as the things happened, and then he went home. And when the police called him, he literally turned himself in immediately. Reinhold went around doing media interviews to let all of the other socialists like jerk cum into their own mouths, and then stood at his house and supposedly did a last stand against the cops. Now, I don't know if that's true or that's not true. There's some conflicting testimony. Maybe the cops did kill him at his house. That might be true, and if that's true, that's bad and that sucks. However, the way that these guys both treated the situation was completely differently. So I'm just trying to ask you, what is the part of the Rittenhouse trial or any part of that you felt was unfair, whether the court system or the police mismanaged?
I mean, just by watching the parts of the case that I watched, maybe I'm not as hip on the case as you are. Watching the judge, what he allowed, what he didn't allow, and what he. I mean, there was a lot of discrepancies in how the judge would allow certain things for the defendant, and then the prosecutors was denied. I mean, there was a lot of different.
Give me a piece of evidence, or give me something that you think was like materially like determinative to the outcome of the case. Like, what's something where you're like, this thing happened, and like I think that this would have changed the whole court case. Yeah.
That one, the one guy that was testifying, who I guess it was argued that he was posting pro Rittenhouse things, and so when they was, I guess the prosecutor was testing his credibility, and the judge had to call the jury out of the room because he asked, I guess, if his publication or if his website was right wing leaning or left wing leaning, and that wasn't allowed to be shown to the jury. Do you know which part I'm talking about?
I understand which part you're talking about. The reason why the judge closed that part is because the prosecutor had specifically asked him if he was allowed to go down that line of questioning prior to the presentation in front of the jury, and the judge had explicitly told him that you're not allowed to do that. He said you're not allowed to do that, and the guy tried anyway. That's why the judge called the jury out and screamed at the dude and admonished him in court.
Right. No, but why would the judge, like, I mean, because judge discretion, they can choose what is allowed and what's not allowed.
Yes, but you have to make arguments for why something is allowed or why something isn't allowed.
Okay, well, according to you, why would that line of questioning not be allowed?
Typically, I'm not a criminal lawyer specialist, but typically, character evidence is not admissible in court because we don't want to be in a world where if you said or done like mean or bad things in the past but haven't committed a crime, that can be used to impugn your character in front of a jury. So, for instance, let's say that I go to let's say that I go to a protest and I get in a fight with somebody and end up killing them or whatever, and somebody's like, Stephen Bonnell got into a fight and he killed this protester. Well, here's a clip of him on his live stream 2 years ago saying, God, I hate left-wingers. I hate left-wingers so much. I hate socialists. I wish they would all die. I wish they would get deported from this country. You can't bring all these clips back and go, look at how mean look at all this shit said in the past. Look at that. This guy must have been a murderer, right? That's not fair. I didn't commit any crimes. That was my First Amendment right. Why are you allowed to attack my character like that in front of a jury when you can't have any evidence that I've actually been committing a crime or whatever, right? Like, I think generally that's why character evidence. Now, if there's like direct character evidence, something relating to like the actual victims or the actual like specific act itself, maybe. I think it depends. But yeah.
Okay, you said the specific act itself. So you would say that if somebody, let's say person A, is standing outside of an establishment and they see protesters, rioters, looters, whatever outside, and they video themselves saying, man, I wish I had my gun and I could shoot them, and then 2 weeks later that ends up happening, like that, you telling me that wouldn't draw a state of mind?
If that's what ended up happening, then maybe it would, but that's not what ended up happening. It was a self-defense gun usage. It wasn't killing somebody who was standing outside of a piece of property trying to set it on fire or killing a rioter or looter. It was a self-defense gun use.
But so here's another thing. So the judge said that you couldn't call, like in the trial, you couldn't call the victims, but you could call the others arsonists, looters, and rioters, right?
Because I don't think that was material to the case. Whether they were or weren't arsonists, rioters, or looters, whatever, it wasn't really relevant to what Rittenhouse did. You're still not allowed to kill somebody who's a looter. But the problem is calling somebody a victim implies that you had no right to self-defense. So that was like literally, materially what was at stake in the court case. Were these people victims or were these people aggressors?
He said it was a loaded. He even wouldn't allow the term alleged victims because he said it was also the cousin to that, was his quote. He said calling them alleged victims would be a cousin to calling them victims. But yet, because he said it was too loaded, it didn't say anything about. He didn't quote anything of what you just said of why you can't say that. He literally. But then he went on to say that yes, you can call these arsonists, rioters, and looters, even though nobody that night that he was talking about was charged with such a crime. So that wasn't loaded.
I don't think that anybody being a rioter, arsonist, or looter, I don't think any of that it was relevant or material to the case. Like, that wasn't part of why Rittenhouse shot anybody. It wasn't part of his calculations for anything. Like, none of that was relevant. So addressing the rest of the protesters or whatever as rioters or arsonists or looters is not relevant to the case. Calling somebody a victim, well, if you're a victim, then by definition, tautologically, you're not allowed to be killed because you're a victim. That means that the shooter's in the wrong. And that was what was at issue in the case, I imagine. Let's say that I grant all of this, though, and I say, oh, well, that wasn't fair, I guess. Materially, does that change the court case? Is there some missing piece of evidence that if we would have just called them victims, maybe the whole case would have gone a different way? It sounds like you're just arguing for, like, a different outcome of the jury, but, like, materially, this isn't actually changing any of the facts of the case that I think pretty clearly demonstrated self-defense gun usage.
I don't put too much weight on the case itself because I'll be honest, whether he was found guilty, not guilty, weighs no difference in my mind on how I convict him morally or from the outside of the league. I don't use legality to determine my moral guidance.
Be right back. Gotta pee.
Sure, I think that's totally fair. But what did he do that was immoral?
What did he do that was immoral? I mean, you could say that him throwing up, white power signs with Proud Boys and had a shirt that said "free as fuck" on it. But yet.
Hold on, wait. I'm sorry. Hold on. I think my thing lagged for a second. It sounded like I said, "Can you give me an accounting of every single thing that he did wrong in his life?" That's not what I asked. I said, "What did he do relating to the actual court case, relating to him shooting those guys? That was like immoral. What did he do there?"
Fleeing the scene, not dropping his weapon whenever he realized. Like, here's the thing.
Hold on. Wait. Point by point. He didn't flee the scene. He literally walked to the cops immediately.
Okay, look. If you shoot somebody in the act of self-defense and you know that this one guy was the threat, okay? So if you see this one guy is a threat, you don't see the people in the streets as the threat. You see this one guy chasing you as the threat, and you neutralize that threat, regardless if that's self-defense or not. I would argue that it would be a strong case to say that was self-defense. I would even grant that. Because you have one guy on video chasing somebody, you don't know what he could do. He could take your gun, he could shoot you, he could do whatever. When you neutralize that one threat, you get on the phone with your friends, say, "I just shot somebody," and then you take off running back into the crowd. Like, now you have put it in everybody's mind that you are now an active shooter, because they don't know. Nobody in the street.
Yeah, he went to the police to turn himself in. You think he should stand there around the crowd of people that hate him, that start to chase him down with like skateboards and guns? Why would he stand in that crowd of people that he knows are all antagonistic?
Okay, then why not just start shooting at everybody?
What? Because thankfully he was. I didn't say he could shoot at everybody. That wasn't my argument, because he was responsible enough not to identify every single person as a threat and shoot everybody. He just ran to the cops, which is what you probably should be doing.
But that's what I'm saying. If you neutralize a threat, and because there wasn't a group of people running at him.
How does he know that the people around him aren't all going to start saying, like, he shot and killed him, get this guy? Why would you stay there? You're increasing the threat to everybody by staying there. Why would you not just go?
With a gun. Like, nobody would say, look, that if you're not running with a gun and you're standing there, like he was at the beginning, he went around the car and everybody's tending aid. If you drop your freaking gun and you try to render aid, or you show that you put your hands up, say,
why would you risk that when at least two people behind you just seemed like they were trying to kill you?
But it wasn't two people.
It was at least two people. No, it was the first guy, the kitty diddler that ended up getting shot, and the guy behind him was the one who shot the pistol into the air. There were at least two people, if not more, chasing. I don't remember.
Right. I mean, I would say more like on the moral basis. One, just me personally, him being a right winger is immoral to me.
That's fine, but you can't kill somebody just for being a right winger. I think that every single person who did that chat should have the feds roll in and kick them all out and kill them, but they wouldn't leave.
I'm not saying that, but here's the thing.
But that's not like, I mean, like, just because you don't like something doesn't mean that, like, oh, you can kill them. So I'm not asking you I'm not saying, like, what do you agree with or what do you disagree with? I'm just saying, like, what did Kyle Rittenhouse do that night in regards to his conduct that we thought, like, rose to the level of somebody should have attacked him, that he deserved to be attacked or kicked or beaten up or whatever? Like, what did he do that night to earn that? Just being a right winger?
No, simply the fact that he was identified multiple times through the night that he had brandished weapons at other people before.
Well, those people, unfortunately, but you can't. I can't do that if you don't have any evidence of that. How am I supposed to contend with that? Those people should have been witnesses for the state. Why didn't they go to court? If you don't go to court, nothing you say matters. It doesn't mean shit. You're just talking shit.
Well, I mean, again, there's what's in court, and then there's what happened that night. Like, there are many crimes throughout history, that are happening today, that are happening and very immoral things that are happening that won't make it to court. It doesn't change.
A witness can go to court and say something. If you saw something, go to the state and make yourself available as a witness. Why would you not do that?
Well, I mean, from my understanding, I feel like all of the footage of that night should have been admitted into court.
Most of it was, and nothing showed Rittenhouse brandishing a firearm. You can't link me a single YouTube video right now showing me Rittenhouse brandishing a firearm, because that footage doesn't exist.
But you had multiple people identifying him as doing just that. Not anybody else, not the bigger guy that
I don't believe that's I don't think that's true. Whatever you're saying right now, I don't think that's true. I'm pretty sure most of his activity for the night, like where he was and everything, was more or less accounted for. I don't remember all these people identifying him as having brandished a firearm.
Do you have the video of the guy in the yellow the black guy in the yellow pants?
I don't know what black guy, yellow pants, okay, yellow pants, Rittenhouse, brandish.
It's in your Reddit. It's in the Destiny Reddit. There was people talking about it, but I tried to find the video. I mean, it was on my old phone. I don't have it. I screen recorded it. I screen recorded a lot of shit from that night. But I mean, if you can find it and just listen to what the guy in the yellow pants said. He literally even mimicked what he did when he had the gun. He even said, "This is the guy that was pointing guns at all of us while we were sitting in our cars."
Did
this guy? Kyle Rittenhouse starts walking away very fast when he got called out on that.
Okay, I think I might remember what you're saying. Did this guy testify in court?
No.
Oh, then I don't give a fuck. Why would I care?
Why? I mean, why is that your bait? Why is that your standard?
Because when you're talking in front of a judge, because when you go to court, because when you get deposed, you're saying, I believe what I'm saying so strongly that if you think I'm lying, arrest me. When you say shit to the media, what you're saying is, I hope fellow retards listen to what I say and they vibe hard with it, and I don't give a fuck if it's true or not. I don't give a fuck what you say in front of a camera. Look at what Giuliani says in front of a camera versus what he says in front of a judge. No, of course not.
I don't think if he even went to testify and testified that that guy he pointed to Kyle Rittenhouse from the witness stand and said that's the guy that was pointing guns and brandishing at people. It wouldn't. I don't think it would have changed the outcome.
You don't know that, and also listen. Then that's your own fault. If you don't want to participate in the court system, you can't really cry if it doesn't work for you. Of course,
but
you need a witness. Like that's direct evidence.
Yeah, but again, I mean, the video itself is the evidence. The video wouldn't be any different if it was inside a courtroom or outside.
Yeah, but there's no video evidence of him brandishing a firearm.
But again, there is evidence that that people identified him as the ones that were doing it. Like I don't know why
they should have testified in court. They should have testified in court.
But do you admit that there's like it's kind of like where there's smoke, there's fire, kind of. Like the standard there, like
where there's smoke, there's fire, maybe, but when there's 50 million cell phones and there's smoke, it's probably just smoke. There's so much video footage of that night from so many different angles that like the defense or the prosecution hinged their whole argument on like the grainiest like 5-pixel FBI cam that they could fucking find. I don't remember any witnesses, credible witnesses, or any witnesses at all testifying under oath in court or during a under oath deposition that Rittenhouse brandished a firearm. Just some losers on YouTube.
Yeah, but I mean, but again, that's what we were talking about earlier. There was also that the time from when he broke apart from his militia buddies and started getting chased. There's I mean, yeah, there's 50,000 phones recording, but then there's somehow no footage of that. So there's footage. I mean, there's non-footage of things that happened that night that there'll never be footage for.
That's fine, but I mean, like, how do we believe any of it if the guys aren't even willing to testify in court? He's not even willing to do it under oath? Why would I believe what he's saying?
But his testimony to me, like, again, outside of court, his testimony to me was him right there on camera, not even knowing that this would be a big case. Like, it's not like he said this after the fact, like, oh, yeah, that's the guy that did. He said this before the shots even rang out and before the crime.
That's fine. Then why didn't he go and testify in court? If he saw that and he was sure about it, why didn't he go testify in court?
But here's the thing. I'm not going to be, like, especially as a white man, I'm not going to tell a black man that he should go testify in court.
Why? It sounds like he's being a retard. Why would you not tell him to go testify in court? If he saw something, why wouldn't you say, go to court and testify against this dude?
Because he probably knows that there's a bunch of freaking white right-wing militia motherfuckers that would absolutely threaten out of him and his family.
Really? That didn't stop anybody else that actually was part of the case from testifying. The people that died were all white. It seems like Rittenhouse is only shooting one color. Like,
well, what they call the jump kick, man. If he would have if that bullet, instead of, if it was 2 inches to the left, it would have took him out too. So then there would have been a black victim. So then what would the argument be? Like, he shot at a black man, he just missed.
I mean, wait,
yeah, the guy
hold on. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Hold on. It's been a while since I saw this. I thought that the guy that he shot and missed was Grosskirts, who he shot the bicep because he had pulled a gun on him. I thought the other guy that he shot, the skateboard dude, the guy before he shot the Huber. Before he shot Huber, there was a man that jumped on him, like tried to literally stomp kick him in the upper part, and he that was the one shot that Kyle Rittenhouse missed, and it missed probably by a few inches. I mean, if you watch the video, you'll see the big black guy literally
they call him the jump kick man because he's also
Was
not
he, did Rittenhouse even shoot at that guy, or did Rittenhouse just miss the guy, or did not? I don't remember. I don't remember this.
He shot and he missed. I don't know if it was an accidental discharge, but again, that's how close. I mean, you were literally inches away from there being a black victim. Which,
Gotcha. Okay, but what did that black victim do besides being black?
But that's what I'm saying. Like, the argument is that, you know, he shot all the victims were white.
Well, no, my argument was half facetious because you're implying that your black friend is too scared to go and testify because he's going to be killed by white nationalists. And I'm pointing out that's a bit ironic given that every single person that died that night was white. And now you're saying there could have potentially been a black victim. Like, you're countering my facetious or half ironic argument. But, like, sure, let's say even if that was the case, it wouldn't have been a black victim because the guy was testifying against Rittenhouse. It would have been a black victim because he jumped up and tried to kick him in the face. Is your friend planning on assaulting Rittenhouse, or just planning on testifying in court? Because executing like a state's witness would be a pretty fucking big deal. It'd be pretty wild to just assume that would happen.
But again, like, the people that were going after him, like Anthony Huber, everybody that was chasing after him, they weren't chasing after somebody who, in their mind, their state of mind, was not defending himself. In their state of mind, he was an active shooter.
Okay,
Just kind of like,
and they made a bad calculation and they paid the price for it. I mean, what do you want me to? I don't. What about it? Like, maybe they were justified in chasing him, maybe, but he was justified in defending himself.
I mean, think about all the things, like, I was in Charlottesville. Think about all the things that we've seen in Charlottesville. We're not going to go testify to, but it happened.
Okay, then don't testify and then just get killed by white nationalists and go cry about it on social media, I guess. I don't know.
Well, I mean, but what is the courts going to do for you?
The courts are going to hold people accountable. That's what the courts are. We're animals without courts. That's the whole point of having a court system. And what do you mean? People have been held accountable. There was that in Charlottesville itself, the one guy that ran into the fucking girl or whatever. Didn't he go to jail or get convicted of shit for running into the girl? I mean, you've got the whole January 6th set of convictions. Like, why are you pretending like people that are white nationalists? I'm just reading about this whole Gretchen Whitmer case where it was all fucking, I'm pretty sure these are all white people. Like, why are you pretending like white people never get in trouble in court? That's such a retarded thing to think.
Because on the grand scale, they don't.
On the grand scale, they don't. What about all of that whole weird Chaz shit and the other stuff where you had like these whole sectioned off neighborhoods and shit where kids were getting shot and stuff, where these people eventually just kind of walked and it all disbanded? I mean, isn't that an example of socialists or far lefty people not being held accountable?
I mean, historically, we know COINTELPRO and modern day J-Trig tactics are widely misapplied.
COINTELPRO is before I was born. Why the f are we talking about this?
But nobody knew what COINTELPRO was when COINTELPRO was going on. Like, that's the whole point of it. You don't know about it until it morphs into something completely different.
Okay, so then fight against it in the courts. Exposure. That's like the whole point. Go to court and fight it. What's the alternative? What is the alternative? You want to just like lay down and die, or just not do anything, or what?
Well, I mean, I think we all know that we're on the cusp of something very grand that court system or a judicial system is not going to be able to. Who's
on the cusp of anything? What do you mean? We're not on the cusp of anything.
So you think everything's just going just hunky dory according to, like, you don't think we're on the brink of mass revolt? Like for example, if you think January 6th is just like, you think if Trump loses again, you think they're just going to go quietly into the night?
I think most of them will, yeah.
You think most will?
Yeah.
All right, I like your optimism.
Well, if we're using Jan 6's comparison, if they don't go quietly in the night, then I hope that our federal police or our state police will hold them accountable if they try to do weird shit like they have been doing for January 6th.
I just think we're too splintered and polarized for court systems and the judicial system to, especially when it comes to J-Trig and the joint task force that they're employing.
That's fine, and you can feel that, but you're hinging on a case where the boy was clearly acting in self-defense. Everybody's watched the footage. I don't even think you disagree that the first shooting was self-defense. It's not as you defended that. And then your comparison was Reinhold, who was a subhuman piece of shit, who stalked a Trump supporter through the night to try to shoot him, and then ran away, gave media interviews, and then hid at his little donkey house when the Fed showed up and killed him. Like, I mean, these are like the worst cases ever that you could draw for comparisons. And you're trying to say that because of this, because I didn't get the outcomes in these two cases where, like, one guy was clearly fucking up and another guy was, like, clearly acting in self-defense, the court system must be broken? These are, like, the worst examples in the world.
But that's the thing. I don't hinge anything on outcomes of court cases. I don't. Like, Casey Anthony was also found to not have killed her baby.
Sure,
Like,
we're not hinging them on the court cases. We're hinging them on, like, the facts presented in the court cases. You're hinging everything on, like, some dude in yellow pants, apparently the only guy in the world that had the ICC Rittenhouse brandishing a firearm at a passerby or group of people in a car, and nobody else that night was apparently willing to testify. So if you want to say, I don't want to participate in the court system or whatever, I mean, I guess that's fine. You're just, like, you're ceding all that ground, then you're always going to lose, and no justice is going to be served. And yeah, I don't understand the point. It just seems very defeatist and dumb.
I mean, I agree. I think everything's dumb. But again, I'm pointing to the double standard outside of the court system, how things are applied. Like, we know that charge stacking is one-sided. We know that typically in the court system, if you don't have money, you know, and I'm sure, you know, Kyle Rittenhouse had a whole bank full of people donating to his. I mean, but that's the thing. Like,
what do you mean? Hold on. How many? I'm curious. I don't actually know the answer to this. But if we were to go on GoFundMe and we were to look up historically who's raised more money for their cases, like left-wing people or right-wing people, there's a lot of really stupid right-wing people. Oh no, I'm sorry. There's a lot of really stupid left-wing people that have raised money for cases as well. Like in the I don't know if I would count this as left-wing, but the donations definitely came from left-wing. I can think of two things right off the top of my head. The black guys in New York City that tried to jack the bike from the nurse lady or whatever, didn't they raise a ton of money on GoFundMe?
I'm not familiar with that case.
Okay, what about the one where there was the, I think a family was on TV crying because their I think it was a black son got killed by police. And then later on, what came out was that this guy was trying to break into the house of his ex, and then the police showed up and he got in a firefight with them. I think after shooting into the house a couple times even, and then got killed by the police. Didn't she raise more money than the actual victims in that case?
Was that a political case? Or was he a left-winger?
I'm not saying he was necessarily a political case, but I'm saying in terms of like, I mean, was Rittenhouse a political case? Like, it was a self-defense case. I mean, like, it's all kind of political, right? It's all thrown up as like BLM or black issues or white or liberal or whatever. Like,
hypothetically speaking, if someone who was an anti-fascist, you know, activist, organizer, like somebody, I'm not talking about no neoliberal, Occupy Democrat type. I'm talking about like a left-wing, self-prescribed or self-described anti-fascist willingly goes to a right-wing action, and we know that right-wingers have no problem, at the very least, chasing down leftists. I'm sure you saw a lot of videos of Antifa getting beat up, getting chased in Portland. Like, I'm sure you've seen a lot of videos of that. Are you telling me that if I was in Portland, or if I was at any right-wing action, Patriot Prayer action, and we're in the courtyard and some right-winger or some Patriot Prayer or Proud Boy starts running at one of us, we can just unload on them? Like, if I'm not mistaken, didn't Tiny get shot in the ankle or the toe one time?
Who's
and
Tiny?
Guess what?
First of all, and also, yeah, if this happened, you would be able to, right?
But the guy that shot Tiny got in trouble.
Who's what is the Tiny? Who's Tiny? What is this?
Tiny Too Easy. He's he's one of the Patriot Prayer. He's one of Joey Gibson's henchmen.
I don't even know I don't know what the name. You have to spell this for me. I don't know what you're.
Tiny Toese. T-O-E-S-E. Tiny.
T-O-E-S-E.
And look at when he got shot, who he got shot by, and what happened to the person that shot him.
Tiny.
I mean, sure, yeah, why not?
He got sentenced to 8 years for violence at Portland rallies.
Yep.
So he was a Proud Boy.
Yeah, but before he got sentenced, and before when he got shot in the foot, when he got shot in the toe.
Okay.
What happened to that was an example of right-wingers attacking leftists, and a leftist shot one of them, and what happened to him?
I mean, it sounds like he was sentenced to 8 years in prison for violence at Portland rallies.
So was Tiny sentenced, or was the guy that shot him sentenced?
This is Proud Boy to Satala Tiny Tuesday. He was sentenced to 8 years. Who shot him?
No, he got shot a year prior to that. Do you not see any articles on when Tiny was shot in the foot?
Let me look. Shot in foot.
I mean, there's video footage of it and everything.
Link me video. Or tell me on YouTube what I can search for to find one.
Let's see. Let's see. Yeah, here it is. It's Thunderstruck Media. Yeah, here it is. It happened on September 4th, 2021 in Olympia, Washington.
Okay, Portland Proud Boys leader Tiny Tozy shot by opposing group at WA Clash.
Yeah.
Leader of the Proud Boys shot in the foot. Live streamers coming on. Aaron Joe Tiny bleeding from the ankle after 5 gunshots rang at the mid-afternoon hours. Local police taped off the scene of the Inner City Transit Mall, according to footage. Medical personnel. It wasn't immediately unclear who fired the shots that triggered on it, though the right-wing Proud Boys had been pursuing a group called Antifa, a left-wing movement, in the minutes before the shooting, and a statement on city officials. Remember the opposing group that produced a handgun open fire. The statement does not identify him by name. The shooting happened right after the verbal altercation. Escalated. Another community shares my frustration with the behavior of the violence. Said Olympia City. Our work together. He's cooperating with authorities and injuries not life-threatening. Okay, what is the claim you're making here?
That there's obviously precedent of right-wing groups, and I've been on the street when it happens. I'm just wondering, do you believe, I mean, even with that precedent right there, that we are given the same benefit of the doubt of self-defense? Because I mean, there's a case right there of self-defense, and the guy that shot Tiny was charged and convicted. Can you
show me what was the guy's name?
I do not know, and I don't want to dox any of my.
If he's been convicted, then he's. What do you mean he's already doxed? It's going to be public information, right?
Well, yeah, but I'm not going to be the one to give it. But I'm just saying, like, so.
Well, no, hold on. You can't just say. You literally are giving me evidence. So I'm trying to look this up and see if this is what you're even saying is true.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's why I'm going to let you look it up. But I'm just saying that is a case where Proud Boys or Patriot Prayer is, and it even says pursues Antifa. So, I mean, pursuit means that you are willingly engaged in trying to attack your political opponent. Now, I'm just saying we don't have that same benefit of the doubt when it comes to using firearms in the case of self-defense.
Bro, this was not a self-defense gun usage. Are you crazy?
Why not?
Your friend is insane. Bro, this guy opens it with a fucking handgun in public and starts shooting at people, what, like at least 10 or 15 yards away? This is unhinged.
How is that unhinged? Like, they were literally pursuing a small group of anti-fascists.
Yeah, they had plenty of distance between them. They were like totally out. Like, these guys weren't even like running after them. They were just like fucking walking around. It looked like one of the dudes, they were holding signs.
So your argument is proximity then. So
proximity is part of a self-defense argument. Yeah, of course. What do you mean?
So, but I thought self-defense was just if it's reasonable in your mind that you are under threat, that your life is being threatened.
Yeah, part of under threat is literally like imminent harm. Yes, that's part of what under threat means.
Yes. So again, if somebody's chasing after you, or if there's a big group of right-wingers that are coming after you and they're known for using violence, can it not be then perceived that your life is in imminent danger? Let
me understand this. If your friend shooting here would have killed all 4 of these people walking back there, you think that would have been self-defense, and you think it would have been justified to kill all 4 of those people back there?
But I'm asking you.
I'm asking you that question. If he killed all 4 of these people, you think he should have walked on self-defense?
But that again.
Can you answer that question? If he killed all 4 of these people, I'm not asking hypothetically. This is like this situation happened. I'm saying hypothetically, if the shots would have landed a little different because he shot at all of them. Let's say that he shoots them. Let's say he would have killed all 4 of these people back there. You think he should have walked?
I mean, yeah.
Okay, that's unhinged. Okay.
Again, self-defense doesn't go by proximity.
You're dead wrong. You're dead wrong.
Okay, then what? So what is it? 5 feet? 10 feet?
Well, it's whatever. When a reasonable person, well, for the child molester guy, it was when he was literally touching Rittenhouse's gun, and then for the other dudes, it was what, probably within 5 feet. Yeah, one guy was literally right in front of him with a skateboard. The other, I think, Grossgirls literally was right up in front of him with a pistol. So, and aiming a gun at him.
But do you have a duty to retreat?
In a public area? I think you do.
You have a duty to retreat in a public area.
I believe so. I'm not 100% sure, but I believe so.
Okay. Well, I don't follow the proximity argument because I don't believe that there's a definitive how many feet or how many yards someone has to be from you.
Okay, so if somebody says he's gonna come beat the shit out of me, okay, and he's walking from a friend's house, I can grab my rifle, zero it for 300 yards, and like headshot this guy from, you know, down the block, and that's self-defense.
Well, I mean but that's not what happened.
Hold on. No. You just said that you don't factor distance in. So I'm asking you, do you really believe that? You really don't factor distance in? Guy's 300 yards away, okay? I'm like squinting down my 4X scope to shoot this dude. You think that I could shoot this guy from 300 yards away? From blocks away, I could shoot the guy.
How many dudes are there? Is it
one
like
guy?
2 of you? Is it 2 of you and 100 Proud Boys? I mean, because then you could argue that, yeah.
Well, I don't know if that, I don't think that supports your argument, because at least in this footage that I'm seeing here, I see, assuming these guys are on the same side, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, looks like 16 Antifa people who are being chased by 3 or 4 Trump people?
I mean, in that video, yeah. I mean, but there was obviously way more Proud Boys, and I mean, I don't think that you could ever find you'd be very hard pressed to find any videos where Proud Boys are outnumbered by Antifa at a Patriot Prayer Proud Boy gathering. Anywhere that Tiny is, especially. But again, if you see what Tiny had to do in order to, because Tiny's been in legal, like under legal scrutiny for years. But what he's had to do to get to that level, your average leftist would not even be able to jump the first hurdle. And
I disagree, and I don't think you've demonstrated that at all. So.
Okay. All right. Well, it's good talking to you, Dust. Good talking to you. We'll talk again soon.
Good evening, everyone. President Trump has called Antifa a terrorist organization, and many blame the group for damage during protests in Nashville and across the country.
So what is Antifa? Investigative reporter Ben Hall questioned a local Antifa activist.
Do you support violence?
I support self-defense. Self-defense, it comes in many shapes and forms.
29-year-old Corey Limley's Facebook page urges people to join the anti-racist movement Antifa. The group often takes a militant approach to protesting. Limley is pictured burning a flag on the night protesters set fire to Nashville's courthouse. With the post, "I was afraid Nashville would not live up to this historic moment. I was proven wrong." What did you mean by that? You were afraid Nashville would not live up to this moment. What did you mean by that?
So him, yes.
Take part in the fight again that the entire country and many parts of the world are taking part in right now.
Limley says he and others with Antifa were protesting that night, but says he did not set fire to anything but that flag. Is it okay to set the courthouse on fire?
I personally, my standards on what is acceptable and what's not does not matter. People will express anger and outrage in whatever way they see fit. This is way bigger than the courthouse, and if we allow ourselves to box ourselves into talking about the courthouse, are we ever going to talk about the bigger issue?
He says the bigger issue is systemic racism. He's been in the news before, marching against white supremacists in Charlottesville.
I was in Charlottesville with a large Antifa network.
He's such a lightning rod. When video surfaced last week of a man allegedly paying protesters in Columbus, Ohio, some on social media incorrectly believed it was Limley and urged President Trump to have him arrested. He and others from Nashville did go to Louisville recently to protest there. Last year, he was arrested for disorderly conduct at Montgomery.
How do you have these like professional activists that can like drive around and protest everywhere?
Bell State Park.
Especially when you're screaming about Rittenhouse, like crossing state lines.
Protesting a white nationalist conference there.
We put our bodies in front of the park.
Wait, what's up?
Oh shit, are you busy?
Give me 2 minutes. Hold on. Let me just finish this sentence.
Trying to keep.
Also, I was being facetious when I asked if he's a professional activist, because I know how he can afford it. It's because he sells cocaine and fentanyl, apparently. But you know, listen, whatever you have to do to fund your hustle, baby.
Nazi attendees from getting in the park.
Unlike others with Antifa, he does not cover his face. He says Antifa, which is short for anti-fascist, has loose networks across the country.
There is no Antifa organization. There is no Antifa meetings. There are groups out there who have banded together to confront white supremacy and fascism in all forms.
He sees recent protests as an opportunity for real change. On the day after Nashville's courthouse burned, he wrote, "You will not get peace until we get justice." And riots and uprising keep the system in check. These will continue until injustice no longer exists.
They will express frustration and rage however they see fit. We can't control it.
Are you stoking those flames, though?
I am stoking a fight to change the system, and that fight will happen when I'm long gone.
Limley says dramatic change has never come from peaceful protests. How does bashing in windows on small businesses help advance your cause?
Disenfranchised youth are out in the streets right now who do not care about politics, who do not watch the news, who have been feeling the system, who have been victims of the system.
He says those responsible for damage in Nashville were acting out of their own frustration over racial and economic injustice. He says he's never met those who police have arrested so far for setting the courthouse on fire. Metro Police Chief Steve Anderson has not said if organized groups were responsible for the violence.
They need a scapegoat, and they want to deflect the topic from racism and white supremacy and their own ideology and turn it into property damage.
A Metro councilman says Antifa should pay for the damage to the Metro courthouse, but that has gone nowhere. Nashville.
All right, what's up, buddy?
How you doing, man?
Pretty good.
Listen, I just wanted to have an opportunity to give you some language as a teaching moment on the Rittenhouse stuff.
Sure.
Can you Google for me FRE 404?
Oh, is this the character evidence stuff? FRE 404. Character evidence.
Go to B.
2B? Or, oh, no, B. Okay, I see. Other
B.
crimes, wrongs, or acts. Okay.
Yeah. So this is the evidence that you're allowed to bring in terms of like prior bad statements, prior bad acts. You're not allowed to show it that it's just to prove that you have a bad character and that you acted in like accordance with the bad character. So you can imagine in Trump's cases, right? I'm not going to be able to show
the grab him by the pussy
stuff
for the documents case or something. Sure.
But then you look at permitted uses, right? The evidence may be admissible for another purpose, not character evidence, such as proving motive, opportunity, intent, preparation, plan, knowledge, identity, absence of mistake, or lack of accident.
Yeah.
So all the prior bad statements of Trump will be able to be used probably
relevant to the particular
relevant
crime.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So to show that he had the intent to do what he wanted to do on January 6th, all that stuff, right? And then you notice under sub 3 there's a special provision that in a criminal case the prosecutor has to give reasonable notice of that evidence. So that's why there was pre-trial hearings on this situation and about whether or not you could bring up that particular statement from Rittenhouse. So you can imagine if Rittenhouse had said something like, "I can't wait to go and get to one of these protests and brandish my firearm because I can't wait to like cause problems and to get a like, I don't know, to have some problematic response and provocation so that I kill someone." Imagine something ridiculous like that.
Sure.
That might be like evidence of an intent, preparation, absence, but here maybe it's a closer case. And remember, it was Wisconsin law, not necessarily federal rules of evidence, but it's the same kind of idea that there's not as close of a nexus. But that's it.
Okay.
How you doing?
Pretty good. How you doing?
I'm doing all right. Do you have a big discussion with Greenwald?
I don't know. I'm waiting for Eli to confirm it. I was going over I've almost read the summary kind of the Whitmer case thing today.
You imagine that's going to be talked about a lot?
No, but like right-wingers always bring this case up as being like evidence of how the feds are and how this whole case was basically fabricated by them, and the people that were arrested, none of it was fair, blah, blah, blah. So it'd be good because everybody references the Whitmer. I think he even did it on the January 6th debate. I think Greenwald brought this up. What about the Whitmer case? Yeah.
What I would love for you to do, wait, can you not hear me? Is my mic bad?
It sounded not of like the highest quality, but it sounded fine.
1 second. What I was going to say is what I would like you to do with Greenwald, if you have the patience or if you care to do it, pin him down on some of this stuff. On the insurrection thing, like this should be an easy slam dunk for you. You were almost there when you were talking with him before, but those people interrupted you. Get him to like, have there been any insurrections? Can you point to any single insurrection in history other than the Civil War? Get him to commit to a definition. How would you define insurrection? Do you think anyone should be charged for classified information? And if so, when? I think that he is very shifty and he won't give answers. In the times in that debate where it was most effective, in my opinion, or what I wanted to see most, is when you made him sweat and you pushed back and you were like, well, what would you call it if Pence had been successful? If Pence had been successful, would you have called that a coup? Or would you say, and then you said something really brilliant. You were like, would you say like what you're saying now, the Supreme Court should just work it out with respect to the disqualification? Though I think that if you like focus, I think on getting straight answers and simple questions, you can really pin him down, because his tactic, I think, is to move to the broad.
I was
going to
say my thing now when I've been arguing with people is usually blocking the whataboutisms. Like I'll let people we can talk about Hunter or we can talk about Hillary if they want, but I want them to concede every single thing on the current issue we're talking about before we move to another case. And if they're willing to concede everything, okay, yeah, Trump did steal documents, he did do it with intent, that's fine, I agree with that. But now I think that Hillary did it. Okay, as long as you're conceding all of that, then we'll talk about another case. Because what I don't like is it always gets into the weeds on something else, but they haven't, because in my opinion, not in my opinion, what's happening when people do a whataboutism, because there's a good faith way to do a whataboutism. A good faith way kind of do a whataboutism is, hey, I'm worried that you're establishing a principle that you wouldn't even come close to adhering to that's going to be damaging if we agree to it, right? So if I say, I should be able to shoot that guy because he's black, like, okay, well, what about, this guy that wants to shoot this guy who's Asian? It's like, that's horrible, right? Obviously. But when they do whataboutisms, I think that the goal is always obfuscation. I don't think they care about hypocrisy. They're just trying to escape the facts of the particular case that we're talking about.
No, I totally agree with you, but they're going to argue on that first thing what you just said, which is, I'm not doing this as a whataboutism. I'm doing it to show that your standard is absurd.
I understand, but the first thing that they need to concede, and people miss this when they talk about a whataboutism, is they don't admit that the first case that we're talking about violates my principle. They think I'm fabricating evidence or that I'm not even applying it in a fair manner. If they're willing to say, fine, by your definition, I guess if anybody concocts a plan to circumvent the electoral process and then threatens to send fake information to the DOJ, fine, we can call that a coup. And I'm like, okay, that's fine. They're like, now what about Hunter Biden? Okay, cool. As long as you admit all that, that's fine. Now let's test my principle. I'd gladly talk about the Hillary Clinton. But I don't want them to say, okay, hold on. Anytime somebody challenges an election or doesn't like it, okay, well, what about Russiagate? Then you jump into that. No, fuck bullshit. You need to concede on every single point if you want to move and talk to another case first, because none of this is in good faith.
It starts with making them concede on the facts. So if you have to get him to say, like, do you agree that Joe Biden fairly won the 2020 election? And because he said something absurd, which was, I think he said there was election meddling, right? Or that there was, what did he say specifically about the Newsweek article?
An intelligent person would say, I think even Barr said the same, that like the election wasn't rigged, but it was
rigged.
stacked.
It was.
Or it wasn't like...
He said it was rigged, I think.
Kind of,
he said
yeah.
It was rigged.
But the way that Barr talks about it, I would agree with actually most of what Barr said. Because I think what Barr said was Democrats were constantly campaigning and doing everything they could to play in their favor. They hyped the fuck out of absentee mail-in ballots, and they told everybody, like, make sure to do this and blah, blah, blah. And the Republicans fucked themselves. That's what Barr meant when he was in that interview. And he said, I think that, they kind of rigged it in their favor or something like that, but not that, like, election stealing was happening.
And you have to concede him on the other, right? So if you're like, okay, if you want to call that rigging, you're saying that spreading lies in the media, this is with respect to like Twitter and stuff, you agree that that's rigging. So you agree that Donald Trump, by that definition, spreading lies, you agree that he spread lies, right, Glenn? And then, but that's the thing. You have to get him, I think, on those base facts. Do you agree that Donald Trump spread knowing lies to the people? And by your own definition, then that would be rigging.
Sure. But
be on offense. You should always be on offense. You should always have the conversation in your grasp.
Yeah, that's another reason why the whataboutisms are nice, because then it forces you to defend every other fact about a thing when you, and it moves them off defense,
That's one of the reasons why I think that you might disagree. But when I have a conversation with you that's very combative, or if I'm on one of these panels, like you saw on Kick or Keep, I feel like I'm always on offense because I can dictate what we're talking about. I know where I want to point to, and I know what I'm going to press on. I don't usually get that way if it's like a one-on-one conversation. It's more open. But I think when you're dealing with someone like Glenn Greenwald, you need to have a plan and strategy and get to your points and know where the pressure points are.
Yeah, I think the pressure point. I truly think that for these arguments, it's incredibly easy. Like the pressure points are just don't let him move off of the thing to other cases. So the number one thing that I'm going to be looking at is like just know whataboutisms. Or if you want to talk about somebody else, that's fine, but you need to concede on every point that I'm bringing up against Trump. Or if you disagree on the points about Trump, then tell me what you disagree about. Don't instantly go to whataboutism because you don't want to fight on any of the facts on Trump. Yeah.
Another one I might ask is, would you be okay if the Supreme Court ruled that Trump was disqualified? And if the answer to that is,
I think I asked him that. I think because didn't they say something about that where they were like, oh, like Biden got shot down by the Supreme Court, or well, the Supreme Court decided this, so it wasn't okay. And then I think I asked afterwards, oh, so if they keep him off the ballot, would you agree that that's okay? Yeah, but I don't think I got an answer. It was beautiful,
and I feel like everyone missed it. I feel like everyone was focusing on the Alex Jones conversations. There was a beautiful moment. You were like, essentially going down the line of what would happen if Mike Pence had actually been successful. And you're like, well, I assume if he had been successful, it would have gone to the Supreme Court, and then it could have been legal then. And he kind of like shrugged his shoulder. And you're like, okay, cool. So you agree that if the disqualification then goes through, that it's okay, right? But you didn't have a chance to flesh that out and pin him down because you had people.
Because I wanted to walk through like because the point of like, and honest to God, you might be, but I'm not married to the word coup, or I'm not even married to insurrection. Or I'm not married to any of these things at all. And I would ask Glenn, okay, fine, it doesn't have to be a coup, but like, would you be okay with this, or what would you call it? And then whatever word you use to call it, we can agree that that's what Trump did, and then that it's bad, that it shouldn't be bad. Whatever you want to call it, a procedural coup, a soft coup, a self coup, whatever the fuck you want to call it, it's obviously bad and horrible. And I don't think any Democrats ever tried it. Or what are the standards that you're setting? Yeah, that's the
And the proof is in the pudding. I mean, there's a whole label for bloodless coups, for self coups, and so I think that terminology is really important, and we should never, like, you should go into those conversations with the definition of insurrection. Be like, do you agree with this definition of insurrection? Why not? What would you define it as? And the truth is, they do not want to define these words.
Of course
It's like
not.
my conversations with Rob Noor, because as soon as
or I think even with all three of them, because I was asking, can somebody else give a definition of insurrection if you don't like peace codes? And then we had like I think a Merriam-Webster dictionary definition. I'm like, well, come on.
No, and it turns out that definition is broader than mine.
Yeah.
And the truth is, the minute that they give a definition, you can start attacking them with examples, and you'd be like, oh, so under your own definition, this, like, you know, the fucking LA riots weren't an insurrection. But like, you have to commit them to positions like you did for this guy. The guy that just called about the Rittenhouse shit, where you're like, you think it would be justified for
a guy to shoot and kill if he would have shot and killed all 5 of those people? Yeah, and it's like,
so I just want to be clear. You agree? You think distance does not matter for justified self-defense? Can you say that? Like, those moments are the most powerful, and if you push him, it's so simple, I think. But
yeah, because this case is like, everything for Trump is so over the line. Like, it's not even like oh God, this is gonna be really challenging. Like, how can I say that Trump, tried to? It's like so over the line. Yeah. Thank God, because Trump is such a great guy when it comes to laying out clear evidence of wrongdoing in probably a more blatant manner than anybody in the history of like doing these types of crimes. Jesus. Or
the other aspect, though, is he's a person who has a commitment against the use of the Espionage Act, which is the thing that has been charged with Trump, because he was involved in the Snowden shit. He helped reproduce those documents. And so an easy question is like, oh, do you think that there should never be any classified?
Yeah, that would be, because my question would be, because when I looked at the underlying charge, I was like, oh, okay, well, what part of this do you think shouldn't be like a criminal offense? Do you think anybody should be able to do this? Or
Wait, do you think states should be able to classify information and make it a crime to violate it? Yes or no? And if he says no, okay, you're insane, right? You're insane. Then there should never be any classified information, because then all he has, right? If you strip away the sordid history of the Espionage Act and its application to like communists and the attempted application to Julian Assange and Edward Snowden, put it in brackets whether you think it's justified there, because I think a lot of people do think it's justified there. Then you're just left with an absurd position, which is states can never classify or declassify.
Wait, when you're saying states, do you mean nation states, or can like
nation states?
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
There is no such thing. States can't classify information, can they? Right?
Not that I'm aware of. No.
Okay.
Maybe. Hang on. Someone could tell me. I have no idea about that, actually.
Never heard that before. That'd be crazy. Classified in the state of Nebraska.
Can you imagine?
That's storage. Okay.
The corn secrets that Iowans would never get to know about. Fucking losers.
No, that's it.
Wait, hold on.
Yeah.
I don't think we had any other questions. Do you think that the no, they did. Never mind. No, I don't think anything. Okay,
that's cool.
Yeah. Do you have any opinions about the Whitmer kidnapping plot thing before I continue reading?
I think that like stings are possible, and it can be a crime. Like, we would never look at situations like where you're setting up a pedophile, right? Have you ever seen To Catch a Predator?
Yeah.
Where a lot of these times, these are like really good things. Like, sometimes they're unethical in how they're done, because they're not done in coordination with law enforcement, or they're done in a way that they can't bring charges. But I think everyone agrees that like we can do stings and we can have informants, and there's this notion that like you have a right not to have informants or not to have be talking to feds at all times. Like,
well,
we
kind
would
of careful. That's like the weak, the strong. I won't say strong. That's the weak argument. The strong argument that they make, or the stronger form of the argument, is they say, well, if there are informants there and the crimes are happening, the FBI is basically condoning it to make Trump look bad, basically, or something like that, right? Now, for the J6, that's the claim. For the Gretchen Whitmer thing, they're saying that these guys would have never done this, but the FBI basically forced all of them into this plot.
Yeah, but that's why we have the doctrine. That's why we have that doctrine, and it requires to like, if you were apt to do that crime anyway, right? Like if we go up to someone and be like, "Hey, I have a bomb. Like, do you want to be part of a plot to blow up the World Trade Center?"
Yeah, that's not a trap.
And someone's like, "Yeah, sure." You know, like, how is that entrapment? I mean, it's literally, and there are different states about whether or not different states have different laws on whether or not that can constitute a conspiracy if it's just with the officer. But especially if there's like a bunch of people who are dangerous and who are willing to have a criminal end, regardless of whether or not like there were ever any fuses in that bomb or anything.
Oh wait, I didn't realize this. I never thought about this. Does a conspiracy need a co-conspirator indictment?
Doesn't need an indictment, but it needs more than one person. It needs a meeting of the minds. It's a mental crime.
Can a sting person
police officer
be a co-conspirator?
That's I think there's a split there. I think some states allow that and some don't.
Gotcha.
But you can understand conspiracy is a mental crime. That's why it's charged so often. It's a meeting of the mind. Now you need to prove that with some overt acts.
Yeah, mental in one step, right?
Yeah, no. The crime itself is the meeting of the mind. So Trump's.
Well, but you have to also take. Don't you have to take one
overt
step
acts?
toward,
There's certain things that have to evidence it. But like, so that's why, Trump's crime isn't necessarily the speech. Trump's crime isn't his First Amendment activities. That's evidence of the criminal meeting of the minds, which is to deprive people of, fill in the blank here, their right to vote, to defraud the states in terms of the fraudulent elector scheme. So there needs to be some evidence in the real world to prove that meeting of the minds, but it is a mental crime. So I think that we want police officers, we want the Department of Justice to be looking out for bad guys and to stop things before they happen. And if these people were willing to, and I think most of them were convicted. There were some retrials, some acquittals. So what? Some people were convicted of serious crimes.
Yeah.
And they're going to call, whether or not there were acquittals or convictions, they're going to call it bullshit no matter what. And it's just a tactic, I think, to delegitimize the Department of Justice or authorities, which they already hate anyway. So I don't take their criticisms to heart, because I think that no matter what, they'd be calling it bullshit, even if there were all convictions. They just want to delegitimize these institutions. That's their purpose.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
But good luck on that. And
yeah. Did you see this Trump Truth Social post? A president of the United States must have full immunity, without which it would be impossible for him or her to properly function. Any mistake, even if well-intended, would be met with almost certain indictment by the opposing party at term end. Even events that cross the line must fall under total immunity, or it will be years of trauma trying to determine good from bad. There must be certainty. Example, I love the example he gives. Example, you can't stop police from doing the job of strong and effective crime prevention because you want to guard against the occasional rogue cop or bad apple. Sometimes you just have to live with great but slightly imperfect. Why would he use police as examples when police are literally can be subject to criminal prosecution?
100% they can be. Remember, presidents do have absolute immunity, but it's not absolute immunity for crime, right? It's absolute immunity for certain actions, for civil damages. That's where in the scope of their duties, you can't sue the president for passing some regulation because it hurt your business or something.
Sure.
And cops have qualified immunity, which is, if they act within some amount of range of acceptability, you can't sue them for damages either. But cops are fully subject to criminal law. They might have some laws that allow them to speed, right, or to disregard certain laws, which are themselves, I guess, carve-outs in law. But they're in other, they can murder people. Cops can kill people, and they have before. Have you ever seen? I don't know if this was JCS or something else, but there was a serial killer, either military guy or cop from Canada or something. I think I watched it. These people exist, and it would be insane to say that cops are subject to absolute immunity, let alone the president. You can say, and you can argue, and the Department of Justice does argue, that a sitting president is not subject to indictment while they're sitting president. and you can, you know, do all the ridiculous hypotheticals for a sitting president, which we can talk about. But he's still subject to the criminal law. He just can't be indicted at that moment. He can still be investigated. There's none of this like gamesmanship at the end of their terms, or if they're removed, they still have the incentive structure of, listen, my term ends in 2 years, and the minute I'm out, I can be indicted for what I'm doing. And so it's very, very different. What they're arguing is those hypotheticals are absolutely legitimate to bring up, and there's no textual basis for it. There's zero textual basis to assume that there's absolute immunity for the president. These people who are all supposedly textualists and originalists, you would think that if they were having some actual legal argument, that they would cite specific text, but all they can cite is like the impeachment judgment clause, which applies to all officers of the United States.
Yeah.
And the logical argument from that is, if your basis for claiming absolute immunity is a clause which applies to every single officer of the United States who is subject to impeachment, then it stands to reason that every single officer of the United States has absolute immunity, because the impeachment judgment clause by itself applies to all officers who are subject to impeachment.
Yeah.
But there's like no basis to think that that's the way it is. Like, imagine if the attorney general could like kill anyone they want, and all these like they've always been subject to crimes. So yeah, it's insane, and Trump's insane, and the arguments are obviously self-discrediting, and he should be ashamed to bring it up. But it's going to delay the trial in Washington, and it may even push it past the election.
Yeah, which is really scary. But
yeah. Enjoy your readings, my buddy, and DGG, stay cool.
He said very specifically, depending on the questions you ask Putin, you know, you could be arrested or not. And I said, listen to what you're saying. You're saying the U.S. government has like control over my questions and they'll arrest me if I ask the wrong question? Like, how are we better than Putin if that's true? Killing Navalny during the Munich Security Conference in the middle of a debate over $60 billion in Ukraine funding? Maybe the Russians are dumb. I didn't get that vibe at all. I don't think we kill people in other countries to affect election outcomes. Oh, wait. No, we do it a lot and have for 80 years.
The following is a conversation with Tucker Carlson, a highly influential and often controversial political commentator. When he was at Fox, Time magazine called him the most powerful conservative in America. After Fox, he has continued to host big, impactful interviews and shows on X, on the Tucker Carlson podcast, and on tuckercarlson.com. I recommend subscribing, even if you disagree with his views. It is always good to explore a diversity of perspectives. Most recently, he interviewed the president of Russia, Vladimir Putin. We discussed this, the topic of Russia, Putin, Navalny, and the war in Ukraine at length in this conversation. Please allow me to say a few words about the very fact that I did this.
Kyle Rittenhouse was just the lucky one.
Okay.
I mean,
wait, hold on. Wait. Or do you think that's largely like overblown, or?
On July 5th, the White House posted this seemingly uncontroversial and unremarkable tweet, a list of places it had donated vaccines. It seemed like a banal government press release few would give much thought to.
So let's
that
see what I can hear.
Until it was suddenly deleted, and for fear of causing an international incident, no less. See if you can find why. The problem was not the actual donation, nor was it the mere reference to Taiwan, a word the US government uses all the time, and nowhere in the tweet were the words country or nation. No, the concern was about this tiny flag, which the White House called an honest mistake. So fragile is this issue that merely tweeting an icon of a flag might be interpreted as a change in policy, or even a recognition of statehood, something that could trigger a military response by China. And yet, so too could deleting the tweet cause confusion. Afterward, the Taiwanese Foreign Ministry asked the US not to cause unnecessary speculation after its president and de facto ambassador were left retweeting a message now deleted. This was not the first such diplomatic mishap, nor surely will it be the last. The US government practices a strategy of deliberate ambiguity, leading much of the public, many in the media, and even a few politicians to misunderstand its position. Despite what China would have you believe, the US does not, in fact, adhere to the One China principle. Neither does it support Taiwanese independence, though it does have unofficial relations with its government. The reality is much more complicated. Sponsored by Morning Brew, the free daily newsletter I read to stay up to date on the world of tech and business. When Mao Zedong founded the People's Republic of China in 1949 and promised to, quote, liberate Taiwan, the US initially decided not to intervene. Only after the invasion of South Korea in the summer of 1950 did the Truman administration begin recognizing the strategic value of Taiwan. 4 years later, in 1954, the US signed a defense treaty promising to protect Taiwan if attacked. This, along with America's refusal to recognize the PRC, lasted for another 25 years, until it discovered a bigger threat, the Soviet Union. Largely in response to the communists up north, America finally recognized the People's Republic in 1979 as the, quote, sole legal government of China. It promised not to pursue a two Chinas or one China, one Taiwan solution, which meant ending official relations with Taiwan. It also stated, in a communique, the United States of America acknowledges the Chinese position that there is but one China and Taiwan is part of China. Upon hearing this, you, like many people, might conclude that the US acquiesced to the People's Republic. But if so, you're not paying close enough attention. It recognizes the PRC as the sole legal government of China, but doesn't define what China is. Remember, Taiwan is formally known as the Republic of China, and both claimed to be China. On the other hand, it merely acknowledges the Chinese position that there is but one China and Taiwan is part of China. The key word here being acknowledge, which is not the same as accept or recognize. It does, however, give a similar impression, at least on a cursory reading. And this is certainly no accident. The American position then and now is to obfuscate, to narrowly satisfy China's stringent demands while giving up as little as possible in the process. The US could argue it fulfilled its obligations, while China could argue the US fully agreed to its position. A mutually enforced facade of resolution. In reality, nothing said or done back in '79 truly resolved the issue. Both sides only kicked the can further down the road. And far worse than simply delaying that ugly conversation, the talks created the superficial illusion of agreement, leading to hurt feelings and accusations later on. In other words, America spoke as vaguely as possible, which China gladly exploited. The Chinese translation of the document, for example, uses a word closer in meaning to recognize, despite there being an accurate translation of acknowledge available. It's quite possible that many in China and even Taiwan, most of whom read the document in Chinese, believe the US promised more than it actually did. That was, after all, kind of the point. There's another similar linguistic misconception. The One China principle is the term for China's position, that Taiwan is a part of the People's Republic. This is not the same as generic lowercase One China policies, which every country has a different version of. When China accuses another country of violating the One China principle, it's really only saying that it disagrees with the action, not that the other country has broken a promise. Make no mistake, the US does not adhere to the principle, only to its own policy, one which has gone unchanged for over 40 years. Now, in the process of recognizing the People's Republic, the US ended its defense treaty with Taiwan, replacing it instead with the Taiwan Relations Act. The TRA was designed to reassure Taiwan by providing it with the weapons it needs to defend itself. And while it states an expectation that the issue will be resolved peacefully, it does not guarantee military support, only that the president will inform Congress of any potential threat, and then take appropriate action. Still, all parties operated under the assumption of eventual unification. All that changed in the 90s, as Taiwan transitioned from brutal authoritarian rule to what is today one of the strongest and most vibrant democracies on Earth. The process was neither smooth nor easy, and made advocating for independence legal, complicating the situation. Today, the future status of Taiwan is still the primary issue that divides parties. On one side are the Blues, who favor closer economic ties to China. China buys nearly half of Taiwan's exports, which they see as a critical relationship to maintain. To them, China is less an adversary and more a business partner. The dominant party in this camp is the Kuomintang, or KMT. On the other side are the Greens, led by the Democratic Progressive Party, DPP. Greens see trade with China as a dangerous dependency that leads to economic coercion. They prefer the term Taiwan to the Republic of China. But while the KMT is sometimes sloppily labeled pro-unification and the DPP pro-independence, this is simply not true. In reality, both sides agree that maintaining the status quo is the best short to medium-term strategy, and neither side, except for a few radicals, advocates unification or independence. The Greens argue Taiwan is already an independent sovereign state, and thus has no reason to declare independence, something which would surely start a war. None of this is meant to discount the ferocity of Taiwanese politics. Healthy democracy is fierce and messy, but to highlight how subtle their differences. This graph helps put things in perspective. When asked their preferences, the Taiwanese public has answered remarkably consistently for 20 years. The top 3 responses are all maintain the status quo, and only differ in the long term. 28% prefer to decide at a later date, 27% wish to maintain the status quo indefinitely, and 1/4 wish to maintain the status quo but move toward independence. Only a small minority wish to unify immediately, move toward unification, or declare independence as soon as possible. Ironically, it's most often Americans halfway across the globe who panic when China flies fighter jets through Taiwanese airspace, not the Taiwanese public, for whom such shows of intimidation have become mundane. Most are content simply keeping things as they are. As is the United States. Officially, it does not support independence. But remember, American diplomats are precise in their meaning. The US does not say it opposes independence, which would mean taking a position. But while it does not take a stance on the outcome, it does advocate for the process. Not only does it oppose a forceful unification by China, so too does it oppose a unilateral declaration of independence by Taiwan, something that would also destabilize the region. When Taiwan's president proposed a public referendum on independence in 2003, the US was caught between a rock and a hard place. On one hand, it did not support what it perceived as dangerous antagonizing. On the other, it did not want to publicly oppose a legal democratic process. Instead, it reiterated, indirectly but unequivocally, that it did not support independence, sending the message that the president had crossed a line. Since then, Taiwanese officials have gone out of their way to prove they don't plan on rocking the boat. In 2018, current President Tsai Ing-wen stayed silent on a referendum calling for its Olympic name to be changed from Chinese Taipei to Taiwan. And she's in the green camp. Every major politician today understands the need to proceed with caution, repeating, sometimes monotonously, that they won't pursue independence. That doesn't stop China from claiming they support independence, however, which engenders nationalism at home and helps narrow the boundaries of what's acceptable. But things can't continue like this forever. While America and Taiwan support the status quo for now, everyone agrees it's untenable in the long term. One of the 3 red lines China says the crossing of which would trigger an attack is if Taiwan refuses to ever consider negotiating unification. The possibility of change, however minuscule, is thus imperative to maintaining the peaceful status quo. The question is, in what direction does time favor? In terms of public opinion, the answer is clear. When broken down by age, it's evident that younger generations feel an increasingly strong Taiwanese identity distinct from China. The 2014 Sunflower Movement demonstrated how determined young people are, which recent developments in Hong Kong will surely only convince them of more so. And yet, every day China's military and economy grow stronger. It may believe time is on its side, that the balance of power will only shift in its favor. Likewise, does it surely notice America's growing disinterest in acting as the world's police force? China may doubt the will of Americans to fight a war so distant at a time when it's so preoccupied at home. In the meantime, Taiwan is stuck in a historically unprecedented limbo. A weird in-between state in which it can enjoy freedom only if it pretends not to. A status quo that has somehow survived 8 American administrations, 40 years, and yet can suddenly be called into question with a mere icon of a flag in a tweet. You may wonder where I find the ideas for these videos. Instead of reading traditional news, which is too often dry, sensationalist, and irrelevant, I try to consume less but higher quality news, and today's sponsor, Morning Brew, is one of the few sources I've read every single day, now for about 6 months, long before they started sponsoring the channel. Morning Brew is a daily newsletter that covers topics like tech, business, and finance. In other words, it's kind of the perfect fit for anyone who enjoys these videos. I find it's a good way of staying up to date on a wide cross-section of different topics. One edition may feature a concise summary of the most important news story of the day, followed by some fascinating statistics, and a few links to the best articles, videos, or tweets of the week. Best of all, Morning Brew is completely 100% free. There's no trial or premium upgrade, just a concise daily newsletter delivered to your inbox each morning. You can sign up in about 15 seconds just by clicking the button you see on screen now.
On this episode of China Unscripted, the U.S. may be saying the right things about Taiwan, but is it taking the right actions? Could keeping the status quo with Taiwan actually be putting the U.S. in more danger? Welcome to China Unscripted. I'm Chris Chappell.
I'm Shelley Zhang.
And I'm Matt Ganeshta.
And joining us once again today is Ian Easton, Senior Director of the Project 2049 Institute. Ian, it's great to have you back on.
Chris, Matt, Shelley, it's great to see you guys. Thanks for having me back on the show.
Well, so, it's the new year. So what are the Chinese Communist Party's plans for Taiwan, especially, since at the end of the year, it's going to be the 20th Party Congress and a very important meeting for the Communist Party. So what can we expect?
Well, that is a very good question. I guess there's 3 possible scenarios for the year ahead. One is that we see the Chinese Communist Party continue the pattern of behavior that we've seen in recent years, where they steadily increase tensions year on year. And so we could see that again this year, where they start to do things that are even more coercive than what we saw last year. And of course, last year was a pretty intense year in the Taiwan Strait area. So that could continue, that pattern of coercion. But to your question, the 20th Party Congress is coming this fall. And so there is a possibility, I don't think it's likely, but there is a possibility that Xi Jinping and his comrades in the political bureau, in the standing committee, might decide to focus more on other issues, especially internal issues, domestic political issues, and that they actually turn the heat down a little bit on Taiwan. That is possible, that they downplay their intentions for Taiwan. And of course, there's a third scenario that is there's a significant uptick in tensions this year, and that they do things that are really extraordinary and really provocative. So, last year there were periods of time where analysts thought that the People's Liberation Army might make a move on some of Taiwan's outer islands. That is still something that's possible. And of course, there's always the possibility for an accident or miscalculation or surprise attack.
I know, taking over Taiwan is central to the party's idea of national rejuvenation. Do you think Xi Jinping at the Party Congress wants to be essentially declared leader for life. Do you think in order to do that, he will feel like he has to take Taiwan?
No. I think he's already in a position to be a dictator for life. I think he's already done a lot of extraordinary things, a lot of very troubling things in the last, really in the last 10 years to set himself up to become leader for life of the People's Republic of China. He's already engaged in sweeping purges across the board. He's engaged in some very authoritarian dictatorial behavior, and I think he's already set himself up for that. I don't think he would need to do anything else, frankly, to justify the continuation of his leadership. The problem, though, I think for Taiwan is that Xi Jinping and, frankly, the broader party apparatus around him are very, very hawkish, and they are very prone to take risk. That's a pattern of behavior that we've seen in the past 10 years. And so that does not bode well for the future.
Well, personally, I feel a bit relieved to hear you say that because, all of our merchandise is geared towards Xi Jinping as leader of the Communist Party. If he were replaced, we'd be in trouble. Go to ChinaUncensored.tv/merchandise to look at our great...
I was not thinking that's where you're going to go with that.
That's why I'm 2 steps ahead of you.
Yeah, ahead. That's what's happening.
Well, so I think one thing that often gets lost in the conversation about China's military intentions towards Taiwan is, we look at like the record number of jets flying into Taiwan's air defense zone. But what gets lost is just how much effort the Communist Party is putting into its military buildup globally, getting strategic ports, investing in critical infrastructure. What do you think these sort of more global actions and ambitions, how does that tie into Taiwan?
Well, that's a fantastic question. And it's true. The Chinese Communist Party has...
I asked the fantastic one, not you, Sheldon.
They have invested in extraordinary access to critical infrastructure around the world. And in fact, they're building it. They now own and operate around 100 port facilities around the world. So not just in East Asia or Southeast Asia, but also in the Middle East, also in Africa, also in Europe and South America and the Caribbean. And so they are everywhere. And they've done this under the veneer of pure commercial and economic activity. But once you peel that back just a little bit, it becomes clear that they actually have militarized many of these projects and that they intend to militarize many more in the future. And in fact, they've not, at this point, they're not even trying to hide it, that they've actually codified this into PRC law, that all Chinese entities abroad, all ostensibly commercial entities, have to follow military civil fusion. In other words, they have to install Trojan horses, the back doors into their infrastructure that allows the Chinese intelligence services and the People's Liberation Army to access that data, that information, and to leverage some of that critical infrastructure, some of those logistics nodes in the event of a conflict. And so what does that mean for the future? What does that mean for, a nightmare scenario in which China attempts to invade Taiwan? Well, in a scenario like that, the U.S. military and its allies are going to be mobilizing. They're going to be moving forces around the world, including through key maritime choke points, places like the Panama Canal. So if Chinese industry, Chinese companies, state-owned enterprises, if they are controlling places like that, how is the United States military, how are allied militaries going to be able to access that? I think that's a very important question, and I think it still remains somewhat unexplored.
Could you give an example of a port where if you look at it, it's clear it's been militarized instead of just commercial?
Yes, so the port in Djibouti, there is a PRC commercial port there, and right next to the port, they've extended that to build a very large military base. And that military base now has a very large garrison of Marines and potentially PLA Special Forces troops. They have a large tarmac that can be used for helicopters and also for drones. And in fact, they've actually installed a military-grade laser system, which they started to use, I believe, in 2018 to blind, temporarily blind. I mean, it's not for life, but it's very dangerous to temporarily dazzle or blind U.S. military pilots that are flying in and out, because there are a number of countries that have military bases there. It's a very strategic location. And so the U.S. has a base there. The French have a base there. The Japanese, the Italians all have bases there. And so China has built this base, and they've built it on the back of what started as civilian infrastructure. This has actually also happened in Argentina, out in the Patagonian desert, where they started construction, I believe, in 2013. And it was supposed to be a pure science project. It was cooperation between China's space program and Argentina's space program. But very quickly, by, I believe, 2015, it became clear that this was going to be a PLA space base. And it was going to be PLA only, that Argentina was not welcome to have staff there on the compound. It's a compound that's surrounded by high razor wire fences, and local government, including from Buenos Aires, can't even access it without being invited first and escorted around by Chinese military personnel. And so that's another example of a facility. Now, that's not a port facility. That is a space facility that they've actually militarized under the veneer of what initially appeared to be, in that case, a science project. And so that's another area where they'll go in and they will talk about development and cooperation, and countries will sign on to it thinking that they're going to get, economic benefits or scientific benefits or technological benefits or whatever it may be, and then ultimately see their own sovereign soil, in a sense, taken away from them and exploited by the Chinese military.
Well, I know the U.S. is particularly concerned right now of a port in Equatorial Guinea that China seems to be interested in doing the same thing, to making it a deep water port with potential military applications, which would essentially give the Chinese Communist Party the ability to project power into the Atlantic Ocean, which would be a pretty big shift in balance of power.
That's right. That was a very interesting story that came out in December. And it's interesting because of the location. And it's also interesting because it's indicative of a much broader trend. I mean, the Chinese government has tried to secure an airbase in Greenland, of all places. They tried to secure an airbase in the Azores, also in the Atlantic. They've made a move on a port in, I believe, in UAE, the United Arab Emirates, on the Persian Gulf. And they're starting to do that around the world, where they actually already operate these logistical hubs. The Chinese government operates a port in Australia. They operate 4 major container ports in Mexico. They're in Greece, Greece's largest container port, 2 or 3 of Europe's largest container ports. On the surface, those are all commercial operations, and they have been commercial operations. I think what's concerning for the Department of Defense and the national security community more broadly in our country and in other democracies is that pattern where the PLA starts to come in and those facilities start to be militarized.
And so you think ultimately this is a way for the Chinese Communist Party to interfere with the United States' ability to project military power into Asia, into the defense of Taiwan?
Yeah, I do. I think there's very little question that they're doing this with a strategic end in mind. Now, there's the broader strategic goal of increasing Chinese Communist Party influence, political influence more broadly on a global basis. But in the event of a Taiwan scenario, something that the Chinese government military thinks about a lot and plans for and is investing extraordinary resources into, all of those facilities could potentially be used to interfere with, to disrupt, and to delay U.S. and allied military movements, where you would have ships, for example, or planes or satellites being moved to position them to defend Taiwan.
Yeah, I mean, I would say that it's even less.
Okay.
How to say, less easily observable than that. Like so they've got this strategic port in Djibouti, which has direct access to the Suez Canal. Right.
5%.
So imagine if in the event of war, the Communist Party basically blocks
2.5 million
international shipping through this key area, and then it's actually major U.S. corporations and European corporations that are then lobbying the Western governments to not engage in war so that they can resume their shipping. And imagine how much power, whether it's Wall Street or the City of London or other institutions, have on politics, right? It's the way that the anti-war movement affected the outcome of the Vietnam War 50 years ago. But you could also have, in this case, not so much protests, but actual corporate lobbying changing the outcome of the war because the Communist Party has made it so disruptive for those companies.
Yeah, Matt, that is such a good point. I do think that they are exploiting all of these avenues, commercial, industrial, trade, technological, their control over countries' supply chains for critical infrastructure and also critical equipment. And we've seen this on multiple occasions during the COVID-19 pandemic, where China's government has leveraged its stranglehold over international supply chains of things like PP&E for a political end. And that certainly is something that we should expect to see happen in the event of a Taiwan scenario. And in fact, it's probably something that's happening already, and it may account.
Did you know that the world is ruled by one company?
Be right back, guys. Gotta pee.
As uncertainty swirls in the Western Pacific, the burning question remains, will China use military force to capture Taiwan? As uncertainty swirls in the Western Pacific, the burning question remains, will China use military force to capture Taiwan? A territory it has long viewed as a wayward province, various Chinese leaders have worked diplomatically to try and isolate Taiwan, a small but densely populated country with a population of 23.5 million people living together in less than 14,000 square miles. But the small island's powerful position in the high-tech semiconductor market has been its lifeline. Producing nearly 2/3 of the world's semiconductors, Taiwan's dominance in this sector has allowed it to maintain independence with the tacit support of the US and other Western industrial partners like Japan and Germany. But will there come a time when China decides it can no longer play the long game and decide a quick, brutal invasion would be in their best interests? Just a stone's throw away, Taiwan sits roughly 100 miles from the Chinese mainland, with coastal areas between the two as close as 80 miles, and with that close proximity comes a shared history. Taiwan holds a key position as a vital anchor within the strategically important First Island chain. This term refers to a series of archipelagos stretching from South Korea throughout Japan, Taiwan, the Philippines, and down to Australia. All these territories maintain friendly relations within the US, making them essential to maintaining American naval dominance in the Western Pacific Ocean. Taiwan is a significant contributor to the global semiconductor industry, accounting for over 60% of the world's semiconductor production and over 90% of the most advanced ones. This has helped give Taiwan an annual GDP of over $820 billion, which ranks them 21st in the world and showcases Taiwan's economic importance in the region. The First Island chain effectively serves as a geographical barrier that restricts the access of potential adversaries, like China, to the open Pacific. This containment strategy allows the US to protect its power and influence in the region, while keeping potential threats at bay. Situated just east of the First Island chain, the islands of Okinawa and Guam host significant military bases. Okinawa is home to approximately 26,000 U.S. military personnel, while Guam houses around 10,000. These strategic outposts provide the United States with the capability to respond swiftly and effectively to any regional conflict or crisis. Taiwan has had a long history of being fought over by one empire or another. European explorers first noted the island in the 1500s when they recorded the island's name as Formosa, or Beautiful Island. Both Dutch and Spanish traders created settlements there, but were kicked out when Ming loyalists under Zheng Chenggong, also known as Kojinga, drove the Dutch from Taiwan and established authority over the island in the mid-1600s. The Qing dynasty soon overran them and established their authority over the island in 1683. It wasn't until 200 years later, in 1885, that Taiwan was declared a province of the Qing Empire. A mere decade later, China was forced to give up control of the island to Japan after losing the First Sino-Japanese War in 1895. In 1912, Chinese revolutionaries overthrew the remnants of the Qing Empire and established the Republic of China. In the 1930s, the imperial forces of Japan invaded mainland China and caused untold devastation and millions of deaths. Both the ROC forces and the nascent Communist Party forces tried defending the country with the help of US and British forces. Amidst the chaos of war in 1943, US President Franklin Roosevelt, British Prime Minister Winston Churchill, and ROC leader Chiang Kai-shek convened in Cairo. They jointly declared that upon the Allies' victory over Japan, Formosa and the Pescadores would be returned to the Republic of China's control. True to their word, ROC officials re-established political and governmental authority in 1945 following Japan's defeat. Soon after the end of World War II, a civil war erupted in mainland China between the ROC forces led by Chiang Kai-shek and the ones controlled by the Chinese Communist Party led by Mao Zedong, during which it is estimated that around 1.5 to 2.5 million military and civilian casualties occurred. By 1949, the much more numerous communist forces had declared victory and established political control in Beijing. Chiang Kai-shek and what was left of the ROC forces, known as the Kuomintang, fled to Taiwan, where they ruled for the next several decades. Actual fighting continued until October 25, 1949, when ROC forces defeated a potential invasion by CCP forces at the Battle of Gunningtao on Kinmen Island. The fighting actually led to the population of Taiwan increasing by approximately 2 million people as soldiers, civilians, and political figures sought refuge, which had a significant impact on Taiwan's demographics and contributed to a population increase of nearly 37% between 1945 and 1950. The continued threat of additional conflict caused Taiwan to declare martial law, which remained in effect until 1987. China conducted sporadic artillery fire against Taiwan-controlled islands beginning in 1950, which partially led to a joint defense agreement signed between the U.S. and Taiwan in 1954. On August 23, 1958, artillery duels began between China and Taiwan that continued for 40 days. Since then, neither side has been willing to come to a full unifying agreement with the other. China points to the earlier 17th century history to say that Taiwan was originally a Chinese province, but the Taiwanese point to the post-Qing dynasty history to argue that they were part of the modern Chinese state that was first formed after the revolution in 1911, but not part of the People's Republic of China that was established under Mao in 1949. The more recent heavy-handed repression of civil rights in Hong Kong following their unification with China in 1997 has since reinforced Taiwan's determination to remain independent. Today, China's position on Taiwan can be described as a precarious diplomatic dance. Chinese President Xi Jinping declared as recently as 2021 that the reunification with Taiwan must be fulfilled. However, Taiwanese officials, noting the increase of Chinese jet incursions and the People's Liberation Army/Navy, or planned ship incursions, near Taiwanese shores, say that relations between the two countries are at their lowest in the past 40 years. China has, however, left open the possibility of a more peaceful reconciliation. In 2021, at a ceremony honoring the 110th anniversary of the end of China's last imperial dynasty in 1911, Xi said unification in a peaceful manner was most in line with the overall interest of the Chinese nation, including Taiwan compatriots. However, he added, no one should underestimate the Chinese people's staunch determination, firm will, and strong ability to defend national sovereignty and territorial integrity. Xi had previously taken a much harsher tone in July of 2021 when he threatened to smash any efforts of support for Taiwan's independence. So now the lingering question remains, will China decide to use military force to bring the island under Communist Party control? Despite China's posturing, there are several reasons why such a possibility is actually looking increasingly less likely. And one of the main reasons has nothing to do with China, but with their neighbor to the north, Russia. Until Russian President Putin's invasion of Ukraine in February 2022, most analysts considered Russia the second most powerful military in the world, second only to the United States and surpassing even China's larger but less modernized forces. However, the reality on the ground has proved much different. Russia's military has been revealed as a paper tiger, with so many problems and inadequacies that now it might not be considered in the top 10 militaries of the world. One of the biggest surprises was the overall weakness of Russian equipment. Russia has depended on selling their tanks and fighter jets overseas in order to offset the costs of building such expensive equipment in bulk. But their more modern tanks have proven woefully incapable of standing up to much cheaper and more numerous NATO and US anti-tank missiles. The Russian Air Force has also been revealed as far less capable than many analysts thought. The skies over Ukraine have been largely clear of Russian aircraft since the first months of the war, when US-supplied Stinger missiles and other ground-launched assets took a heavy toll on Russian aircraft and helicopters. The situation is so bad that Russia has refused to fly its most modern fighter, the $40 million Su-57, over Ukrainian territory for fear it too will be shot down, which might prove to potential buyers that it cannot survive against a determined foe. Similar worries have led to Russia refusing to deploy its top-of-the-line tank, the T-14 Armata, though the platform is so expensive with each tank costing $4 million that only a handful have been produced. The realities of the Ukraine war have proved that a motivating and well-trained military provided with enough anti-tank and anti-air missiles by the West, can hold its own against a much more numerically superior country like Russia. Some of the lower estimates state that Russia has suffered more than 1,700 tanks destroyed or captured, while others have estimated it to be as many as 3,000. It's gotten so bad that Russia is turning to much older tanks to replace those losses. In March of 2023, civilian videos emerged of Russia showing ancient T-55s on train cars heading west. These tanks were outdated in 1973, yet the need for replacements is so dire that Russia is considering using them anyway. The results of the catastrophic losses Russia has suffered must be a wake-up call for the Chinese military leaders. Ukraine has had the benefit of NATO and US-led training since Russia's invasion in 2014, yet Taiwan has been training and preparing for an invasion for more than 40 years. The value of a technologically robust defense involving missiles and drones plays right into the hands of Taiwan, which is as technologically sophisticated as any nation on Earth. They may have only 3,000 full-time military members, but they have the backing of the US Navy's Pacific assets, as well as likely support from South Korea and Japan. All of these combined means that China would have a much more difficult task of invading and holding Taiwan than it previously might have believed. But China might have an even bigger lesson to learn from looking at Russia, something that would frighten them even more: worldwide boycotts and sanctions. Following close on the heels of Russia's military disasters, the effect of Western sanctions on Russia has come as a rude shock to China, which depends far more on imports than Russia. In fact, China is the world's largest importer, with its imports accounting for over 10% of the global total. But what has hit Russia the hardest has been the loss of access to Western semiconductors. It has gotten so bad that Russian soldiers have been bringing Ukrainian appliances home with them, primarily to remove their computer chips and other reusable components. Those sanctions won't affect China as much as the possible interruption of access to oil and natural gas, of which China imports between 70 and 75%. And while Russia has made up in part for its lack of access to Western buyers for its oil by selling more to China and India, they must now ship much of that through a much longer and more vulnerable route around the Horn of Africa, which adds roughly 10,000 nautical miles to the shipping route. Then there are the boycotts. China, more than any nation on Earth, depends on selling their products to overseas markets. In 2022, China's total exports were valued at $3.59 trillion, making it the world's largest exporter. So far, President Xi has walked a careful line between supporting Putin while calling for a negotiated peace in Ukraine. But Xi has pointedly refused to supply lethal aid like artillery shells and missiles to Russia for fear of earning itself the same kind of boycotts that Russia has endured. While such boycotts would undoubtedly increase the cost of consumer goods in the West, they would absolutely wreck the Chinese economy, as exports contribute to nearly 20% of China's GDP. Few outsiders realize just how top-heavy with billionaires the Chinese Communist Party really is. According to the Hurun Global Rich List for 2022, China had the most billionaires in the world, with a total of 1,133 compared to only 716 billionaires in the United States. And those mega wealthy make up a disproportionate number of the membership of the ruling CCP. According to the Hurun report in 2018, the net worth of the 153 members of China's parliament and its advisory board that it deems super rich amounted to $650 billion, up by nearly a third from the previous year. That figure is just slightly below the entire GDP of the country of Switzerland, which stood at $707.75 billion in 2021. In 2023, estimates concluded that all of the members of the National People's Congress and the Chinese People's Political Consultative Conference, at least 80 were billionaires. Such a disproportionate accumulation of wealth at the top of the government means China's political leadership is keenly aware of how risky an invasion of Taiwan would be to their own personal fortunes. Then there is the precarious nature of Chinese food supplies. While they do grow a large amount of their own food, they are still a massive importer of food. China is now the world's largest agricultural importer, surpassing both the European Union and the United States in 2019. with imports totaling more than $133 billion. China has some of the poorest soils of any major industrialized country, second only to Brazil. In order to offset this, China uses tremendous amounts of both fertilizer and pesticides. And while they have a strong supply of potash, one of the more important fertilizers, they are woefully short of the natural gas needed to produce nitrogen, another incredibly important part of large-scale agricultural fertilization. In order to produce their nitrogen, China relies heavily on imported natural gas. China's natural gas production may have increased by 6% in the first 8 months of 2022, compared with the same period in 2021, according to the National Bureau of Statistics. But that doesn't help when their consumption has grown even faster, at a compound rate of almost 11% over the same period from 2021 to 2022, as more households have been connected to the distribution network. China's net natural gas imports in 2021 climbed up to 170 billion cubic meters, up from just 29 billion cubic meters in 2011. The country relied on imported natural gas to meet 45% of its domestic consumption in 2021, up from 34% in 2016 and 21% in 2011. Any significant sanctions that interrupted just this one element, natural gas, could strip away China's ability to create the necessary fertilizer their food crops so desperately need. And with more than 1.3 billion people to feed, China could be staring at a famine not seen since Mao's time of the Great Leap Forward, when an estimated 30 million people died from poor food harvests and distribution between 1960 and 1962. Such a catastrophe has not been forgotten by Chinese leaders, and they have no desire to repeat those mistakes. And then there's the fickle nature of Sino-Soviet relations. In February 1950, Soviet Premier Joseph Stalin and Chinese leader Mao Zedong signed the Sino-Soviet Treaty of Friendship, Alliance, and Mutual Assistance. It was supposed to last for 30 years, but only a decade later, the alliance collapsed in a cataclysmic fashion, with Beijing denouncing Moscow for betraying communism and the Soviet Union reciprocating by ending all economic assistance to China. Today, we have Russian President Vladimir Putin and Chinese President Xi Jinping trying to duplicate a similar friendship, but they are facing equivalent, if not more daunting obstacles. For starters, the balance of power is now reversed. Whereas in 1950, the USSR was vastly more capable both militarily and economically than its ally China. Today, it is China that is by far the more dominant power. China has provided Russia with an outlet for much of its oil exports after the EU and the West denied them their previous markets. But China has been reluctant to give Putin and Russia more of the things at once, like advanced missiles, better drone technology than they can get from Iran, and a pipeline agreement to be able to ship crude oil and natural gas directly from Siberia to northern China. In return, China has goals at once that Russia doesn't want to provide. For example, China has made no secret of wanting the far eastern region around Vladivostok back. It's only been in Russian hands since 1860, when the area was ceded by China to Russia as a result of the Treaty of Aigun in 1858 and the ensuing Treaty of Peking in 1860. The foundations for a realignment of the Russia-Chinese frontier are deep. China and Russia have complained and occasionally come to blows over their shared border for centuries, while an official resolution, such as it was, only arrived in 2008. For a centuries-old border conflict that predates the official existence of both nations, China could easily claim an excuse to nullify current agreements and demand that Russia return Vladivostok, which China still calls by its previous name, Haishanwei, as well as some 20,000 square miles of previously Chinese territory that were included in the two treaties China was forced to sign. Such an addition to China would go a long way towards cementing Xi's position of strength at the head of the CCP and could reduce the desire to try to retake Taiwan for a decade or more. In fact, the Chinese claims on Vladivostok and the area around it are more deeply rooted in history than the CCP's more recent political claims to Taiwan. Prior to the Russian Revolution, ethnic Chinese residents made up more than 40% of the labor force in the regions surrounding Vladivostok, which are called the Amur and Primorsk oblasts. According to a 1907 census, around 62,000 Chinese residents lived in the Far East region of Russia, highlighting their significant presence in the area. The actual number was probably higher, as many Chinese did seasonal cross-border work as day laborers, in much the same way that Mexican laborers crossed the border to work in the U.S. in agricultural jobs. At that time, ethnic Russians were probably in the minority, which is why Stalin chose the inhumane but expedient policy of mass expulsions to China in order to guarantee Russian numerical superiority. Not to mention, Russia has been draining its Far East defenses in order to replace men and material lost in Ukraine. This extensive border has never before been so lightly defended by either side, and Russia has only further deteriorated the societal identity of the region by resettling the Ukrainians there who have been forcibly removed from their homeland. It won't be long before the ethnic Russian population is once again outnumbered by ethnically Chinese Russians, at which point an invasion by Xi could use the same "we're only protecting residents who speak and think like us" logic that Putin has tried to use in the Donbass. But Putin is an expander of territory, not a relinquisher, and he would certainly never agree to willingly hand back such a vital part of Russia's eastern geopolitical structure. That may be why there is no hard agreement following his and Xi's joint meeting in Moscow in March of 2023. Despite the platitudes and assurances of mutual support, Putin didn't get the agreement for more pipelines from Russia directly into China that he was hoping for, nor any specified deals for lethal aid in his failing Ukraine war. In fact, less than 2 weeks after Putin was left empty-handed at the curb as the Chinese delegation drove away, Xi launched a bold power move in Central Asia, once seen by Russia as their area of dominance. He invited a number of Central Asian nations, all of them previous Soviet-dominated republics, including Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, Tajikistan, and Uzbekistan, to a grand foreign policy and diplomatic festival, specifically without including Russia. And such a direct snub by Xi shows exactly what he thinks of Putin. The inherent lopsided weakness of the current Sino-Soviet agreements shows just how fragile this friendship really is. And with the world losing respect for the Russian military on a daily basis, this area with its vast resources, large ethnically identical population, and lightly defended border might be too tempting a target for Xi and his military to resist. On the other hand, despite all these potential reasons to dissuade China from attempting a military invasion of Taiwan, there are equally compelling reasons to suggest China might actually be considering an invasion in the near future. One of the biggest is that China may truly believe that there is no one who can actually stop them. Many analysts believe that China has been encouraged by an internal perception of a decline in U.S. unity at home and a concurrent loss of prestige overseas. As early as 2008, following the United States' weak economic performance during the global recession, China's foreign policy began to grow more aggressive, spurred by a sense that China's economy remained strong even as the US and the EU's economies faltered. In fact, Chinese GDP grew at a rate of 9.4% in 2009, while the US economy contracted by 2.5% in the same year. The January 6, 2021 attack on the US Capitol, followed by the hasty withdrawal of US forces from Afghanistan in 2021, only seemed to support the Chinese belief that the US was in decline. The US military presence in Afghanistan, which peaked at around 100,000 troops in 2010, was fully withdrawn by August 31, 2021, signaling a significant shift in the US's strategic priorities and global influence. As recently as October 2022, U.S. Secretary of State Anthony Blinken noted that China was pursuing unification with Taiwan on a much faster timeline than previously expected. In his estimate of the situation, China had decided the status quo was no longer acceptable. And of course, when looking at the possibility of an invasion, it would be criminal not to factor in China's rapidly accelerating military improvements. Recently, China has been expanding its nuclear arsenal, while also modernizing its military both in quality and quantity. the US government estimates that China has increased its number of missile launchers from less than 100 in 2020 to more than 450 by the end of 2022, giving the PLA numerical parity with the US, which also has around 450 ICBM launchers. China's stockpile of nuclear warheads is expected to grow from 400 today to more than 1,000 by 2030. Some of the more modern Chinese ballistic missile submarines are now equipped with improved long-range missiles that reportedly could reach the continental United States. Those submarines have also begun to carry out operational patrols in the South China Sea, extending the Chinese PLA Navy reach much farther than it did just 20 years ago. The PLA Air Force is putting into service a B-2 copycat H-2 stealth bomber, which has an extended operating range with refueling of around 5,200 miles or 8,500 kilometers. This would place key, previously unreachable areas of the US at risk in new ways, along with threatening every nation from Japan to the Philippines and even parts of Australia and New Zealand. In July 2021, the PLA tested a hypersonic missile system that could deliver nuclear or non-nuclear payloads to the continental United States, potentially evading missile defenses. The mere existence of such weapons could encourage Chinese leaders to believe that they can intimidate their US counterparts into giving them a free hand in their Taiwan plans. Then there are the efforts of the PLA Navy to build an actual blue water fleet, based in part around its two in-service aircraft carriers, with an even more advanced third carrier, the Fujian, undergoing final fitting and sea trials. They still need to train at least 200 pilots to operate the needed naval fighters, however. They also need to replace China's only shipborne fighter jet, the underperforming twin-engine single-seat J-15 Flying Shark, nicknamed the Flopping Fish by Chinese press reports. It's known to be the world's heaviest carrier-borne fighter, and without its original Russian-produced engines, it cannot both carry a full armament and fuel for its targeted range. Either some weapons or onboard fuel must be sacrificed for it to fulfill even part of its planned mission. Still, just having viable aircraft carriers gives the PLA Navy an ability to project power in ways that it didn't have in past decades, and China can always call upon its vast number of smaller ships to overwhelm the US Navy and its allies. In 2015, the PLA Navy surpassed the US Navy in total numbers of ships, and the plan has continued to grow in the intervening years. The US Congressional Research Service estimates that in 2021, the Chinese plan consisted of 348 ships and submarines, while the US Department of Defense estimated their total number of vessels at a slightly higher 355 vessels. By comparison, the deployable battle force of the US Navy, whose missions include posts in the Atlantic, the Mediterranean, and other areas besides the Pacific, totaled less than 300 vessels in fiscal year 2021. The fleets of other comparable nations are also much smaller. As of 2021, the British Royal Navy consisted of 76 ships, and the Royal Australian Navy had a fleet of only 44 ships. These recent Navy modernization and upgrade efforts have made China a more formidable power in the Western Pacific. China now feels strong enough to try to dictate the terms of its control over the South China Sea, extending down to an area called the Nine-Dash Line, which intrudes on the sovereign coastal areas of other nations including the Philippines, Brunei, Indonesia, Malaysia, and Vietnam. Such an expansion of their territorial waters had been ruled illegal by the United States in 2016. China has effectively ignored this ruling, as it has gone about occupying and building up several isolated land features, little more than occupied reefs and shoals, in the South China Sea. According to Western officials, this unprecedented move was only part of Beijing's long-running effort to strengthen claims to disputed territory in a region critical to global trade. Despite promises not to militarize such areas, PLA Air Force-controlled runways and naval ports have been developed on many of these islands, and PLA fighters routinely intercept other nations' airplanes and discourage them from flying in what they consider Chinese territorial airspace. And despite Russia's massive military losses in the Ukraine war, many in China believe that Putin's one notable success has been in using nuclear threats to limit direct US and NATO involvement in Ukraine. Putin's so far successful nuclear saber rattling has been instructive for Chinese leaders, although many analysts in the West are surprised by Russia's failure to achieve its initial objectives. Along with the fortitude and resilience of the Ukraine forces and government, China has observed with interest how Putin has warded off direct Western intervention through nuclear threats, including provocative rhetoric weapons exercises and even raising the alert level of his nuclear forces, which is emblematic of a doctrine that the Russians, not coincidentally, call strategic deterrence. Dai Junjun, a scholar in the PLA's Academy of Military Science, claimed that at the start of 2023, that Russia's nuclear arsenal and major conventional systems, such as hypersonic missiles, serve as an effective strategic deterrence against direct US and NATO intervention in Ukraine. What might be considered as the success of Putin's deterrence may help convince Chinese planners that their nuclear arsenal could similarly deter the United States. Such overconfidence in their own capabilities, coupled with the false belief that Washington will allow them to deal with Taiwan without US opposition, could in turn lead China to believe an invasion could be successful. If US deterrence fails, if China grows more convinced of its own military capabilities, and underestimates the US commitment to defending Taiwan, both countries could end up ensnared in a war between nations with nuclear arsenals. But then, one of the most likely reasons why China would actually invade Taiwan might just be the silliest: that it could stem from completely unintended consequences on all sides. In February of 2023, U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken had a very important and long-planned trip to Beijing on his schedule, but that trip was postponed, i.e. indefinitely canceled, amid concerns raised by what appeared at the time to be a Chinese spy balloon flying over the continental U.S. That singularly politicized event revealed that very real disconnect between the different ruling groups of China, the disunited military, foreign policy, and economic leadership cabals. Why would someone in the Chinese bureaucracy or military allow such a risky foreign policy move on the eve of such an important diplomatic event? It's highly possible that someone wanted the trip canceled, or that they wanted to intimidate the US leadership by showing that China could still access US airspace even if it was just for meteorological data. Either way, the Great Balloon fiasco displayed extremely poor judgment on the part of China's ruling elite. This leads to speculation that members of one sector of China's leadership might act without proper consultation with other members of the government. That someone in the military could pull the trigger on an invasion of Taiwan without first conferring with the foreign policy or diplomatic arms now seems a very real possibility. In addition, there's the danger of the cult of personality, which Xi has deliberately created, which makes it possible for a single dictator, often uninformed on the realities of a situation, to make a poor decision which no one in authority will oppose. Beginning in 2012, Xi worked strenuously to remove any possible opposition to his one-man rule. Now, there's no one left to tell Xi no. He doesn't get an honest appraisal of mistakes in China's economic or foreign policy, since too often in the past, Xi has metaphorically and sometimes literally shot the messenger. His cult of personality is even stricter than under Mao. Xi is a completely one-man show. He's removed any independent underlings and has made it a point to not reward independent thinking. An example of this bending over backwards to show Xi they're doing what they hope he expects them to do, no matter how wrong-headed attitude, was the bizarre efforts of one COVID cleanup group who washed down the runway of one of China's major airports because they thought that would show Xi just how hard-working they were. Of course, it did absolutely no good in combating the virus. In fact, much of China's zero-COVID policy was just bad science coupled with what Western observers called disinfectant theater. Similar bad ideas clothed in busy work may lead to additional mistakes, up to and including potential wars. But if the possibility of China invading Taiwan in the coming days is slim, then when might it happen? Perhaps sooner than you think. China is currently facing a declining birth rate, with the country's total fertility rate dropping to 1.18 children per woman in 2022, well below the replacement rate of 2.1. This had led to concerns about an aging population and a shrinking labor force. Furthermore, China's unsustainable agricultural dependence on imported natural gas is evident, as the country imported approximately 109 billion cubic meters of natural gas in 2022, accounting for around 45% of its total natural gas consumption. This reliance on imports makes China vulnerable to global market fluctuations and geopolitical tensions. Some analysts suggest that facing an economic slowdown and rising unemployment, China might be tempted to launch a military offensive to rally popular support. In January 2023, Taiwan's Foreign Minister Joseph Wu speculated that President Xi might create an external crisis in order to divert domestic attention or to show to the Chinese that he has accomplished something. But if China needs to make a diversion by expanding outward militarily, which direction should or can they go? They can't invade Kazakhstan due to the length of their supply lines, nor can they go over the Himalayas to India. They can't expand into Vietnam. The last time China tried that, in 1979, the Vietnamese did to them what it had done to the French, the Japanese, then the French again, and the United States. And despite the noted improvements, China doesn't yet have the Navy to take on the US and its allies Australia, the Philippines, South Korea, and Japan. Until it does, its hopes of naval invasion of Taiwan are mere bluff and bluster. So despite all the contraindications, it seems much less likely that China will invade Taiwan in the near future, and far more likely that they might try to wrestle the land around Vladivostok, or as they'd prefer to call it, Haishanwei, away from the weakened and regionally defenseless Putin. They may even find some way to generate an economic or military aid package whereby China removes the burden that is overseeing such a geographically isolated part of Putin's crumbling empire. Such a move would be right in keeping with Xi, who seems to prefer intimidation, but without risking an open confrontation that could destroy the wealth of the billionaires that make up such a disproportionate percentage of his ruling elite.
This video is made possible by Nebula. Use the link down in the description below to support Real Life Lore directly by signing up, where you can watch 27 additional and exclusive full-length videos in my ongoing Nebula Modern Conflict series, covering recent major wars and crises, including this video's next part covering the biggest battle fought in Europe since the Second World War, the Battle of Bakhmut. In late June of 2023, a seemingly earth-shattering event of enormous historic significance took place within Russia that briefly captured the entire world's attention. The Wagner Group, a Russian government-funded private military company with as many as 50,000 mercenaries under its control, led by Yevgeny Prigozhin, suddenly launched a full-scale armed rebellion against the Russian government. For over a year beforehand, the Wagner Group had been fighting for the Russians on the front lines in Ukraine and suffered very heavy casualties in the months-long battle for the town of Bakhmut, in which the organization's leader, Prigozhin, claimed to have suffered 20,000 of his mercenaries killed in action. Prigozhin frequently criticized how the Russian military leadership was ineffectually carrying out the war in Ukraine, and repeatedly called out the Russian defense minister, Sergei Shoigu, and the Russian chief of the general staff, Valery Gerasimov, for incompetence. Prigozhin consistently asserted that the Russian military was undersupplying his Wagner Group with ammunition and retreating from areas of the front line without informing him, often leaving the Wagner Group's flanks exposed to Ukrainian counterattacks in the process. The rising tension between the professional Russian army and the mercenary Wagner Group finally exploded late on the 23rd of June 2023, when Prigozhin claimed, with very shaky evidence, that the Russian military had allegedly attacked his own troops with missiles that allegedly killed 2,000 of his mercenaries. Then, declaring himself and the Wagner Group an armed rebellion, Prigozhin demanded that both Shoigu and Gerasimov be personally handed over to him to face his own justice or else, and led around 20,000 of his mercenaries away from the front line in Ukraine, storming back across the border into Russia proper, where they quickly seized control over the major city of Rostov-on-Don, with a population of about 1.2 million people. And from there, the entire world watched on over the next several hours to see what would happen next. As the armed columns of mercenaries thundered in their tanks and trucks, northwards along the M4 highway seemingly unopposed, straight for Moscow. Along their way, they also seized control over the major Russian city of Voronezh, home to about 1.1 million people, while Vladimir Putin himself made a televised address to the nation, declaring that Prigozhin and the Wagner Group were treasonous traitors, and that they would all be ruthlessly destroyed. Military defenses and barricades were being hastily prepared around Moscow to protect the capital, just as military helicopters attempted to attack the Wagner convoys on the highway but kept getting shot down by them. It seemed nearly inevitable that the Russian Federation was catapulting head first into full-blown civil war. But nearly just as quickly as it all began, it all came to a close. Only a little more than 24 hours after launching the rebellion, Prigozhin suddenly backed down after revealing that the dictator of Belarus, Alexander Lukashenko, a man closely allied to the Kremlin, had quietly stepped in behind the scenes to negotiate some kind of compromise. The Wagner group laid down their arms, withdrew from their briefly occupied cities of Voronezh and Rostov-on-Don, all criminal charges of treason were dropped, and Prigozhin and much of the Wagner group establishment allegedly went into exile in Belarus. The 24 hours of chaos that led to that conclusion left a few dozen Russian soldiers and mercenaries killed and wounded, and a few destroyed vehicles. It represented the first major armed rebellion against central authority within the Russian Federation since the constitutional crisis of 1993 that happened 30 years previously, which had involved then-President Boris Yeltsin launching a self-coup against the Russian parliament that climaxed with Russian tanks in Moscow under Yeltsin's direct orders, shelling the House of the Soviets in Moscow, a series of events that killed and wounded hundreds and left many outside observers similarly speculating that Russia was on the brink of a full-blown civil war. But that's not what ended up happening in 1993, and it's not what ended up happening in 2023 either. Nonetheless, many videos, publications, and articles have been produced about the 24-hour Wagner rebellion, asserting that this was only the beginning of the end for Vladimir Putin's regime in Moscow, and that more chaos and rebellions to come are certain. Many have even gone so far as to suggest that the costly war in Ukraine and its consequences will lead to the supposedly inevitable dissolution of the Russian Federation itself. Just like how the costly war in Afghanistan contributed to the dissolution of the Soviet Union, and how the costly experience in World War I led to the dissolution of the Tsarist Russian Empire before it. But the thing you've got to understand is that these predictions of Putin's inevitable collapse in the Kremlin have been being produced for a very, very long time, for about as long as Putin himself has been in power. There were the pieces created pronouncing the end was nigh for Putin after the humiliatingly successful Ukrainian counteroffensives in 2022 around Kharkiv and Kherson that saw the Russians losing more than 13,000 square kilometers of occupied Ukrainian territory. There have consistently been almost countless pieces produced speculating about Putin's health and suggesting that he might literally die at any moment. There were countless more pieces pronouncing that Putin was finished and doomed to lose in Ukraine immediately after the invasion began back in February of 2022, egged on by the emergence of tens of thousands of protesters taking to the streets against the war across major Russian cities. Before that, there were all the pieces produced about the inevitable coming end of Putin over the Russian government's gross mishandling of the COVID-19 pandemic, in which, depending on who you ask, anywhere between 400,000 and 820,000 Russians died, resulting in the biggest peacetime loss of life in all of Russia's contemporary history. Before that, there were those who predicted the end of Putin following the surprise election of Volodymyr Zelensky to the presidency of Ukraine in 2019. And before that, there were those who predicted the end of Putin in 2018 over the government pushing ahead of extremely unpopular pension reforms that raised the age of retirement in the country by 5 years. And before that, there were those who predicted that the rising political star of Alexei Navalny within Russia would lead to the eventual downfall of Putin. And before that, there were those who predicted that Russia's annexation of Crimea from Ukraine, the war in Donbass, and the ensuing Western financial sanctions after 2014 would lead to Putin's undoing. And before that, there were the anti-government and anti-Putin protests in 2011 and 2012 that were supposedly the beginning of the end for Putin. And before that, it was Russia's invasion of Georgia, the 2009 global financial crisis, and the cratering of global oil prices that were supposedly all the beginning of Putin's end. And before that, it was the inept and bungled Russian government responses to terror attacks in 2004 and 2002 during the Beslan school siege and the Moscow theater hostage crisis that spelled the inevitable doom for Putin's regime. As you can see, people have basically been predicting the end of Vladimir Putin's regime in Moscow for pretty much the entirety of the past 23 years, ever since he first assumed power in the country back in 2000. And yet, here he continues to stay in power in the Kremlin regardless, with a sky-high approval rating recorded by the independent Levada Center as recently as July of 2023 at 82% of the Russian public. A fact that makes any popular protest, let alone a popular revolution against him taking place in Russia, seem exceedingly unlikely to happen anytime soon. By contrast, Putin currently enjoys vastly more public approval in Russia right now than nearly any other world leader does, with Joe Biden, Justin Trudeau, Rishi Sunak, Emmanuel Macron, and Fumio Kishida all falling significantly behind him. Arguably, the only world leader with more public approval right now than Putin is Volodymyr Zelensky, who enjoys an overwhelming 91% support in Ukraine. But not only is Putin still in power more than 18 months into the invasion of Ukraine and just as popular with the Russian public as ever, but nearly all domestic opposition against him appears to have been crushed as well. The anti-war protests that flared up across the country in early 2022 were relentlessly repressed, with nearly 20,000 Russians getting arrested and detained by the authorities and hundreds of thousands of others fleeing the country altogether. Alexei Navalny, often seen as the face of the Russian opposition to Putin in the West, has already been sentenced to 30 years in a Siberian penal colony on charges of alleged fraud and extremism, and is facing additional charges of alleged terrorism still to come. At 47 years old as of the making of this video, Navalny will likely spend the rest of his life in prison unless the still popular Putinist regime comes to an end first. Not only does Russia continue to occupy about a fifth of Ukraine's internationally recognized territory, an area about the same size as Austria, but the Russian economy and Russian society in general both so far seem to have barely even noticed the effects of the war and Putin's decision-making processes. After the invasion first began, Western policymakers in the US, EU, UK, and elsewhere all agreed on burying the Russian Federation beneath an unprecedented amount of financial sanctions that would supposedly lead to the complete financial Armageddon for the country. There were officials within the Biden administration who genuinely predicted that these sanctions, dubbed the most consequential in world history, would result in a complete meltdown of the Russian economy by as much as 50%. But against nearly all of these Western expectations and predictions of immediate financial catastrophe for Moscow, by the end of 2022, the Russian economy had only contracted by a fairly modest 2.1%. A lower amount than the Russian economy shrank during the COVID-19 pandemic, or the 2009 global financial crisis, or across the 1990s, when the country was fumbling through its economic transition from the old Soviet system. And perhaps even more astonishingly, the IMF now expects that the Russian economy will return back to growth in 2023, and see an expansion of as much as 1.5%, with continued growth taking place next year in 2024, effectively undoing all of the economic shrinkage that happened in 2022. And simultaneously to these economic signs, millions of Russian civilians are continuing to vacation abroad as well. Nearly 7 million Russian tourists are expected just to visit Turkey this year alone, which is nearly 5% of the entire Russian population visiting just this single country, while millions more are visiting other popular destinations in Egypt, the UAE, the Maldives, and Thailand as well. And they're continuing to be flown largely on government-seized Boeing and Airbus aircraft operated by Russian-owned airlines. This is hardly the picture of the financial Armageddon for Russia that was originally painted by the West a year and a half ago as supposedly being inevitable. And it sits in extremely stark contrast to the extreme battering that the Ukrainian economy has suffered. After losing a fifth of its territory to a hostile foreign invasion, witnessing millions of its citizens leaving the country and tens of thousands more getting killed, and after suffering repeated missile, drone, and rocket attacks that have destroyed swaths of its infrastructure and suffering beneath a withering Russian naval blockade, choking off its exports and imports, the Ukrainian economy crashed by an estimated 29.1% by the end of 2022. Again, compared to only a 2.1% decline experienced in Russia. It is now increasingly becoming apparent that the financial war between the Western world and Russia is effectively devolving into a stalemate. A stalemate that is also increasingly reflecting the military stalemate taking place on the battlefield in Ukraine, as the ongoing Ukrainian counteroffensive is bogging down and struggling to break through the Russian front lines. And in order for you to understand how Putin and Russia have both managed to hang on this whole time, despite the massive sanctions and isolation placed upon them by the West, in addition to the massive losses of hundreds of thousands of military casualties in Ukraine, and why in nearly every aspect this conflict in Eastern Europe is dragging into a stalemate right now, it helps to understand where the source of Russia's modern power comes from in the first place, and how that power is being used. You see, as the biggest country in the world by terms of land, Russia contains within its vast territory an enormous amount of the resources and raw materials that modern developing civilizations all around the world need to continue functioning. Within the lands of Russia, you will find about a fourth of all the world's discovered reserves of natural gas, the absolute largest amount of natural gas reserves that any one single country possesses, along with the second largest reserves of coal and the sixth largest reserves of oil. Since Russia's population and economy are both fairly small relative to many of its neighbors across Eurasia like China, Japan, and Germany, the Russians themselves can never hope to consume all of these raw materials on their own. And that means that historically, the Russians have been by far the world's largest exporter of natural gas and the second largest exporter of oil, currently just barely behind the Saudis in first place. And these massive, globally significant exports of oil and gas have brought the Russian state both vast revenues and immense leverage over the foreign countries that depend on continuing receiving them. It got to such a point that immediately before the invasion of Ukraine in January of 2022, the oil and gas sector in Russia was accounting for a whopping 45% of the entire government's annual budget, and as much as 60% of all the state's exports. Oil and gas are Russia, and Russia is consequently the only true petrostate that exists in Europe. A country about as dependent on selling those resources to keep their government going as Saudi Arabia or Iran. Before the war, Russia made most of its fortune by selling these oil and gas resources to the various wealthy but energy resource poor countries of Western Europe. It was a relationship bound by geography and a mutual interest in what the other had. Western European countries had a lot of money but virtually no domestic oil or gas, while Russia didn't have a lot of money but had almost limitless amounts of oil and gas reserves that could be delivered to Europe more inexpensively than from anywhere else, through a series of direct overland pipelines that were painstakingly constructed across the decades. Throughout 2021, approximately half of all the oil that Russia exported abroad went westwards to Europe. About 45% of the entire European Union's natural gas imports were delivered by Russia, and the EU and UK collectively paid the Russians about $148 billion for these resources that single year alone. But immediately after the Russians ordered hundreds of thousands of troops storming into Ukraine in early 2022, the Western world announced that the days of Russia selling oil and gas to them were at an end. By the end of 2022, Russian energy exports to the EU, UK, and US were all either completely eliminated altogether or severely reduced in scale, with the aim of depriving the Russian government of funds it needed to continue waging the war in Ukraine. The US eliminated all of its own fairly small imports of oil and gas from Russia almost immediately after the invasion began, while the European Union, traditionally Moscow's largest market for energy exports, had to take a little longer in order to adjust. Nonetheless, they still banned virtually all seaborne Russian oil imports by the end of 2022, and reduced Russia's share of its natural gas imports from around 45% immediately before the invasion to below 10% by the start of 2023. In order to replace the enormous amounts of suddenly lost Russian oil and gas, the European Union acquired additional piped gas coming in from sources like Norway, Algeria, and Azerbaijan, combined with vastly increased amounts of seaborne LNG imports from Qatar and the United States, who has since replaced Russia as Europe's largest single natural gas provider. By the end of 2023, Russian natural gas exports to the European Union are projected to hit an effective rate of 0, violently symbolized by the mysterious bombings of the twin Nord Stream pipelines running beneath the Baltic Sea, directly between Germany and Russia, that took place in late 2022, rendering Russia's largest direct pipeline project to Europe that cost more than $20 billion to construct completely useless. The very, very long energy for money relationship between Russia and Europe thus ended with a dramatic bang. Going even further, however, the Western world knew that the Russians could and would likely just divert much of their energy resources to other markets after getting locked out of Europe and North America. The dilemma that the West faced here, though, was that they couldn't possibly afford to just completely block the Russians from being able to do this. If their sanctions on Russian energy exports were too tight and completely restricted Russia's ability to sell any other oil and gas to anyone, then yes, 45% of Russia's government budget would immediately get blown up and their ability to fund the war in Ukraine would be crippled. But it would also mean that Russia's massive contribution of 11% of the entire world's oil production would just be completely removed from the entire outside world supply, which would have resulted in a global supply shock of catastrophic proportions and sent the global price of oil spiraling even higher than it already was, resulting in even worse inflation for countries all around the world, since nearly every company in the world depends on oil for at least some part of their overall operations. And the higher oil costs go, the higher companies companies have to raise their prices in order to offset those higher costs. So, in order to encourage Russia to continue exporting their oil onto the world market to keep the global supply of oil steady, while simultaneously cutting into their potential revenues earned from selling that oil that would go towards financing their war in Ukraine, the G7 nations, consisting of the United States, Canada, the European Union, United Kingdom, and Japan, plus Australia, all introduced what's called a price cap sanction on Russian oil. Under this sanction, maritime service companies involved in things like insurance, shipping, logistics, and finances, operating within the G7 countries plus Australia, are allowed to continue helping move Russian oil and petroleum products around the world, but only if they are purchased beneath the targeted price cap set by the coalition, right now of $60 a barrel, well beneath the average global benchmark price, which has averaged between $70 and $82 per barrel all throughout 2023. This is important because the G7 countries plus Australia are home to about 90% of the relevant maritime insurance and services companies operating in the world. And basically every single port and major canal anywhere in the world requires ships using them to have legitimate insurance in order to proceed. So basically, if Russian companies exporting oil or third-party companies anywhere in the world want to import Russian oil, and they want continued access to mainstream Western insurance and services companies to do so, Russia has no other choice but to sell the oil used in these transactions at or beneath the below-market rate price cap. And moreover, even if other countries don't want to use the Western world's insurance and services, the mere existence of the price cap grants them an amount of leverage to negotiate lower prices from Russia on their own. Because what alternative do the Russians really even have? More than halfway through 2023, the price cap sanctions appear to be working about exactly as intended. Russian oil exports to the world market remained more or less consistent, keeping the global supply steady, while their revenue was continually diminishing at the same time. Over the first half of 2023, from January to June, Moscow only earned about $37.4 billion on their oil sales to foreign markets, less than half of what they had earned during the first half of 2022. Becoming increasingly locked out of the European and North American markets altogether, and constrained in every other market by the price cap sanction, the Russians were also forced to almost completely reroute all of their oil and gas exports to countries across Asia and Africa instead. Before the invasion of Ukraine, a lot of this trade didn't really make economic sense because of geography. European states are wealthy, and their economic centers are located far closer to Russia's oil and gas resource locations than major Asian or African economic centers, meaning that Russian energy exports were much more economical to ship to Europe, while the Persian Gulf's energy resources were much more economical to ship to South and East Asia and Africa. For context, before the invasion began, it cost an average of about $6 to ship a barrel of Russian oil to China, but only $3 to ship a barrel of Persian Gulf oil from a place like Saudi Arabia to China. And thus, East Asia imported most of their oil from the Persian Gulf, while Europe imported most of their oil from places like Russia and Norway. But the Ukraine invasion and the Western price cap changed all of that, as Russia became forced into selling their oil for massive discounts onto the world market to the tune of $20 less per barrel than the global benchmark, which greatly encouraged more neutral countries to start gobbling up their significantly cheaper supplies that suddenly overshadowed their relatively more expensive shipping costs. India literally went from purchasing hardly any Russian oil at all before the invasion to increasing their purchases by more than 10 times over, to the point where right now in late 2023, a whopping 40% of India's oil imports are all being purchased from Russia. In the process, the Saudis, who were supplying the Indian market with about 20% of their oil imports right before the invasion, have seen their market share diminish to only about 13% today. Simultaneously to that, China roughly doubled their purchases of Russian oil from the start of the invasion to May of 2023, as Russian oil suddenly out of the blue became even cheaper for them than Persian Gulf oil, which has led to an unexpectedly fierce competition erupting for the Chinese energy market, the largest energy market in the world, between the two biggest energy exporters, the Saudis and the Russians. Before the Ukraine invasion, the Chinese imported 21% of their oil from Saudi Arabia and only 8.8% of their oil from Russia, which has since flipped to 14.5% of their oil from Saudi Arabia and 14% from Russia, with the Russians being projected to even overtake the Saudis as China's newest largest oil provider by the end of the year. This is all very complicated for relations between the Saudis and the Russians, because as the Russians take up more of the oil market in places like India and China, the less oil the Indians and Chinese are buying from the Saudis, which means the Saudis are earning fewer dollars to fund their ambitious and critical Vision 2030 reforms. In order to compensate for Saudi Arabia's lost market shares in Asia and the West's price cap on Russian oil, both of which are hurting Russian and Saudi oil revenues, the two countries have begun jointly agreeing to cut their oil production levels throughout 2023 to try and reduce their usually massive supplies of oil to the global market in order to raise the global price of oil, which will forcefully increase their own oil revenues in the process to offset Saudi Arabia's declining market shares and the enforced price caps set on Russia. By September of 2023, Saudi Arabia is expected to have cut their production to only 9 million barrels of oil a day, while Russia is expected to cut down to a similar 9.1 million barrels per day, about 2 million barrels a day less than they each were producing last year in 2022. And in order to push back against them a bit, the United States is expected to increase oil production to an all-time record in 2023 of 12.6 million barrels per day, which is a deliberate attempt to try and offset the inflationary pressures caused by the Russians and the Saudis decreasing their productions. The result is that a global oil war is being fought between the Americans and the Europeans on one side, who want lower oil prices both to tame inflation and to hurt the Russian war machine in Ukraine, and the Russians and Saudis on the other side, who want higher oil prices for very different, but nonetheless momentarily aligned reasons. Russia wants more money to fight in Ukraine and stabilize their economy, while the Saudis want more money to fund their multi-trillion-dollar economic and societal reforms. Ultimately, Russia is still managing to sell large amounts of its oil and gas resources to neutral countries like China, India, Turkey, and even non-neutral entities like the European Union. Though the amount that the Europeans bought this year is about 4 times less than the amount they purchased last year, and is continuing to decline further towards zero as Europe continues finding alternative supplies elsewhere. And even though Russia is selling these oil and gas resources for less than they used to, their tactics of coordinating joint oil supply cuts with the Saudis are steadily contributing to a pumping up of the global price of oil, which is enabling the Russians to sell their own oil for higher rates as well. Since June of 2023, the trading price of Russian oil has even managed to break through the G7 plus Australia enforced price cap. And as of the writing of this video, it has managed to even surpass $70 a barrel. Still beneath the global average, but well above the targeted price cap, and well above what Russian oil was trading at between January and June of 2023, meaning that the Russians are probably going to be earning more on their oil revenues in the second half of 2023 than they did during the first half. In anticipation of these higher oil revenues in the future, the Russian government recently announced a dramatic increase to their defense spending in August of 2023 to more than 5% of their total GDP, pushing the Russian military's budget to more than $100 billion a year now, the third highest in the world, only behind China and the United States, and roughly a third of the Chinese defense budget. This is the highest the Russian defense budget has ever been pushed to since the Soviet era, and it symbolizes that Russia is increasingly shifting towards a wartime economy. Ukraine is as well, of course, to an even higher degree than Russia. Ukrainian defense spending as of 2023 has shot up to 18.3% of their GDP, which is the third highest in the entire world as an overall percentage, remaining only behind the militaristic and totalitarian states of North Korea and Eritrea. That is giving the Ukrainians an annual defense budget of more than $30 billion to work with, in addition to more than $100 billion worth of gifted military aid given to them by countries abroad, $60 billion of which has all come from the United States alone. That is giving both the Ukrainians and the Russians similar amounts of budgets to work with during the war, despite Ukraine's vastly smaller population, industrial, and economic base relative to Russia. Massive industrial output for the war effort within Russia is being funneled towards goods like uniforms, small arms, ammunition, artillery, vehicles, missiles, drones, helicopters, and planes, and expanding jobs and demand in the process. It is, in large part, this enormous government spending on the war effort, in addition to the rising oil prices, that is giving the overall Russian economy its momentary boost, in a phenomenon that has been dubbed by some as military Keynesianism. A massive boost to industrial demand within Russia, benefiting the Russian military-industrial complex and war beneficiaries. Simultaneously along this government-paid-for stimulus in the industrial sector, however, are further government stimulus programs to increase pensions, salaries, and subsidized mortgages for millions of everyday Russians. Russian soldiers fighting in the war are currently being paid vastly higher wages than they otherwise could earn back at home in poorer areas of the country. In September of 2022, it was reported that Russian soldiers were earning a minimum of $1,740 a month in pay, a whopping 3 times more than the national average monthly wage in Russia. Moreover, families of soldiers killed in the war have allegedly been receiving payments of as much as $52,000 by the government, more than 3.5 times the average annual salary in the country. The result has been a flood of cash into the economy and a boost in demand and prices for just about everything in the country, which is, at least for the moment, managing to keep the country's economy humming along mostly as usual. But you might obviously be asking, if Russia's oil and gas revenues have been cut so severely, and those revenues used to make up 45% of the Russian government's budget before the invasion of Ukraine, then where is Russia getting all of this money to expand the defense budget and pay out all of these higher salaries and pensions and subsidies? And the answer is that they simply aren't getting any extra money, and the government is instead deciding to just run at a historic deficit to keep the payments going for as long as possible, in the hopes that the oil and gas revenues eventually begin to recover and the deficit steadily goes away, which, as of the writing of this video, they appear to actually be doing. Up to May of 2023, the Russian government was projected to finish the year with a budget deficit of approximately $41 billion. And more recent Russian government data factoring in rising oil prices projects this deficit to end the year at only $28 billion. And neither of those are particularly catastrophic because Russia's entire national debt, as of July 2023, denominated in US dollars, is only $250.8 billion, which is only equivalent to about 15% of the entire Russian annual GDP. From a total debt as a percentage of GDP perspective, Russia has by far the lowest amount of outstanding debt out of any of the top 20 economies in the world, and has a substantially lower percentage of debt than any of the G7 economies do. Assuming no further dramatic crashes to the Russian economy, Russia could literally run at these deficit levels for about half a century until it began approaching similar debt levels as the United States currently experiences. But there are potential cracks just beneath the surface of the Russian economy that could still end up causing problems. And there's further concerns about Russia's extremely tight labor force and chronic worker shortage, a problem that the state has very few methods of actually solving. Russia's population was already in a state of terminal decline before the invasion even began, and Putin's decision to mobilize 300,000 additional men in September 2022, mostly from the blue-collar sector of the economy to fight in Ukraine, has removed even more workers from the economy. Add on to that the estimated hundreds of thousands of other Russians who have fled the country ever since the invasion began, and the worker shortage has become even more pronounced. And Russia is struggling to replace those lost workers with migrants because the Western sanctions are restricting those migrants' ability to send their earned wages back home. This is why it will be very difficult for Russia to mobilize any additional men for the war in Ukraine. They certainly could, but doing so would greatly harm the economy by removing even more workers from an already very tight labor force. Not to even mention, it would be potentially politically destabilizing as well. So, while seemingly stable right now, further casualties suffered in Ukraine resulting in further rounds of mobilization pulling more workers out from the economy could begin causing the system to eventually break down through simply running out of labor. But for now, the Russian economy seems remarkably stable and resilient given all of the circumstances. As it turns out, attempting to completely remove a country as geographically large and as resource-rich as Russia from the entire world economy is, obviously, a very difficult task. Consider the existence of the Eurasian Economic Union, basically Russia's version of the European Union, whose member states all maintain free trade agreements between them without any border customs or trade barriers. Russia and Belarus are both under massive Western financial sanctions, but Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, and Armenia all are not. That means that those three countries can all import valuable things from the West that Russia cannot. Things like advanced semiconductors, computer chips, and lasers, and then discreetly sell them for a fortune to Russia. In addition to Chinese and Turkish companies basically doing the same thing, Russia is still acquiring many of the advanced chips and lasers that it needs to continue supplying its army in Ukraine with. And at the same time, Russian-seized Boeing and Airbus aircraft operating for Russian-owned airlines are still flying millions of Russian tourists all across the world. And many of them are continuing to receive maintenance, parts, and repairs while they're out in neutral countries like Turkey, Egypt, and the United Arab Emirates. In order to fully stop all of it, Western sanctions and sanctions compliance ultimatums will have to be greatly expanded, which has the potential to obviously alienate important neutral countries like Turkey, China, Kazakhstan, and the United Arab Emirates. Fully sanctioning a country as geographically enormous as Russia, with as many massive volumes of natural resources as Russia, that the developing world needs to survive, is a very, very difficult task indeed, and maybe ultimately impossible. And thus, you have this developing stalemate emerging in both the energy war and the economic war between the West and Russia, wherein Russia's economy is seemingly barely being affected. And so Putin's popularity is barely being affected as well by proxy. And it's all increasingly reflecting the military stalemate taking place on the battlefield in Ukraine as well. It is the publicly stated goal of the Ukrainian government to retake all of its lost territory prior to 2014, including the Crimean Peninsula. But in order to do so, they must break through a front line across the east of their country that now stretches for more than 1,000 kilometers, in which the Russians have spent months and months building up their defenses across. They have tirelessly built extensive trenches, ditches, dragon's teeth, and, most notably of all, planted an unbelievable number of landmines. Both Ukrainian and Russian forces alike have planted landmines across the country during this conflict to block potential attack routes, but it's gotten to the point now where nobody even knows how many there are in the country. There's estimates floating around out there of there being literally millions of landmines that have been planted across an area in Ukraine that's about the size of Florida, which means that Ukraine is almost certainly one of the most heavily landmine contaminated countries on the planet now. This will likely take generations and tens of billions of dollars worth of effort to clean up by whoever ends up controlling the land, whenever, if ever, the hostilities of the war finally conclude. But in the meantime, the Ukrainian counteroffensive is struggling immensely to break through the thick minefields and well-prepared defenses of the Russians. Ordinarily, this would be countered by concentrating an overwhelming amount of airstrikes across a section of the minefields and defenses to blow them up, so that the Ukrainian forces on the ground could then plow their way through and make a run into lands in the rear that aren't as well defended, and then flank the defenders from behind.
Be right back, guys.
But the Ukrainians hardly have an
Give me
air
a sec.
force at all, so they simply don't have the air superiority to do this kind of operation. So they have no other choice but to do it the hard way and attack the defenses on the ground without any effective air support. That is going to be a very slow and grinding process that will entail very heavy casualties, and there's no way around it. But they have no other choice if they want to try and take back all of their lost territories, because the only way they can win this war is by continuing to receive tens of billions of dollars worth of military aid and equipment from the Western democracies. Left on their own right now, Ukraine likely wouldn't stand a chance against Russia. Ukraine's demographic profile is vastly worse than even Russia's, and the rate of their population decline since the collapse of the Soviet Union is unprecedented in contemporary history. Immediately after the Soviet Union collapsed, Ukraine hit its peak historic population in 1993 of about 52.4 million people, and it has declined literally every single year ever since then by an average of more than 300,000 people a year. By 2021, right before the invasion, it had shrunk to fewer than 41.2 million people, more than 10 million less than it existed back in 1993. And since the invasion happened in 2022, when millions fled the country as refugees and swaths of territory were lost, it's believed that Ukraine's population remaining under the government's control has crashed even further to only a little more than 36 million people right now, smaller than the population of Poland, and a catastrophic loss of 1/3 of the population from only 30 years ago. This is in comparison to an estimated 145 million Russians who remain in their country in occupied territories, only slightly down from the Russian peak population seen in 1992 of 148.5 million. In theory, Russia has around 47 million men fit for military service, with around 1.3 million additional men reaching military age every single year, while Ukraine may only have around 15 million men fit for military service and only 480,000 reaching military age every year. Meaning that Russia theoretically possesses a roughly 3-to-1 advantage in available manpower to pull from for the war effort. And ominously, right now, it's believed by American intelligence that the Russians have at least 320,000 troops deployed to the front line in Ukraine, significantly more than the mere 190,000 they initially used to invade the country with back in February 2022. It's believed that Ukraine has around 700,000 active troops operating right now, but in order for the best odds at defeating the Russians during an attack, where they are likely to suffer higher casualty rates, they need to find a place where they outnumber them by at least 3-to-1. While they overall only outnumber them by about 2-to-1 across the entire front line. And Russia can much better replace their manpower losses than Ukraine can. And then there's the matter of Ukraine's financial and industrial potential relative to the Russians as well. Since the invasion began, Ukraine exploded their defense spending levels to a completely unprecedented $44 billion for the fiscal year of 2022, more than 7 times higher than their defense budget had been the previous year before the invasion in 2021. After considering that the Ukrainian GDP crashed by about 30% during 2022 because of the invasion, Ukrainian defense spending for the year reached just over 27% of their total GDP, a rate that is in line with an old-school total war-style economy, and the highest percentage of GDP spent on defense of any country in the world currently as of 2023. For context, between 1989 and 2021, the average total annual government budget of Ukraine was only $18.7 billion. And in 2021, the year immediately before the Russian invasion, the government budget was a little higher in the aftermath of the COVID-19 pandemic at $36.1 billion. This means that in both 2022 and now in 2023, the Ukrainian government is spending more on its military alone than the entire combined national budget of the whole country was back in 2021. And it's no wonder why. This war is an existential threat to Ukraine's very survival as an independent state. And if they lose the war, Ukraine itself may fall in its entirety to the Russian Federation. But as a result of the massive increase to defense spending combined with massive losses to its exports, and no prior ability to sell large volumes of critical resources like oil and gas like the Russians have, Ukraine is currently projected to run a historic deficit for 2023 of about $40 billion, most of which will end up being covered by Ukraine's foreign allies in the United States, Europe, and the IMF. Ukraine's Western allies have already given the country more than $100 billion worth of direct military aid, equipment, and assistance since the invasion began. $60 billion of which has all come from the United States alone, an amount that when adjusted for inflation is still even more than the United States collectively gave to the Mujahideen forces fighting against the Soviets all throughout the entirety of the 1980s. Ukraine's massive shift to a total war-style economy with a military budget equivalent to over a quarter of its entire GDP, and this $100 billion in further military aid given to it from abroad, has been putting the Ukrainian armed forces on about an even pairing with the Russian armed forces from a budgetary perspective. Despite Ukraine's vastly smaller population, industrial, and economic base relative to Russia left all on its own. But questions linger about Ukraine's ultimate ability to actually sustain all of this. For example, the Ukrainian government doesn't really know what it's going to do next year to sustain its all-time record budget deficit and record high military spending should the war continue. And should the Americans and Europeans start reducing their support. Once you consider that tens of billions of dollars of damage have been dealt to Ukraine's infrastructure by nearly constant Russian missile, drone, and artillery attacks over these past 18 months, combined with the tens of billions of dollars it'll take to clear out all of the landmines, and other unexploded ordnance combined with other miscellaneous costs, and you arrive at a World Bank estimated price tag of $350 billion to fully rebuild Ukraine once the war has eventually concluded. Well over double what the entire Ukrainian GDP has crashed to since the invasion began. Add on to the fact that as a result of its massive military spending and resulting record deficits, the Ukrainian national debt has also more than doubled from its pre-invasion levels to approximately $162 billion today in mid-late 2023, about equivalent to the country's entire annual GDP right now. Even if ultimately victorious in the war, left on its own, Ukraine couldn't possibly afford to pay the $350 billion price tag required to rebuild itself after the war, as doing so would easily make it by far the most heavily indebted country in the entire world, with a debt to GDP ratio that would approach 320%, which would nearly guarantee a Ukrainian default on at least a part of its debt. Ukraine needs somebody else to pay for the rebuilding of the country following the war's conclusion. Whether it comes from punitive war reparations from Russia, further aid from the West, or a combination of both, it does not matter. But the funds simply don't exist within Ukraine to do so on their own, especially not as their massive budget deficit continues ballooning the debt even further the longer the war continues. And remember that Russia's current debt to GDP levels and budget deficits are only a fraction of Ukraine's, meaning that at current levels, Russia can easily outlast Ukraine financially during this war of attrition. The only factor that's been saving Ukraine from complete financial catastrophe so far has been the more than $160 billion worth of combined military, financial, and humanitarian aid that has been given to them by date by the United States, the European Union, United Kingdom, Japan, Canada, and Norway. nearly half of which has all come from just the United States. If Ukraine ever loses this massive flow of equipment and aid coming in from the West in the future, then their own domestic manpower, financial, and industrial base will never be able to match the Russians' manpower, financial, and industrial base, and they will almost certainly lose any long, grinding war of attrition as a result. Ukraine has to try and break through the well-prepared Russian defensive lines now, as soon as they can, because if they wait and do nothing or are shown to be incapable of breaking through the Russian defenses, then the West may end up losing confidence in Ukraine's ability to defeat the Russians, and the tens of billions of dollars worth of their equipment and aid will gradually cease coming in. Continuing to send tens of billions of dollars of equipment to Ukraine is certainly going to become a hot political issue within the United States during the 2024 presidential election, as a recent poll from CNN found that a majority of 55% of Americans now oppose sending any more funding to Ukraine, with Republicans significantly more opposed to continuing the aid than Democrats, and with both frontrunners for the Republican nomination openly stating their desires to end America's financial support for Ukraine. This is the cold calculus that the Ukrainian and Russian militaries are both currently working with. Ukraine must throw its troops against the well-prepared Russian defenses despite not having the necessary equipment to do it properly, and will inevitably suffer high casualties in the process because if they don't break through, policy in the United States may change against them, and their financial lifeline may get cut off. And so the Russians are increasing defense spending and running their own budget deficit and sitting still in their well-prepared defenses, letting the Ukrainians attack them because they are banking on this exact scenario eventually taking place. The Ukrainians failing to break through the tough defenses on the front lines, and America growing frustrated and impatient with the lack of results, while her primary focus is an entire world away on China, Taiwan, and Asia, resulting in America eventually winding down their direct support for Ukraine. After which, the Russians will inevitably return back to the attack again, with recovering oil prices giving them fresh windfalls to pad their budget with. The Russian playbook is thus to draw this all out into as long, bloody, and costly a stalemate as physically possible until public support for continuing supporting the fight in the West gradually runs out, just like it did previously during America's experiences in Vietnam and Afghanistan. And when it comes to hopes for further instability and uprisings happening in Russia against the increasing costs of the war, they don't seem to really be materializing despite the best hopes for one by governments in the West. This is despite the fact that Russia has likely suffered at least 65,000 of its soldiers killed and another 150,000 wounded so far during the whole invasion of Ukraine. Literally more military deaths than Russia has collectively suffered in every single other war it has fought in since 1945 combined, and more deaths than the United States suffered during the entirety of the Vietnam War. Russia has a very long history of catastrophic losses in wars just like this one, leading to revolutions that tore apart the state. Like how catastrophic losses during World War I led to revolution in 1917 that destroyed the Tsarist Russian Empire, or how catastrophic losses and stalemate in Afghanistan all throughout the 1980s contributed in part to the final dissolution of the Soviet Union in 1991. Many have speculated that this devastating experience in Ukraine today in the 21st century could lead to a similar revolution and dissolution of the modern Russian Federation in a similar fashion as these historic examples. But the thing that this speculation often misses out on is that the modern Russian Federation is substantially less diverse of a place than it used to be during all of those previous collapses. The 1897 census in the Russian Empire revealed that only 44% of the empire's population at the time were Russians, meaning that ethnic and nationalist-based separatist movements in the far-flung parts of the empire were far easier to be successful against the Russians. The 1989 census in the Soviet Union revealed that only 51% of the Soviet population at the time were Russians. Again, meaning that ethnic and nationalist-based separatist movements in the far-flung parts of the Soviet Empire were far more likely to be successful against the Russians. But now in the 21st century, the 2021 census in the Russian Federation revealed that 81% of the population are ethnically Russian, meaning that Russia in its current form in the 21st century is substantially more of a nation-state than the hyper-polyglot empires that it used to be during previous collapses. In fact, there's only 12 administrative divisions within Russia today where ethnic Russians are even a minority, and in 8 of them, they're fairly significantly sized minorities. There are only 4 administrative divisions within Russia where ethnic Russians are a pretty insignificant minority, and the only 3 of them that matter with significant histories of ethnic separatism are all located in the South Caucasus: Dagestan, Chechnya, and Ingushetia. Surely, if things get bad enough for Russia and Putin is toppled from power somehow, these 3 areas with long histories of wars and separatism from Russia as recently as the 2000s may once again try at declaring their independence. But imagining that anywhere else in Russia will try and do the same, especially as Putin continues maintaining an overall approval rating as high as 82%, seems fairly unthinkable. But that isn't to say that a full-blown civil war happening within Russia is completely impossible. If the price of oil unexpectedly collapses in the future, the Russian government may struggle to continue on with its ongoing budget deficits and stimulus spending keeping the economy running. If Russia suffers vastly increased casualty rates in Ukraine and has to order new rounds of mobilization calling up hundreds of thousands of additional Russians, then even more workers get pulled from the already very tight labor force, and the Russian economy begins simply running out of people to fill up available jobs with, resulting in an eventual economic slowdown. And the West could always hypothetically expand their sanctions further to try and clamp down on all the neutral countries providing the Russians with loopholes. These hypothetical future outcomes would result in the Russian economy taking a bad turn, and all of them combined, a very bad turn. And combined with heavy human losses in Ukraine, Putin's popularity may begin to falter. Prigozhin rather foolishly launched his own rebellion before any of these preconditions had been met, however. The Russian economy was still doing fine. Putin's approval rating was at 81%, and he still decided to take his chances swinging anyway. At least for 24 hours before he likely realized that his entire organization was about to be completely destroyed. The Wagner rebellion he unleashed indeed could have destabilized a part of Russia's internal political machinations, but nobody from the outside world truly understands how the system of rule within Russia that Putin has carefully crafted over his 23 years in power actually works. But we do know that at least one major rebellion has already taken place under circumstances that seemed pretty good for Putin. If the economic and military circumstances change in the future, then what outcome does that portend? But Prigozhin only launched his rebellion in the context of horrendous difficulties and catastrophic losses that his forces and the Russians in general were suffering during the enormous battle for Bakhmut in the east of Ukraine. For over a year now to the present day, the Russians and the Wagner Group on one side and the Ukrainians on the other have each thrown tens of thousands of their soldiers and hundreds of their tanks into a fierce battle for control over the city, in a development that has been compared to the scale and intensity of the Battle of Verdun fought during World War I. A historical analogy made even more acute by the fighting around Bakhmut quickly devolving into attritional trench warfare that most Europeans thought they would never see happen on their continent ever again. The ongoing battle being fought here has since become the biggest and the most historically important battle fought in Europe since the Second World War, and the final outcome of it has the potential to determine the trajectory of the entire war, and indeed, the entire future of Ukraine and Eastern Europe at large. But unfortunately, due to the inherently violent, controversial, and recent nature of discussing a major ongoing battle in Europe that has already claimed tens of thousands of human lives on both sides condemned to fighting it, the next part of this video that would cover it would almost certainly cause the rest of the video before it to become demonetized and age restricted, which ultimately would mean that YouTube's algorithm would never have promoted any of this video to you, and you probably never would have seen any of it. But thankfully, I was still able to produce the next part of this video anyway because of the power of Nebula, where you can go and watch the next 40-minute part, covering how the battle for Bakhmut still being waged between Russia and Ukraine right now has evolved into the modern 21st century's flashback of Europe's darkest experiences from the 2 world wars. And this is also just one of more than 24 exclusive full-length real-life lore videos that you can only find on Nebula in my overall Modern Conflict series there, that can all only be found over there because of all of their darker, more controversial subject material. There are other episodes you can go and watch right now, like these 4 previous episodes covering the greater scope and timeline of the ongoing war in Ukraine from 2014 to the present day. These episodes covering previous Russian wars and interventions fought in Chechnya, Georgia, and Syria, or these episodes covering the recent international war against ISIS. Deeper dives into the civil wars waged in Yemen, Libya, and Syria, and dozens of others with brand new episodes releasing over there every single month. And what's even more, you also get access to all of the other amazing exclusive content on Nebula, because the best part about this site is that it's jointly co-owned by all of its creators, built by me and hundreds of other YouTubers and podcasters alike. And because it's a subscription-based service, we all get to work on way bigger and higher budget productions over there than we ever could do on YouTube. That's why there's tons of other exclusive content you'll find there that's equally fascinating from all of these other creators over there as well. And if you sign up for Nebula using my link, you'll also get free access to all of Nebula classes, where our creators host classes on how to be, well, a creator. There's classes by Sam from Wendover Productions on persuasive communication, or by Devin from Legal Eagle on copyright laws, or by Patrick Willems on how to make a movie, and dozens of others. All of which are great for aspiring future creators or anyone who just wants a peek behind the curtain. And best of all, if you sign up by clicking the button that's here on your screen right now or by following the link down below in the description, you'll receive an insane 40% discount for an annual subscription, which means it'll only cost you $2.50 a month for all of this awesome exclusive content from myself and hundreds of other independent creators, with even newer stuff coming out every single month. It's the absolute best way to help support what I'm doing here on Real Life Lore, and as always, thank you so much for watching.
The following is a conversation with John Mearsheimer, a professor at University of Chicago and one of the most influential and controversial thinkers in the world.
This video is
as uncertain.
The U.S. and China are fighting a war. It's not a war that you can really see, and it's not a traditional battlefield war with soldiers, at least not yet. This is a war that's being fought in government offices and company boardrooms. It's a war that's being fought with rules and regulations, and it's meant to stop rivals from getting their hands on the most important technology in the world: microchips. You might hear them called semiconductors, microchips, or integrated circuits. These are all the same thing. We're just gonna call them chips, microchips, tiny pieces of metal that are magic and that run our world. This is a big thing that's happening in geopolitics right now. And I want to help you understand the stakes of this new conflict between the US and China. It's going to be the center of global attention for years to come. And what we're seeing right now is how boring trade regulations and business rules can escalate to something that can impact your everyday life, because your life depends on chips, whether you know it or not. In fact, let me show you. Everything has silicon in it. Anything that has any technological smartness to it is a product of silicon. Tone. Oh, and it's not just like the usual suspects techie things. Yep, microchip. My refrigerator, silicon. My microwave, silicon. Nah, I'm just playing with you. This doesn't have silicon in it.
God damn it, man.
Just a few little things I found around the office, but like silicon is in your refrigerator, your microwave, like it is in your digital clock. It is what makes our world go round. I mean, we are speaking through silicon right now. Like, you are watching this on the internet that is made possible because of silicon on a screen that is being fired by a silicon chip. Like, everything is silicon in our world. Besides like the forest or something, or like, you know, analog cameras. So microchips make our economy possible, but it's not just tech. It's not just like consumer tech. It's also military. The military needs microchips. They need microchips for weapon systems. They need microchips for intelligence. They need microchips for AI. They need microchips to stay ahead of their rivals. Microchips represent geopolitical power because they represent military power. That's something to just keep in mind as we go through this story.
House of Representatives Nancy Pelosi is in Taiwan tonight, and China is already responding.
Lead the world in future industries, protect our national security.
We're in the middle of one of the most fundamental changes in the character of war in the history of mankind.
Hey, pause. I feel really strongly that the internet is a place where you can learn to level up your professional skills. I learned all my skills on the internet.
that is how I know how to animate and edit and film and do all of these things. The sponsor of today's video also believes this. Thank you, Scalar, for sponsoring today's video. Scalar is a place where you can go and level up your skills as a programmer or engineer. Scalar is a short-term accelerator program. It's like 8 to 11 months, and it's meant to enhance the coding skills of software professionals, basically make you way better at your job, and then to help you get a better job. A big part of the Scalar program is to hack the job recruitment process, to make you better at interviews, to get you in the right doors so that you can get better skills and then a better job in this industry. In addition to their curated computer science course, they offer one-on-one mentorships with like software professionals who are like on the front lines of this industry. They give you referrals. It really is just like a one-stop shop if you want to level up as a software professional. If you, like me, have a career in a very quickly changing technology-based field, you know that things are always leveling up, and the best way to stay on the front lines is a program like Scalar that will accelerate you, that will help you get in the right doors, and that will give you the skills that you need to stay on the cutting edge of all of this stuff. I am a giant proponent, like philosophically, of the idea that you can bypass big institutions where education is usually done and learn to level up your skills on the internet. Like, giant fan. It's like a principle for me. And that's what Scalar is doing here. They're giving you access to level up your skills, to become a better equipped software professional, and then to go get the job that you want in this industry. So if you are a software professional who's ready to grow their skills, Scalar is the place for you. There's a link in my description. Clicking that link gets you in on a free live webinar where you can go get a flavor for this. Trust me, your career will thank you. Thank you, Scalar, for sponsoring today's video. Let's dive back into microchips.
In 1959, the US was about to get very lucky. Computers at the time were becoming a thing, but they kind of looked like this. Tons of wires connecting everything, all of them sending little precise electronic signals to each other to solve tedious, complex math problems. It was clunky, it was inefficient, it wasn't very special, yet. But then 2 American engineers that were working separately at 2 totally different companies had a very similar idea. And the idea was to get rid of this, all these wires. There was this new technology that had cropped up called a transistor. It was like a really precise, reliable on and off switch. It allows you to control pulses of electricity super precisely. But at first, transistors looked like this. They were big and clunky, lots of parts. So the idea was, what if we start carving these little on and off switches onto a material called silicon? It's like a super abundant metal-like material inside of Earth's crust. But it's actually a horrible conductor of electricity. If you mix silicon with other elements, it conducts electricity really well. It is a semiconductor of electricity. Exactly what they needed to precisely control the flow of electricity very accurately. No more clunky long wires. Let's just carve our little transistor switches onto this silicon chip, a single circuit. That way we can fit a lot more into one place, all close together. So that's what they did. And then the world changed forever.
With the transistor, man has gone far toward matching some of the capacity of the human brain.
Okay, real quick aside here. We're gonna get to the geopolitics and stuff, but I was so curious about one thing. Why does being able to precisely control the on and off switch, or like the flow of electricity, do anything to change the world? Well, it turns out, this is where my mind bends a little bit. Just stick with me here. So transistors can turn on and off, and they send a signal that results in one of 2 things, a 1 or a 0 when it gets to the other side. Super boring and useless if you just have one little transistor sending a 1 or a 0. But if you have 1,000 of these switches, all sending little signals in the right order, suddenly you have something that kind of resembles a little brain, firing signals in a coordinated system that can actually solve logical mathematical problems and literally remember things. This is kind of how our brain works. It's pulses, lots of pulses. And now we're talking about computing. This is how computers work. The more pulses of electricity you can control, the more you can do with technology. And suddenly, there's a new gold rush in the United States. But the gold is now silicon, and the rush is to put as many of these little switches onto that silicon chip as possible so that we can make our technology do more and more sophisticated stuff. And now people have smarter clocks and TVs and radios and video games and calculators. Things that you can hold in your hand and press a bunch of buttons, and suddenly the silicon chip is solving math problems for you instantaneously. What is happening? This is magic. Oh, and it's not just tech bros in the 60s who are loving this. The US military and NASA are first in line to get their hands on these new chips.
They dream of using them for more sophisticated weapons or going to the moon. Chips were becoming a currency for national power. We gotta protect them, thinks the USA. Luckily, the USA didn't really have to do much to protect them at first. They were killing it. They were the global leaders of this chip-making stuff. Every year, US companies crammed more and more transistors onto this little piece of silicon. More calculations per second. More and more companies are now cropping up to make dreams come true with their new magical microchips. Lots of this action was happening right here in Central California, in a valley that would soon take on the name of the material that enabled all this magic to happen. By the mid-1980s, they were carving nearly 300,000 little on and off switches onto a piece of silicon. Oh, and look, it's Steve Jobs and Bill Gates.
Yes!
They're using these more sophisticated silicon chips to change the course of history. Home computing, color televisions, more advanced satellites, and smaller electronic devices of all kinds. There's a revolution happening. And over the next 30 years, the number of transistors that they can fit onto a piece of silicon starts to become ridiculous. And it's like the 90s, and these things are getting faster and smaller, and now humans have computers in their homes that are more advanced than the ones that were used to land on the moon.
Not only do they play the typical computer games that all the kids enjoy, but their curiosity for learning has skyrocketed.
And look, it's even smaller now. It fits in your pocket.
And we are calling it iPhone.
None of this is possible without these little magical brains made of silicon. Okay, but then a problem arises, and it has to do with these. These look like just factories where they make microchips, right? No, these are not just factories. We have a special name for these. They're called fabs, and they are a central part of this story. Because listen, cramming tens of millions of transistors onto a piece of metal-like substance from the Earth is hard to begin with. But as the number of transistors continues to double and double and double, making them becomes incredibly complicated. I mean, look at these operations. This is inside of a fab, and the reason why it looks like they're doing open heart surgery here is because even a single speck of dust that gets into this fab and onto one of these chips can totally ruin it. So yeah, it was American companies who are designing and making chips, but every year they have to spend more and more on these tedious fabs, these factories on steroids. They're getting really spendy, like billions of dollars spendy. Meanwhile, an ocean away, you've got a couple of economic miracles happening in all of these countries in East Asia that are rapidly developing. And they want in on this microchip gold rush. One of these countries is Japan, where a bunch of new tech companies were getting really good at making chips. And they could make them and sell them for way cheaper than the US. Oh, and by the way, this was with the help of the Japanese government who's like subsidizing this. Governments love microchips. That's going to be a theme in this video. So the US is hating this. They're kind of freaking out that Japan is getting in on all the chip gold rush. They got to do something about it. So it's 1987, and the US government basically says, no more Japanese chips. They put a 100% tax on Japanese chips coming into the US, which, not surprisingly, just crushes Japan's chip industry. Too bad, so sad, Japan, said the president at the time, who was, wait, what the hell, Ronald Reagan? The prophet of free markets and free trade? What's going on here?
Our aim is to increase our national wealth so all will have more.
Well, turns out that chips are really important. So important, in fact, that Mr. Free Market Economics abandoned his principles to protect American chips. This is a theme. We're gonna see a lot more of it. Okay, so let's move on. Meanwhile, another Asian economic miracle country is growing super fast and wants to get in on this. But they also are looking over at Japan and they're like, we don't want the US to squash us for trying to compete with them. So if we can't beat them, let's join them. Oh, and this is a really important foreshadow here. Taiwan is looking over here at their neighbor China, who's also getting really rich and more serious about making good on their lifelong promise to eventually invade Taiwan and, quote, reunite it with China. Kind of scary. So in the back of Taiwan's mind, they're also kind of looking for a way to get the West to protect them. So they made a bet. A freaking brilliant bet that solved all their problems at once. At the time, a bunch of engineers in Taiwan were actually leaving Taiwan to go to the US, to go to university there, and then to actually work for US companies in the cutting-edge microchip economy. Texas Instruments, Intel. So the first thing the Taiwanese government does is lure them back. They guarantee them jobs, they pay for their travel costs, they give them tax breaks to create companies. Their goal is to create a Silicon Valley in Taiwan, and it totally works. It's like a reverse brain drain. Thousands of engineers return to Taiwan to start companies and to help build the microchip industry in Taiwan. And one of those engineers is the one who actually changed the game. It's this guy named Morris Chang.
he had the best idea of all of them. He had seen that American chip makers were hating how much money they had to invest in these fabs, these really complicated factories to make microchips. His idea was, instead of trying to compete with the United States in the chip industry and get crushed like Japan did, let's become their friend. Let's solve their problem. We won't design chips, we won't make devices, we won't make the software, we will just make the chips themselves. We will become the masters of fabs, the tedious, expensive job of getting more and more transistors onto a piece of silicon. So he starts a company called Taiwan Semiconductor Manufacturing Company, TSMC. Super promising and creative name, Morris. And the government of Taiwan is super into it, because now they can get in on the chip gold rush, and instead of pissing off the United States, they actually will solve the US's problem. And, crucially, make the US reliant on them. So now they have protection, a silicon shield to protect them from their big aggressive neighbor. The government gave nearly half of the startup costs to Morris Chang to start this new venture. They connected him to venture capital, and according to Chang himself, the Prime Minister of Taiwan even called a super rich Taiwanese investor to force him to invest in TSMC. Whoa. Okay, yeah, wow. Like, you can see just how vital chips are. A little piece of silicon with a bunch of on and off switches. TSMC was basically a state-owned company from the beginning. So yeah, Taiwan's now in the game, and semiconductors are now becoming a geopolitical bargaining chip. A geopolitical bargaining chip? I kind of regret it. Sorry.
Processing.
Go in here, and I'm tied.
I believe I'm going to be the nominee.
So it's like the early 2000s, and semiconductors are now squarely a part of geopolitics. But meanwhile, in business world, in Silicon Valley, they are loving this Taiwan situation. Because now, instead of having to do all of this expensive, tedious fab stuff, they can just do the design and the software and the business side of it, and they can just ship it off to TSMC, and they do the rest, taking on the expensive, tedious work of maintaining their fabs and keeping them up to the cutting edge, which requires billions of dollars every year. Like, to keep some perspective, look at this graph. This is the number of transistors on a piece of silicon. By 2010, they're now getting 1 billion transistors onto a piece of silicon the size of your fingernail. And the only way to do that is to make each one of these insanely small. So let's just take a moment to blow our own minds here. Each transistor is becoming smaller than a width of a human hair. Wait, no, sorry, that's actually way too big of a scale. A human hair is like 90,000 nanometers thick. We need to go smaller, like a red blood cell. Wait, no, that's still too big. 7,000 nanometers. Okay, a virus, something that's not even totally alive. It's so small. Wait, that's 14 nanometers. Still too big. I mean, we are getting into insane scales here. IBM recently revealed a chip with transistors that are 2 nanometers thick, making them literally smaller than a strand of DNA. So in these fabs, the reason it looks like this is because they have to figure out how to do this and to keep doing it and keep making it smaller and smaller, providing the world with the most advanced chips. And this is why we have nice things. Your entire world revolves around what is happening on these little strips of silicon. More and more US chip companies don't actually have fabs. They design them, they do all the software and the machinery and the selling and the business, but the actual making of the chip happen in Taiwan. But as 92% of all advanced chips are now made in Taiwan, what this means is that the US is completely reliant on TSMC, basically. And finally, we're getting to the conflict. This is where China becomes really important. Because China, the most populous country, is suddenly very rich. And they want new tech too. So they become actually a giant customer of all these chips, buying 40% of all the chips in the world, meaning that they are now reliant on the US, who is reliant on Taiwan, to design and make their chips. So let's look at the modern chip industry as it all comes together, which is going to set the stage for how this conflict is playing out today. Here's a very simplified version of the supply chain. Again, very simplified. It's just insane. I'm not going to go into the full thing. The US is the one that manufactures the machines, the software, and the designs. Japan makes metals and chemicals for chips. The Netherlands makes this crazy UV laser machine that is used to carve the chips. And Taiwan, crucially, does the expensive, tedious job of actually making the chips. Almost all of the most advanced chips in the world are made in Taiwan. And then you have China, who is the giant customer in all of this. They're the ones who are buying more and more chips to grow their economy.
I mean, look at this beautiful supply chain. You've got a bunch of countries that are involved now. Everyone has a part to play, and everyone depends on each other for chips. Globalization is great. Economic interdependence is a recipe for peace and mutual prosperity. Right? I mean, it used to be. But there's something else happening with the supply chain that might be hard to see in this diagram, which is that the US is still the kingpin of this system. They're the most important player. They have the most important ingredients, the best designs, the best software, and the most machines to make chips. Taiwan, their bestie, has the second most important ingredients in all of this, the fabs that actually make the chips. China, on the other hand, is in a position of weakness. Their role is basically the big hungry chip consumer, totally reliant on their frenemy, the United States, and their annoying neighbor, Taiwan, who they want to invade, but now they're reliant on for cutting-edge chips. And what's at stake here for China? Well, it's not just their economy. They don't want chips just so they can have a bunch of cool tech. They want it because more and more, they need advanced chips for their military. So it's like the 2010s, China's military is getting kind of scary, but it's not that scary, says the US. We're not that worried. We'll always be ahead of China when it comes to controlling the supply chain, and our military gets first dibs on all the best chips. China has no chance of catching up ever. And this is true. China was truly behind. They did not have the tech and the designs and the companies and the ability to make advanced chips. They were reliant on the United States. If China pissed off the US, they could just take away their chips. And now, we have a rising conflict on our hands. China, this big superpower, is not going to let this happen. They realize that they have to do two things. Number one, they have to start making their own chips. They want to break free and stop relying on the US for anything. Make their own chips so that the US doesn't have leverage over them. And number two, and deeply related, is they want to continue to build up their military, to modernize it, to build more warships and satellites and high-tech missiles and drones, and eventually AI. All of this needs advanced chips, which they don't have. So they're like, we are gonna make them on their own. And the US is like, good luck, China. You're so far behind. Good luck trying to figure out how to do this thing that we've spent the past 60 years figuring out how to do, make really expensive chips. Experts in software and machinery and fabs, like, you have no chance. So how is China gonna catch up? Lucky for them, in China, there's a blurry line between businesses and the military. It's all kind of overseen by the state. And also lucky for them, there are loads of US tech companies that are addicted to making money by selling microchip technology to China. So instead of invent it themselves, they see an opportunity here. Need software and equipment for your new chip industry? Get it from the US. Need fancy chip designs and software? US companies have you covered. Need those high-tech chips produced for your military projects? American companies will sell them to you. And yes, TSMC in Taiwan will make them for you. Wait, China's using US technology to get ahead of US technology? What? In 2021, the Washington Post reported that China was building super advanced laboratories to test scary new weapons, including nukes. And guess what? They were using American semiconductor tech to do this. It started to become clear that American companies were selling tech and chips and software to Chinese tech companies that were actually just a front for the military. Wow. Yikes. The US chip industry is now allowing China to get ahead. This was starting to happen, but I think what really woke up the US is when this happened.
Huge step forward in China's military. China conducted 2 tests of a hypersonic missile system, technology that would allow it to fire a nuclear warhead faster than anyone else.
The US does not currently have the ability to even track this weapon, much less defeat it.
US military generals wake up one morning to discover that China has just tested a new weapon, a missile that flew around the entire world, going 5 times the speed of sound, a mile a second. Oh, and it's really hard to see because it flies below radar range. It's super nimble, maneuverable, and has the ability to carry nukes. The US had been working on something similar, but China beat them to it by years. And it was American microchip technology that helped them build it. Oh, shit. Yikes. This totally caught them off guard.
Says that US intelligence services had no idea that China was so far ahead.
It turns out that while the US government thought that they were running faster and that they were fine, they were actually fueling the rise of their biggest rival by giving them the technology that they need to get ahead. So the US decides that they've got to do something. China is ahead on these missiles, and they might get ahead on things like AI, and they're doing it with our tech. No more free trade, no more free markets. The government is jumping back into the chip game to sort this out.
Fundamental change is taking place today, politically, economically, and technologically.
All right, Joe Biden's like rolling up his sleeves. He's like, what do we do here? Step one, cut them off. No more chips for China.
The Biden administration published a large set of export controls on Friday in order to slow Beijing's technological and military advances.
The restrictions will limit Chinese companies' access to advanced computer chips.
And here we are back in the fun bureaucratic paperwork. Department of Commerce, Bureau of Industry and Security, docket number 220930-0204, RIN 0674. Certain advanced computing and semiconductor manufacturing items, supercomputers, and semiconductor end use, entity list modification. I'm not gonna go through this. This is just a bunch of rules that says no more chips to China. All those cutting-edge chips that China was buying from US companies, blocked.
The restrictions will limit Chinese companies' access to advanced computer chips.
Manufacturing equipment they need to make their own chips, blocked. All that US-made vital software that Chinese companies need to design their own chips, block, block, block.
We will bring these jobs back to our shores and end our dependence on foreign chips.
In fact, the Biden administration went super far to say that any company globally that uses US tech to produce chips is now blocked from doing business with Chinese firms.
To cut China off from certain semiconductor chips made anywhere in the world with US equipment.
Why stop there? Americans are now forbidden from working for Chinese chip companies. This is huge news. Like, this is huge news. This is happening. This is like, we're in the middle of this right now. But let's go back to that visual of the whole supply chain. If you cut off this, then yeah, you hurt China, but you also hurt the other side of this line, US chip makers. Like one example, this US chip maker, NVIDIA. They went from selling tons of chips to China to suddenly being banned from doing so. This has led to a $400 million loss in revenue in just 1 quarter. Poof, up in smoke. One of the biggest chip makers now totally cut off from their big customer because Joe Biden is afraid of the Chinese military, and for good reason, which leads to step 2 of this policy. The Biden administration wasn't going to leave these tech companies out dry, so they gave billions of dollars to American chip makers to say, hey, yeah, sorry we cut you off from your main customer because we're kind of getting scared of their military, but we have to protect our chips. Here's a bunch of money. Congress passed the CHIPS Act, which gives billions of dollars to these companies to create fabs back in the United States.
This time it wasn't Russia, but China, another rival power, would get way ahead of us if we didn't pull out all the stops. And this legislation is the first large step in pulling out all of those stops.
Government wants the fabs to come home to ensure that this most valuable technology isn't solely reliant on outside countries. And we're talking giant payouts. 50 billion taxpayer dollars go to companies like Intel, which is now opening a new fab in Ohio.
We are going to build the most advanced stuff in the world right here in Ohio.
Or even TSMC themselves, which is based in Taiwan, but is now opening a new fab in Arizona. Keep it in the family. Okay, so this is economic war, and the Biden administration just did a huge move. Reminder that the reason why this is important is because it's not just about like business or even missiles. This is about chips. Chips are not just chips. Chips are the future. Chips are power. Yes, chips mean economic growth and new cool technology, but chips also mean new weapons. Chips are the currency of geopolitical power. Kind of like what oil used to be, but now it's freaking silicon with a bunch of on and off switches on it. The US is taking control of its valuable resource and cutting China off. So the US makes this big move, cuts China off, and that, this is geopolitical conflict. They just made the move. The ball's in China's court now. How will they respond? And this is where Taiwan comes back into the picture. Taiwan, this small country that finds itself in the crossfires of this conflict. 92% of all advanced chips are made here, mostly by TSMC. The US is totally reliant on them. A few months before the Biden administration was doing all of this, making it illegal to sell chips to China, Congresswoman Nancy Pelosi visited Taiwan, not just to shake hands with political leaders, no. She was there to visit TSMC, the chip fab. What Pelosi was really doing here was signaling to Taiwan that they are vital to American security. The US relies on this and will protect it.
Came to Taiwan to make unequivocally clear we will not abandon our commitment to Taiwan, and we are proud of our enduring friendship.
And in doing so, she shows us what China's counter move might be in all of this. It might be Taiwan.
Are you willing to get involved militarily to defend Taiwan if it comes to that?
Yes, that's a commitment we made.
Okay, but wait, what this doesn't mean is like China's going to invade Taiwan and like take all the chips or like take over the fab or something. That scenario doesn't make any sense. If China invaded Taiwan, all they would find is a bunch of empty fabs if they weren't bombed already. They wouldn't know how to operate them. They wouldn't have all of the engineers and the software and all of the supply chain stuff that they would need to actually make chips. They would likely be fighting a war, and the US would probably get involved. I made a whole video about it, you can go check it out. Anyway, the effective counter move here for China would be to operate right on the edge of active warfare, to strike back at the US without provoking a military response. This is how big nuclear powers do it. They don't actually clash, they want to just sort of poke at each other. One scenario would be China sending a bunch of its Navy ships to set up in the ocean right around here, creating a kind of partial blockade. They could stop cargo ships that are coming to and from the island, kind of just slowing everything down, but really holding the silicon hostage, making it hard for the supply chain to actually work. I mean, just remember like the COVID-19 chip shortage or like supply chain shortage or even like the Suez Canal blockage from a couple years ago. Imagine those supply chain issues, but like on steroids, totally debilitating and being used for a hostile purpose to strike back at the US. Like Biden forbidding American companies to sell chips to China, the blockade would be a way to strike at your nuclear-armed rival without going too far, without risking too much escalation or a miscalculation.
It's incumbent upon us to stay number one.
To lead the world in future industries and protect our national security.
We are going to build the most advanced stuff in the world.
That's where we're at. We're in the middle of another economic war between big nuclear powers. We don't know what happens next, but one thing that feels clear to me is that Cold War vibes are back as these two great powers with different ideologies about the world compete with each other. This fight over chips will continue. And this idea in international relations that I kind of took for granted, which is that like globalization and interdependence is good and will lead to less conflict, it's being seriously challenged. Economic interdependence is being used as a weapon. That's what we're seeing here. And not just here. I made a video a couple months ago about how Vladimir Putin is cutting off natural gas to Europe. Frankly, it's not that much different than Joe Biden cutting off microchips to China. I mean, it is different in a lot of ways, blah, 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 we get it. But like the big mechanics of how this conflict is playing out is peculiar and is becoming a part of how conflict looks today. So even as this old school style war continues to rage in Ukraine, we're seeing an evolution of how conflict works in our world. Where once a lot of conflict revolved around natural resources like oil most recently, the currency of power, we've moved to an era where a magical piece of metal-like substance called silicon, pulsing ones and zeros, is kind of the new oil, the new currency of power, the new thing that we should protect to protect our military supremacy. So in a big shift of the trend of globalization, countries are now turning inward to protect their stuff, leading to a new era of distrust, severed connection, and rising tensions. Okay. Semiconductors is over. That's it. I'm now going to eat a Reese's peanut butter cup from Trader Joe's. Wow, it's good. Okay, that's the end of the video. Thanks to Scalar one more time for sponsoring this video. There's a link in the description that gets you on a free class if you want to try that out. I have a couple things I want to tell you about. Thanks for watching. I like to speak into a microphone at the end because it makes me feel like I'm a podcaster. Should I start a podcast? People are asking me to start a podcast. What should I talk about on my podcast? Anyway. Thanks for watching, everyone. So, we should probably talk about the newsroom. So we make a video, an extra video every month. It's a behind the scenes vlog where we like capture how all of this is made. There's a big team of people, lots of cool, fun personalities, lots of very skilled people who touch these videos. I'm just like one cog in the machine. That video goes live every month. And it's available to people who are members of the newsroom, which is what we call our Patreon. I just like to call it the newsroom because it's like cooler. On the newsroom, you also get access to my scripts, which are like big things that if you're like a journalist or a video storyteller, like could be useful for you. You also get access to Tom Fox tracks. Tom Fox is our composer. You get royalty-free music that you can use in your videos if you are a member of the newsroom. And you get the warm, fuzzy feeling of supporting independent journalism. So, the newsroom is over on patreon.com/Johnny Harris. Another thing that I should mention is that we have LUTs and presets, which are like a thing that you can buy, and then you can color your video
or your photos in the way that we color it. We worked with the professional colorists to develop these things. They're basically presets, and they are for photo and video, and they look really nice because I like things to look nice. And welcome to all the new subscribers here. There's been a lot of new people around the channel lately, and it's fun to have this community grow. So I'm going to keep telling stories and being curious and learning and looking for evidence and data and questioning my assumptions, and I appreciate you all being here. So I'll see you in the next one. Bye.
It's National Day in Taiwan. Outside the presidential palace in Taipei, this is more than just a parade. It's a show of defiance against an existential threat. China's military has just mounted its biggest show of force in a generation. A test run for a blockade or even invasion of Taiwan, a place China says is its own. Taiwan's president says no, and her people must be ready to fight.
台湾人民和朝野政党的最大的共识，就是捍卫主权以及我们民主自由的生活方式。这一点，我们没有妥协的空间。
1,000 miles away in the Great Hall of the People in Beijing, Xi Jinping is making Chinese Communist Party history. With a third term at the top, and making his promise and his threat that one way or the other, Beijing will take control of Taiwan.
我们坚持以最大诚意，尽最大努力，争取和平统一的前景，但绝不承诺放弃使用武力。
His words echo across the Taiwan Strait.
The Chinese government is adamant that it wants to, as it puts it, reunify with Taiwan. And yet a growing majority of the people in Taiwan are equally adamant that they don't want that. Now this simple but profound tension looks to be reaching breaking point.
The US is preparing for conflict in this strategically critical region, with Joe Biden saying America would come to Taiwan's defense. And that would mean a very big war.
The escalation would almost be immediate. A general war involving at least 4 or 5 countries, including the 3 largest economies in the world.
In a time already shaken by conflict in Europe, this would plunge the world into a crisis of historic proportions.
In this video, we're going to find out how we got into this dangerous situation and how to prevent it getting even worse.
In part 1, we go back in time to uncover the roots of the crisis, how a diplomatic breakthrough kept the peace for decades, but left a legacy of anger and betrayal.
Everybody, all 3 angles in this triangle are permeated with distrust. That is a consequence of the process we have used to get to where we are today.
In part 2, tensions begin to boil.
They fired missiles to the waters near Taiwan. They conducted very large-scale air and sea exercises. They conducted cyber attacks against Taiwan. The Chinese seems to be preparing for a war against Taiwan.
And in part 3, we project the dynamics in China, the US, and Taiwan into the future, to see where this dispute is heading, and to find out what, if anything, can stop it breaking out into war.
I think the danger is greater today than it has ever been before. The US and China are in this spiral of threat and counter-threat and counter-counter-threat, and Taiwan is caught in the middle.
We in mainland China believe Taiwan is part of China, and we have to reunify with Taiwan. The only question is through what means, whether it would be peaceful or whether we have to use force.
I think the key thing is for Beijing to recognize that if you go to war to seize Taiwan, you lose.
But let's begin by stepping back in time for a moment, because if you really want to understand what's happening now, you have to dig into another time in history when the geopolitics of the world are shifting. And just one thing, if you know your history really well, then go ahead and jump to part 2 at this stage. But I would suggest that you stick around for some pretty fascinating details that show how diplomacy can go right and very wrong at the same time.
It's February 1972 and Air Force One touches down in Beijing on a trip that would change the world. US President Richard Nixon breaking the ice of the Cold War to seek friendship with Red China. Before this visit, they had no relationship at all. Now that was to change.
The hope of our children that peace and harmony can be the legacy of our generation to theirs.
The trip was a huge gamble, but Nixon and his national security advisor Henry Kissinger had good reason for it. It was all about the battle for dominance in a divided world, and exploiting tensions between China's leader Mao Zedong and the much bigger enemy, the USSR.
They were seeing that what they had long believed to be a kind of unbreakable bond of socialist brotherhood between the Soviet Union and China was actually not unbreakable, and they wanted to help break it.
What impressed me is this kind of grand chessboard movement. China, although at that time was a poor nation, was still a very important chip. If you put China on its side, then the balance would change. And Richard Nixon, of course, saw this. Kissinger saw this. But at the same time, the Chinese government also saw this opportunity.
Mao had never really trusted the Communist Party of the Soviet Union. By the mid-1960s, they were actually having military clashes on the border between China and Russia. So China needed to find someone to provide a little bit of counterweight to the Soviet Union.
So when Nixon and Mao finally met, both had a major prize to play for. But before the meeting could actually happen, they had to solve a massive problem: what to do about Taiwan. Decades earlier, the US had forged an alliance with Chiang Kai-shek, the leader of the losing side in China's civil war. Chiang had fled the mainland for Taiwan in 1949, and he claimed he was China's legitimate leader of what he called the Republic of China.
The American alliance had been crucial for Taiwan ever since, but now it was going to be sacrificed to build relations with Beijing. This would be a diplomatic bombshell, and a political one too. Just think about it. An American president dropping a long-standing capitalist ally in order to make friends with a communist enemy in the middle of the Cold War. Nixon had to prepare the ground for this incredibly carefully. It had to work.
Henry Kissinger, Nixon's trusted national security advisor, was the man for the mission. He took a secret trip to Beijing to find a solution.
What Kissinger needed was some kind of a formula for talking about Taiwan that would survive the scrutiny of American politicians, many of whom strongly believe that the US should not throw over an anti-communist ally in favor of creating a relationship with a communist country.
Kissinger's sparring partner was Zhou Enlai, Prime Minister and Chairman Mao's powerful number 2. We don't have footage from the first secret set of talks in July 1971, but we do have the official US transcripts. Taiwan was absolutely front and center. Zhou set out his demands, expressing what was an article of faith for the People's Republic of China, the One China principle. In recognizing China, the US must do so unreservedly. it must recognize the PRC as the sole legitimate government of China. Taiwan is a Chinese province, an inalienable part of Chinese territory.
From their point of view, any territory that was part of the Qing dynasty at its height is part of China and should be in the People's Republic of China today. So the one China principle is there's only one China. Everything that was part of the Qing at its largest extent is part of that China. And the capital of that China is Beijing, and the legal government of that China is the People's Republic of China.
But over in Taiwan, Chiang Kai-shek also claimed to be the rightful leader of one China. A China not led by communists, but by nationalists. So Kissinger had to find a formula to satisfy Beijing without completely enraging both Taiwan and its American supporters.
So the fig leaf that they came up with was for the US side to say, look, we get it. We just recognize the claim held by both sides of the Taiwan Strait that Taiwan is part of China. And all we want is peace and stability. Solve the problem however you choose between the two of you, but solve it peacefully.
This fig leaf meant that Kissinger was establishing a version of one China that was very different from Beijing's. At the same time, Kissinger gave Zhou Enlai a hint that the Chinese would get their way in the long run. One's prediction would have to be that the political evolution is likely to be in the direction which Prime Minister Zhou Enlai indicated to me. But Kissinger's hint was not in tune with the political reality back home in the US.
So basically, Kissinger told Zhou Enlai, don't worry about it. You'll get what you want. Knowing that other people in the United States government would see to it that it was not that easy.
Still, Beijing went along with it, and Nixon's visit the following year produced the decisive steps towards establishing full relations, which Jimmy Carter and Deng Xiaoping would eventually formalize in 1979. This process left Taiwan looking very lonely on the world stage. It lost its seat at the United Nations, and many other countries followed the US lead in switching recognition from Taipei to Beijing. Some had already done so. But that fig leaf that Kissinger had produced to get Zhou's acceptance was also the beginning of a blurred, ambiguous US position towards Taiwan and China, with different parts of the US government pulling in different directions.
US officials had to go back to Washington and tell Congress, you know, we are going to recognize the People's Republic of China, and we are going to end our mutual defense treaty with Taiwan. And entirely predictably, those American politicians, especially again in Congress, said, oh, hell no, you're not abandoning Taiwan. We're not letting that happen.
So Taiwan's supporters in Congress came up with a law to soften the blow, the Taiwan Relations Act.
So they wrote legislation that requires the US to treat Taiwan as if it were a country that we recognized, and to continue to offer Taiwan the capability to defend itself.
Now, America's commitments in the Taiwan Relations Act are very carefully defined. They don't go as far as an alliance. That would clearly be a breach of the pledges to Beijing. Instead, they walk a kind of blurry line that's become central to America's position on Taiwan ever since, known as strategic ambiguity.
By saying to Taiwan, you know, you don't know for sure that we would support you if you provoked Beijing to attack you. And by saying to Beijing, you don't know for sure that we won't go to war against you if you attack Taiwan without provocation. So both sides are uncertain what the US response to their own actions might be. That's strategic ambiguity.
Despite all those hedges, The Taiwan Relations Act's commitments went too far for Beijing, which saw it as contradicting the deal they'd just agreed.
Between 79 and 82, Beijing was complaining constantly about U.S. arms sales to Taiwan. Like, we thought we were getting Taiwan back.
By this time, Ronald Reagan was in the White House, and he looked for new ways to keep all sides happy, with a new communique to satisfy the Chinese leadership.
In response to Beijing's complaints about arms sales, the Reagan administration said, okay, look, as long as things stay peaceful, we can reduce the amount and the lethality of the arms we sell to Taiwan gradually over time.
Reagan tried to balance this out with a set of promises not to abandon Taiwan any further, called the 6 Assurances.
This was quite a bit of diplomatic gymnastics by any standards. It did seem to settle things down for the time being, but in the long run, it couldn't stop problems with trust from mounting up.
If they agree that Taiwan is a part of China, so why would they keep on selling more and more arms to Taiwan? This kind of internal conflict or seemingly discrepancy is actually a purposeful collaboration between the Congress and the White House.
Washington's rejoinder is, you guys are not acting peaceful. And while the Taiwanese were happy to receive the 6 assurances, they also have this permanent concern that, eventually the U.S. is going to decide that protecting Taiwan is not worth it, and they're going to wake up one morning and find that they're on their own. So everybody, all 3 angles in this triangle are permeated with distrust that is a consequence of the process we have used to get to where we are today.
And at the heart of all this, a profound mismatch in perceptions of what the US and China even agreed all those decades ago, leaving unfinished business at the core of their relationship.
And sure enough, all of these contradictions and senses of betrayal and distrust are now bursting out into the open, into a very different world.
After nightfall in southern Taiwan, the Taiwanese army is holding live fire exercises, testing its strength to resist an invasion by China, and determined to show that it's ready for the fight.
但是我们仍会继续秉持着备战而不求战、应战而不避战的精神。
But conflict may be coming. Chinese military pressure has reached new levels. Massive exercises in 2022 were seen as a partial test run for a blockade or even invasion. Taiwan's Foreign Minister Joseph Wu condemned the drills.
They fired missiles to the waters near Taiwan. They conducted very large-scale air and sea exercises. They conducted cyber attacks against Taiwan. They conducted disinformation campaign against Taiwan. So put it all together. This is what they want to do to Taiwan when they want to invade Taiwan.
The exercises broke with established practice, crossing the so-called median line midway between Taiwan and the mainland.
The medium line of Taiwan Strait has been there for decades, safeguarding peace and stability over the Taiwan Strait. And without that tacit agreement, the two militaries are going to come very close to each other. And the Chinese are coming so close that it compresses the depths of our air defense, and it can create a very dangerous situation.
But the Chinese say they're just responding to American provocations.
August 2022, Nancy Pelosi lands in Taipei for a visit that set the world on edge. She's Speaker of the House of Representatives, the most senior American politician to set foot in Taiwan in a generation. She tells her host, President Tsai Ing-wen, she's come to support a democracy under threat.
We will not abandon our commitment to Taiwan, and we are proud of our enduring friendship.
Beijing responded with outrage, insisting the trip was a breach of US One China policy.
大家也都知道了，连日来呢，中方通过各种渠道，在各个层级反复地向美方阐明中方坚决反对佩洛西窜访台湾的严正立场。但是显然，美方和那些台独分裂的势力呢，没有听进去。
And those massive military exercises started within hours of Pelosi's departure. The message? America made us do this.
Honest answer is, if Nancy Pelosi didn't make the visit, we could not have the chance to have such a grand-scale exercise. So it is the United States that has provoked China and to make China respond. We just let the world know that we would not tolerate this kind of behavior. And we, PLA, would stand ready to even use military actions.
But the Taiwanese say the Pelosi visit really wasn't such a big deal.
If they can find Speaker Pelosi's visit to Taiwan as an excuse to launch such large military scale exercises, I think they can find many more excuses. The Chinese military threat against Taiwan will not stop Taiwan from making more friends. And at the same time, it will not stop international friends to come to Taiwan and show their support to us.
Sure enough, Western lawmakers have been streaming to Taiwan, including 2 delegations from Germany soon after Pelosi's visit. One participant told us that the trips were fully in line with Germany's version of One China.
It's no breach of the policy we have for many, many years. It would be a change if we would hesitate visiting Taiwan in these times, and that would be an important negative sign for Taiwan if we wouldn't go there anymore in these times where China is threatening Taiwan.
Halfway around the world, the war in Ukraine is also a major factor. Russia's invasion is increasing the sense among Western politicians that they need to look out for Taiwan. Germany's Foreign Minister Annalena Baerbock draws a direct connection between Russia's invasion and the Chinese threat to Taiwan.
This fundamental breach of international law by Russia against Ukraine cannot be tolerated, because otherwise it would be an invitation to other countries like China to also invade Taiwan.
Russia's invasion of Ukraine has been a giant wake-up call for Taiwan, and not just for political leaders or the military, but for ordinary people too. They're confronting the reality that if it can happen there, it could probably happen here too.
NGOs have been holding training sessions across Taiwan to try to get the public better prepared.
The biggest lesson from Ukraine is that it's a sharp reminder that peace is so fragile. It's a sharp reminder that our world can change overnight.
Here in the city of Taichung, people are learning basic skills that they might need in a conflict.
What we're doing is we're training civilians in crisis response. So that means teaching communities how to do first aid, how to treat severe trauma, how to do search and rescue, how to do emergency communication when our phones don't work, how to manage shelters, essentially how to keep communities running.
People come to spend their Saturday afternoon preparing for something they hope will never happen.
With the Ukraine war, things kind of changed. I think there's a little bit of more awareness and sensitivity towards how vulnerable our situation can be.
I think it really helps on creating these scenarios on where help us think that, okay, we are actually not in a place that is, that is safe, and we need to know how we're going to protect ourselves when things happen. Yeah.
This reflects Taiwan's growing sense of itself as distinct from China. Surveys show that a large majority of the population now identifies as Taiwanese rather than Chinese, and only a tiny minority want to reunify with China.
We elect our own president. We have a constitution. We have a standing army. We have citizens. We have the right to vote. We know that Taiwan exists.
And economically, Taiwan has become a global force to be reckoned with. Its semiconductor industry is the most advanced in the world and critical to global supply chains. The DPP party of President Tsai Ing-wen is known for championing Taiwan's autonomy and pushing back vigorously against Chinese pressure.
台海周边的情势紧张，威胁日益增强。国军各级部队在这段期间都加强戒备。
Tsai announced a big hike in military spending just after the Chinese exercises, and her government says there will be more to come. The US is by far Taiwan's biggest supplier of arms, and there's strong support in Congress to keep the weapons flowing.
I think there is a strong bipartisan consensus in seeing China as the pacing threat, economically, technologically, diplomatically, and militarily. So I think that bipartisan consensus is there, and it's very, very important. And it's certainly there in terms of helping build up Taiwan's ability to defend itself.
And this only makes Beijing angrier, saying it breaks with those deals made decades ago.
U.S. administrations have been violating such kind of agreement by increasing arms sales to Taiwan, by sending more and more officials to visit Taiwan. So this is clearly in violation of what they said. If they agree that Taiwan is a part of China, so why would they keep on selling more and more arms to Taiwan?
But for all China's anger over the US arming Taiwan, it's the massive growth in Beijing's own military that is the real game changer.
So the People's Liberation Army at the moment is undergoing a large-scale reform and modernization process under the leadership and guidance of President Xi Jinping, adding more advanced and more capabilities, more modern capabilities to the PLA's inventory in the air, sea, land, and of course also space and cyber domains.
And that process is pushing ahead on an accelerated timetable.
We probably will become as strong as the United States. You see, officially in mid-century, but probably we can speed up that a bit.
The man pushing all this forward, Xi Jinping, China's supreme leader. He insists that reunification with Taiwan is China's destiny, and he makes no bones about it. He reserves the right to invade.
解决台湾问题是中国人自己的事，要由中国人来决定。我们坚持以最大诚意，尽最大努力，争取和平统一的前景，但绝不承诺放弃使用武力。
America's top diplomat, Tony Blinken, takes this seriously and says Xi might act sooner rather than later.
There has been a change in the approach from Beijing toward Taiwan in recent years. And instead of sticking with the status quo that was established in a positive way, a fundamental decision that the status quo was no longer acceptable. And that Beijing was determined to pursue reunification on a much faster timeline.
What does this mean for the US position? What would it do if Beijing pulled the trigger? On several occasions now, Joe Biden has said it would fight.
Are you willing to get involved militarily to defend Taiwan if it comes to that?
Yes.
You are?
That's the commitment we made. Here's the situation. We agree with a one China policy. We've signed on to it and all the attendant agreements made from there. But the idea that it can be taken by force, just taken by force, is just not appropriate. It will dislocate the entire region and be another action similar to what happened in Ukraine.
Biden and his team have repeatedly gone on to equivocate over these statements, seeming to walk back from such clarity and return to that position of ambiguity nurtured over decades. But Beijing is drawing its own conclusions.
This is what we believe they are doing. They are holding out to this concept of one China. Because they still talk about it, but the substance is being changed. Yeah, with more such kind of visits, with more arms sales to Taiwan, with Joe Biden talking for 4 times about how the United States will defend Taiwan militarily, let's stop this. We're afraid it's changing.
I think if you look at it from both sides, from the Beijing angle and the Washington angle, there is a case to be made that both are simultaneously salami slicing the traditional notion of the one China policy. For the Americans, when you start playing around with the question of official level contact between the authorities in Taiwan and those of the US administration, the Chinese would argue that this begins to, bit by bit, salami slice the whole notion of one China becoming two China. That gets turbocharged by the erosion of the American traditional doctrine of strategic ambiguity into strategic unambiguity, which is where President Biden has left it most recently. Mind you, on the other end, the Americans would say that China has always known that America would be opposed to any threat of the use of force. And the deployment of military assets after the Pelosi visit came after a series of efforts by China in recent years to ramp up its own military efforts in and around Taiwan anyway. So the Americans would argue that China too is salami slicing one China policy by beginning to make more and more recourse to military preparations to take the island.
There is a growing sense that we're approaching a moment of truth. So in part 3 of this video, we're going to find out what, if anything, can prevent a war. Bali, Indonesia. The leaders of the 20 most powerful nations have come to a tropical paradise to talk about a world in crisis. This is the G20 summit, a group that's meant to coordinate the global economy. But right now it's dominated by the geopolitical struggles engulfing the world. The summit host, Indonesia's President Joko Widodo, sums up the fears of leaders in the region.
We should not divide the world into parts. We must not allow the world fall into another Cold War.
That message was aimed directly at the big beasts at the gathering, Joe Biden and Xi Jinping. Here not just for the summit, but for a hotly awaited meeting, their first since Biden became president. The two men put on smiles as they finally came face to face, and with the cameras still running, spoke of the need to get talking again.
Well, since you assumed the presidency, we have maintained communication via video conferences, phone calls, and letters. But none of them can really substitute for face-to-face exchanges.
As the leaders of our two nations, we share responsibility, in my view, to show that China and the United States can manage our differences, prevent competition from becoming anything ever near conflict.
And if you're wondering just how dysfunctional things have been between the US and China, consider this from one of the leading defense experts in Washington, someone close to the administration.
We have none of the risk reduction measures in place that we had even with the Soviet Union at the height of the Cold War. So there's no hotline where we know someone will pick up at the other end. There are no risk reduction protocols that we can use in a crisis to de-escalate if there's some miscalculation.
A crisis could easily break out. With China's growing assertiveness around Taiwan and the US presence in the region, the scope for dangerous encounters is very significant. Australia's former Prime Minister and China specialist Kevin Rudd wants the two sides to make compromises.
It would mean that the Americans should not move down the road further on the question of salami slicing the one China policy. And the Chinese should establish
what is this fucking term salami slicing, bro? You like making new shit up?
In eastern Fujian province and the island of Taiwan itself.
But even if Beijing and Washington can work out some effective boundaries for now, the basic problem
hasn't gone anywhere.
Whenever Taiwan is raised with Chinese officials, it's a non-negotiable issue. It's what they call a core interest, and not something that they're willing to compromise in any way on.
So looking ahead, what does that mean?
Stabilizing the relationship for the short to medium term to reduce the risk of unplanned, accidental crisis, conflict, and war in the relationship over Taiwan or other strategic red line issues. That's quite different from the long-term question of China's preparations for the 2030s, which is to have sufficient military and economic and technological power to wage war not by accident but by design to secure Taiwan.
And when you look at all of the players in this, at China, at the US, and Taiwan in the middle, you get a daunting sense of all three on collision course. So in this final part of the video, we're going to look at the dynamics in play and find out how can they avoid conflict. Let's start with China.
Xi Jinping could now be in power for another full decade, or even more. He's declared an historic overall mission, the rejuvenation of the Chinese nation. Xi's government set it all down in this paper on Taiwan, published just before the Big Party Congress. It contains 28 mentions of national rejuvenation.
And how do you get national rejuvenation? By reunifying with Taiwan.
Xi Jinping wants to be the guy in political office who finally delivers Taiwan back to Chinese sovereignty.
We in mainland China believe Taiwan is part of China, and we have to reunify with Taiwan. The only question is through what means, whether it would be peaceful or whether we have to use force.
What's changing, and therefore making it more dangerous, is that China has now begun to perfect the military technologies to execute the mission. China now doubts America's political and resolve and military capability to resist.
The military drills we saw in Part 2 reinforced this picture. Still, representative Chinese voices insist that they are in no hurry to use force.
It's a last option because, of course, it is in our own best interest to have peaceful reunification with Taiwan, which I believe one day will be realized. So we in mainland China are not actually that impatient to say that we have to have a timetable for reunification. You have never seen any announcements of Chinese government for a timetable of reunification.
And yet some are questioning whether Taiwan's growing sense of self we saw in Part 2 might start to change that calculation.
In the past, we've thought about how Beijing thinks that it has time in its favor and in its advantage, that it can wait for the opportunities or the political developments in Taiwan to change on the ground to suit conditions that it sees as more favorable for peaceful unification. The trends that are happening in Taiwan at the moment, politically speaking, demographically speaking, don't make that very likely in the near-term future.
And when you ask the Chinese side under what circumstances they would choose force, the response leaves almost anything possible.
Let's hear about that from Zhou Bo. He was a high-ranking officer in the PLA and is now a senior analyst at one of China's top universities. That means he's closely connected to those in power.
There are actually three situations in which non-peaceful means would have to be used. One is the declaration of independence by the separatists in Taiwan, which I believe is not quite possible because they won't be so stupid to suddenly declare independence to invite a military response from the mainland.
He's right. This scenario is unlikely. The Taiwanese government has consistently gone out of its way to avoid any official declaration of independence.
The second is major events that lead to the separation of Taiwan from mainland China. I personally believe this is some kind of situation just like Nancy Pelosi's visit to Taiwan. That is basically about external interferences.
This scenario is wide open though. As Joe points out, the Pelosi visit actually happened.
The third situation is that if mainland believe that this kind of separation will last forever and all possibilities of peaceful reunifications are exhausted.
And this final scenario is equally vague. China could declare it at any time.
And permeating the Chinese thinking in these scenarios is the idea that one thing stands in the way of China's destiny: America.
I think it's really important to remember that the centrality of the Taiwan issue to the Chinese Communist Party is entirely a decision that the Chinese Communist Party leadership has made, right? Why do they prioritize it? I think they prioritize it because they believe that the only reason Taiwan is still not in their grasp is that the US is frustrating their intentions. So Taiwan becomes a kind of pawn that Beijing is grappling over with the United States.
And you sense increasing confidence in Beijing that it can take that pawn.
China is getting stronger. And because China is getting stronger, and because China very likely would surpass the United States to become the largest economy by the end of 2030. So this is a heavy blow to America's mentality. We in the mainland, are firm about our determination to have a reunification one day, and will continue to build our military to be better prepared, even for a worst scenario.
And the White House is preparing for the worst case scenario too. The latest national security strategy from the president's team makes clear that it sees China as the #1 threat to America's standing in the world. It says that China has both the intent to reshape the international order and increasingly the economic, diplomatic, military, and technological power to do it.
The US response to this is incredibly wide-ranging and also specific. In one move, for example, the Americans pretty much cut China off from their highest-end semiconductor technologies, not just the chips themselves, but any US-related technology used to make them. Now, this sounds pretty technical, but it's a momentous severing of ties aimed at slowing China's technological development.
And the official behind the rule says there's more to come.
So we are going to continue to look at not just what we did in semiconductors, but other areas that the Chinese are using to threaten the United States and its allies.
And specifically on Taiwan, the declared US strategy is also firm. We will uphold our commitments under the Taiwan Relations Act to support Taiwan's self-defense and to maintain our capacity to resist any resort to force or coercion against Taiwan. There's also a growing sense of urgency among leading defense analysts, a fear that the timelines that they've been thinking of so far are shrinking fast.
We've been preparing for that, thinking that maybe that's something that would we could see a crisis in the 2030s. And so most of U.S. defense planning is focused on that time period. But what I think we've started to understand is maybe events could conspire to encourage Xi to act sooner. We have to be prepared to deter China, not just in 10, 15 years, but in 5 years.
Allies in Europe are increasingly concerned too. Germany's Chancellor Olaf Scholz, known for his cautious approach to China, used his first visit there as Chancellor to publicly urge Beijing to safeguard stability.
Wie die USA und viele andere Staaten verfolgen wir eine Ein-China-Politik. Ich habe gleichermaßen aber auch deutlich gemacht, dass eine Veränderung des Status quo von Taiwan nur friedlich und in gegenseitigem Einvernehmen erfolgen darf.
And Scholz's deputy said this about the prospect of a fight over Taiwan.
This will have disastrous effect on the whole world. We have seen that
a regional conflict like the Russian war on Ukraine has brought the whole world into turbulence, that would be far more catastrophic. So this is something we definitely have to avoid, and I hope that China knows that the whole world is watching.
And for America's friends in Asia, the prospect of such a war on their doorstep is deeply unnerving. So the US is piling resources into the region, trying to strengthen its position and get its allies up to speed too. The AUKUS alliance to supply Australia with advanced nuclear submarines is a prime example. The overriding goal, deterring China from launching an attack.
Deterrence is the name of the game here. This is not a war that either side should want to ever fight. I think the key thing is for Beijing to recognize that if you go to war to seize Taiwan, you lose.
But seen from China, all of this is an attempt to obstruct its legitimate rise as a global power. A policy of containment, Cold War style.
Clearly, Americans' intention is to contain China, while China is still not number one power in the world. So under this kind of background comes this question: how useful would Taiwan be for the United States in containing China? So this is my suspicion. Yeah, otherwise why would the United States strengthen its ties with Taiwan?
And as we saw earlier, it looks like US support for Taiwan is only going to increase. One of the few things that America's bitterly divided political system can agree on.
There's one thing you can say that will get both sides of the aisle to support your proposal, and that is, this is against China. So a lot of what we see are US politicians jumping on the bandwagon, which is, I think, really fundamentally an anti-China bandwagon. But they have mistaken the anti-China bandwagon for a pro-Taiwan bandwagon.
From this perspective, American support for Taiwan becomes a paradox, at once essential for its survival, and yet potentially dragging it into the middle of a much larger fight.
I think the danger is greater today than it has ever been before. And I think the primary responsibility for that is in the deteriorating relationship between the US and China, in which both sides are perceiving the other as profoundly threatening and perceiving themselves as behaving defensively. So the US and China are in this spiral of threat and counter-threat and counter-counter-threat, and Taiwan is caught in the middle.
And here in Taiwan itself, you can't escape that feeling, especially in a place like Jinmen Island, just off the Chinese coast. A place bristling with defenses that have been here for decades.
If you think of Taiwan as a potential front line in a conflict between the United States and China, well then this really has to be the front line of the front line. Here in Jinmen, we look across the bay here to the Chinese city of Xiamen, less than 5 kilometers away across through the haze. This is China's doorstep. It feels very, very close.
And Jinmen has been directly targeted during China's military exercises, with drones probing at guard posts. In this instance, Taiwanese soldiers were reduced to repelling them with rocks. The incident exposed gaps in Taiwan's defenses.
The Chinese are trying to engage in cognitive warfare. They want to shoot some scenes and to show in their social media, to show that the Taiwanese soldiers are incompetent, things like that.
So what can Taiwan do in the face of such a gigantic threat?
The buzzword when talking about defending Taiwan is asymmetrical warfare. The idea that the Taiwanese side will always be outnumbered and outspent by China. So how best to deal with that situation?
This is sometimes called a porcupine strategy, to make Taiwan as prickly as possible.
Their job is to buy time in the event of Chinese aggression so that the international community can respond and assist. So it's things like sea mines, anti-ship missiles, air defenses, missile defenses, mobile systems, anything, and actually resistance. I mean, we've seen the power of the population resisting in Ukraine. Well, Taiwan needs to organize itself to be able to mobilize that kind of popular resistance.
This is where people like Enoch Wu come in, training citizens in survival skills. He has a military background and has close connections to Taiwan's government.
Our national survival is Taiwan's biggest challenge of this generation. And so this threat has been around for a long time. What's different is that it's escalating at such a pace. It's important to train in a way that allows our defense to be more resilient and more survivable and more credible. Right? That means being trained to fight and operate in a decentralized manner, right? In a dispersed manner. Right? So these are all work that we need to do because the PLA is continuing to invest in its capability and we need to keep up.
Enoch Wu unapologetically rejects the formula of one China, while stopping short of China's red line on formal independence.
There is one China and there's one Taiwan. I think for all intents and purposes, everyone, the 23 million citizens that live in Taiwan, we understand that we are already independent. The fact that we can vote and decide our own future, chart our own path, means that we're independent.
But others call for a more conciliatory tone towards China. Eric Chu leads Taiwan's opposition Kuomintang Party, or KMT, which ruled for most of Taiwan's post-war history, but is now in opposition. He draws very different lessons from the Ukraine war.
We strongly encourage our government also to create any channel of dialogue, any channel of any possibility to avoid the accident or avoid the crisis of war, just like whatever happened, you see, in Europe, Ukraine. We strongly support the people of Ukraine to defend their country. But I think Taiwan can learn from the Ukraine war if we can maintain the channel of dialogue between Taiwan and China or Beijing and Washington. I think the risk could be reduced.
Is there any prospect of some historic new breakthrough on the level of the 1970s? Something to finally solve the issues that Kissinger and Zhou Enlai kicked down the road?
I believe that some creativity needs to be applied to this both by the PRC, the United States, and the Taiwanese to get back to a political track somewhere on some formula for the future which might accommodate both sides' long-term political aspirations. Easy to say, hard to do. It certainly won't be one China, two systems.
One country, two systems. That was the deal China struck when it took Hong Kong back from Britain. China's recent repression there has left the idea with little credibility.
One China, three systems, well, that's a possibility. Are there permutations and combinations of some greater Chinese confederation which leaves Taiwan effectively untouched in all of its dimensions, internal and external, short of formal nation-state status? Perhaps that's the basis upon which we should think about encouraging the Chinese and the Taiwanese, both of whom would hate the formula, by the way, to get around a negotiating table to begin to look at other models.
Sure enough, it's hard to detect interest in such an approach right now.
The policy of this government is to safeguard the status quo. The status quo that Taiwan is already a democracy. The status quo that Taiwanese people have a say over Taiwan's future.
And yet Beijing has made it very clear that it does not accept the status quo.
They just wish to maintain the status quo, and then this kind of status quo of separation will last forever. So this is not the good wishes or the wishes of many China. We wish to become reunified, but we haven't laid down a timetable. So that is why we have to make sure to have all options open.
How long can this tension hold? China refusing to accept the way things are, the US determined to stand in its way, Taiwan clinging on for dear life. All of them know what the stakes would be if it does come to war. Kevin Rudd spelled them out in brutal detail.
A general war involving at least 3 or 4 or 5 countries, including the 3 largest economies in the world, the United States, China, and Japan. Secondly, tens, if not hundreds of thousands of Taiwanese civilians dead, because the bottom line is Taiwan would fight. And thirdly, unknown American and Chinese combatants, assuming America became engaged. And finally, the crashing of the global economy, because you would then be thrown into deep recession and probably depression, as there was a seize up in all forms of international commerce and trade and financial markets involving these 3 globally dominant economies.
And yet, when he spoke to us in Taipei, Joseph Wu insisted that in the long run, he's optimistic, although he treads carefully about what might be his greatest hope.
This democracy is going to prevail in the long run. On the contrary, if you look at China's political system, it might look powerful and it might look threatening. But authoritarian regimes might profoundly weak. Look at their domestic issues that they have to handle these days. Maybe all of a sudden the Chinese people will say that no, this is not what we want. We want something like Taiwan.
So are you counting on the Chinese Communist Party collapsing and democracy coming to China? Is that your greatest hope?
No, that's not what I said, and I'm not going to predict. But we have faith in Taiwan's democracy. As long as we are democratic, I think we will be doing fine.
It sounds like trusting in the tides of history. But in the dangerous years ahead, it will be down to everyone to keep the peace.
The US and Russia, China and India, 2 separate long-term rivalries and 2 flashpoints for global war. But what if China and Russia decided to set aside their differences and join against an Indian-American alliance? Who would win, and how would that war play out? The rules of this war game are, as usual, no use of nuclear weapons allowed, and no other allies can be called upon. First, let's take a look at each contestant's military might and see what capabilities each would bring to the table. First up is India, the world's 4th most powerful military, with an active duty force of 1.4 million and a reservist force of 2.8 million. India can call upon a deep pool of manpower to prosecute any war. India also possesses a formidable air force with 590 fighter aircraft, 804 attack aircraft, and a huge fleet of surveillance and transport helicopters that numbers at 720. India, however, suffers from a lack of attack helicopters, with only 15 in its inventory. This may prove to be a crippling deficiency in any attempt to combat a Chinese-Russian incursion over its mountainous northern and eastern borders. India does, however, maintain a force of 4,400 combat tanks, of which about half are modern or semi-modern T-90s and the indigenous Arjun main battle tank. India is also equipped with a staggering number of towed artillery, 4,100 pieces, meant to make it impossible for their Chinese rivals to penetrate Indian defenses across the mountain gaps of its northeastern border. Its naval forces include 1 aircraft carrier, 14 frigates, 11 destroyers, 22 corvettes, and 16 submarines, a sizable collection of naval hardware that its immediate threat, China, would be hard-pressed to defeat. Next up is China. China is the most populous nation on Earth and maintains an active duty force of 2.2 million with a reservist force of 510,000. With an air force totaling 1,125 fighter aircraft, 1,527 attack aircraft, and 281 attack helicopters, China has a serious advantage in the air over India. Yet China's pilots are undertrained compared to their Western counterparts and forced to fly under strict supervision from ground controllers, a huge liability in fast-paced modern air combat. China also has a force of 7,700 tanks and 6,246 towed artillery, backed up by 2,000 self-propelled artillery, mostly ballistic missile launchers, which would pose a significant threat to Indian and American forces. On the sea, China maintains a significant force with 1 test aircraft carrier not rated for combat operations, 50 light frigates, 29 destroyers, 39 corvettes, and 73 submarines. While larger in number than Indian naval forces, China lacks the ability to maintain long-term logistical support for any deployed ships, meaning only a small number of them could operate far from China's shores for longer than a few weeks. Underpinning China's military might is also the fact that its military is severely affected by systemic corruption, so much so that China's own leadership doubts the ability of the Chinese military to fight and win a major war against a near-peer power such as India. On to Russia. Russia has the world's second most powerful military, with an active duty force of just over 1 million personnel and a reserve force of 2.5 million. With 818 fighter aircraft and 1,416 attack aircraft, Russia's air forces are formidable, but would be severely hampered in war by a lack of reconnaissance assets. As one Russian military analyst put it, we have long-range, sometimes precision-guided weapons, but we don't always know where the target is. On the ground though, Russia maintains the world's largest tank fleet, numbering over 20,000. However, this figure should be taken with a grain of salt, as the number includes many thousands of Soviet-era tanks that have long been decommissioned and would need weeks to bring into service, and even once operational, would be decades behind in capability, firepower, and protection versus modern tanks. Russia's naval fleet has severely atrophied since the collapse of the Soviet Union, but it still maintains 1 aircraft carrier, 9 frigates, 13 destroyers, 78 corvettes, and 62 submarines. Though Russian vessels are on the whole aging and plagued by maintenance issues, they are still armed with very modern and capable long-range missiles, making them a force to be feared. And finally, the world's chief military power, the United States of America. The US enters the conflict on India's side with an active duty force of 1.3 million personnel and 800,000 reserve personnel. With 1,962 fighter aircraft and 2,830 multi-role aircraft, the US has almost double the air power of Russia or China. Its naval aviation forces alone are on par with either nation. Its fleet of 973 attack helicopters ensure that ground offensives are well covered, and it is rare that an American infantryman finds himself without fire support. A proponent of blitzkrieg warfare, America also maintains a fleet of 5,900 tanks, almost all of them modern Abrams variants, and 39,000 armored fighting vehicles, giving its ground forces unparalleled mobility. While lagging behind in numbers, America's 950 self-propelled, 795 towed, and 1,200 rocket artillery platforms often feature smart, precision-guided munitions. In fact, of all the militaries in the world, the United States uses the most precision-guided munitions, featuring them on almost every combat platform and giving US forces incredible lethality. At the onset of war, Chinese and Indian border forces stationed across the length of the Himalayas would come into immediate conflict. While initial predisposition of forces favors the Indian army, the narrow roads and valleys of the mighty Himalayas would make anything but meager gains all but impossible. Artillery would devastate any sizable forces trying to move through mountain gaps, leaving most of the combat action to light infantry units supported by helicopters. With Chinese forces primarily stationed along its eastern coast, India would initially have the upper hand both
Hello everyone and welcome to this pre-recorded edition of Intelligence Squared with Kei Jin and Gideon Rackman. I'm Connor, I'm senior producer at Intelligence Squared, and we recorded this session in the studio on the 12th of May to discuss Kei's new book, which is called The New China Playbook, in which she says there are a lot of myths in the West that need to be dispelled. And she also wants to shed light on how the new generation, the younger people growing up in China today, differ from the Cultural Revolution generation and also I suppose people in their 40s and 50s who grew up under the capitalist reforms of Deng Xiaoping from the 1980s onwards. It's a really interesting conversation, and we hope you enjoy it, and thank you for all your support of Intelligence Squared. Now let's go to the episode.
We're recording on Friday, May the 12th from our studio in London, and I'm excited to introduce our guest, Kei Jin, who's an economist and professor at the London School of Economics. She's an advisor to the China Banking Regulatory Commission on FinTech, has advised and consulted with the World Bank and the IMF. She's born and raised in Beijing in China, but she attended high school and college in the United States, so is a rare but completely bicultural person, and we'll touch on that during the discussion. Your new book is The New China Playbook, Beyond Socialism and Capitalism, and you deal, I think, in a fascinating way with a lot of fundamental questions about how China's developing socially and economically, and I'll get onto that very quickly. But as I mentioned, you're somebody who's at home in both the US and China, and yet now there's enormous tension between those two countries. It must be a kind of difficult period for you thinking about that.
Well, first of all, it's great to be with you, Gideon. Thanks so much for having me. Indeed, it's for me, but also for a large swath of Chinese people who have had education in the West, and to actually do work around both countries to feel extremely sad and frustrated. It's a period where, you know, it's two countries where we see could have enormous possibility in spurring each other forward and collaboration, even competitive collaboration. But it's really sad to see the misunderstandings that have shrouded even rationality, and it's becoming increasingly dangerous to not see each other's perspective.
Yeah, I mean, you talk about it as misunderstanding, and I'm sure there's a lot of that. I worry that it could be something even worse, that it's actually a clash of interests, that these two countries, say over an issue like Taiwan, just want fundamentally different things, and that no amount of discussion is going to talk that away.
There are many people feel that there's almost very little hope because the two countries have two different worldviews, different political systems, and different value systems. And even with economic convergence, there has been very little convergence elsewhere. But we also have to remember that this is a vicious circle to believe that nothing can be worked out, and then it's a self-fulfilling prophecy. So we must do utmost to avoid that. But we have to look at the practicalities, the economic issues, the substantive issues, because frankly, the two economies are in their worst state of economy for various reasons, as well as is the rest of the world. But there could be things to be done.
And I mean, it's interesting also because the histories of the two countries have become, certainly the economic histories are so tightly bound together over the last 40 years. I mean, I doubt the rise of China would have been nearly as rapid without the opening of the American market, but also the American economy has been transformed by the way in which it's cooperation with China.
We also often forget that China is no longer an exporter of cheap furniture and toys, but actually a main exporter and importer of intermediate products, which accounts for 2/3 of global trade. We just don't see that. But these intermediate products makes companies more profitable, makes companies more productive. The likes of Apple, the likes of Western companies and Chinese companies. There's a lot of things that are not in the headline news that are just as important. We're talking about trillions of dollars at stake with economic disengagement between a $15 trillion and a $21 trillion economy.
Well, we'll get back to disengagement at some point later, but I'd like to go back to, if you like, the beginning, the opening of China, because as you make clear in your book, you were of the generation that grew up when China was still poor, your family experienced rationing, and you've seen this incredible transformation. Just give me a sense of what's happened over the course of your lifetime and what you witnessed.
In the early 1980s, we lived in communal kitchens and let me start again. In the 1980s, we lived on rationed food and cooked from communal kitchens, and even 11 square meter apartments were considered a luxury. And I remember reading poems with my father under candlelight, 3 nights of blackouts every week in Beijing. And fast forward, now my classmates have, you know, houses and computers and cars, and they've seen everything. It's a big transformation. But for me personally, to have come to the West when I was a teenager and to see that the first thing they asked me was just about, you know, the political issues around China. But then a few years later in college, people were learning Chinese. They were going to China, for American students, by the way, to seek jobs, to seek opportunities. All of that within 10, 15 years, an enormous, amazing transformation.
And particularly must be incredible contrast with the experience of your parents' generation, because your father was caught up in the Cultural Revolution, like so many of that generation, indeed like Xi Jinping, sent out to the countryside, and then has seen this political, I mean, the Communist Party is still in charge, but it's an unrecognizable country from that period. How much is it difficult for your generation to understand the experiences of the Cultural Revolution generation?
Well, one of the big themes in my book is about this change in generation. And we have to understand that China going forward is going to be shaped and determined by a completely different generation from the generation of my parents. More prosperous, confident, grew up in relative prosperity compared to my parents' generation, who have gone through physical and psychological hardship. They're invariably risk averse. The new generation consumes and has a knack for lifestyle consumption and borrows. My parents' generation save for a rainy day, and that has come to become the defining feature of the Chinese economy. But all of that is about to change with the arrival of new generation. The new generation has also forgotten some of that memories of the Cultural Revolution, of the Great Famine, and they look at the world with more open and clear-eyed views. They data have shown that they're more open-minded than the previous generation on a range of issues, including diversity. Even they care about social issues like the environment and animal wildlife, which is all progress. So we're about to see a new playbook powered by a new generation with a different outlook, and I would say with more values that converge with the younger generation around the world. So they are a positive force for China, but they also have pressing challenges themselves currently.
And you know, there's a fascinating chapter in your book about them being also the generation marked by the one-child policy, and which I think comes in more or less at the same time as Deng Xiaoping opens up the economy. And I think you said in your book that in your school class, like, everybody was a single child.
There was one exception. A Uyghur classmate of mine had a sibling.
But other than that, 40 kids, all single.
Absolutely.
I mean, have you been able to, I guess because everyone's like that, it's hard to assess what the psychological impact of that is. But although you talk about it a bit, and it seems to me a combination of intense pressure and also perhaps a sense of entitlement.
I think that people underestimate or don't fully understand the profound social and economic consequences the one-child policy has played on China and, frankly, the rest of the world. This generation is highly educated, but also grew up in super competition, overburdened, very lonely. I mean, don't forget the Chinese are the inventors. This generation are the inventors of the only singles day in the world, a day in which they splurge and borrow, and Alibaba gets to process 500,000 orders per second. At the same time, they have obligations to their parents who now only have themselves, only have one child. And so they have to face, as the Chinese people in general have to balance between deference to authority, at the same time, their free-willed, independent thinking and that education that has empowered them. It's always a balancing act. So they have a unique set of problems. And of course now with the rising housing prices, can they afford to have a bigger family? And they have shown in the statistic that they don't want to get married anymore and they don't want to have as many children. All of these are social consequences somewhat related to the one-child policy.
And of course the government has now reversed the one-child policy, but from what you're saying, there may be an irreversible social change already in train.
The habit of having no siblings, small families, is one thing. I think the government is desperately trying through a variety of factors, including cracking down the education system and even coming up with very creative ways to encourage single women to have children, something that is radical considering such a traditional culture and society, and including the real estate, reining in the real estate sector. all has somewhat to do with the new generation. But the fact is, 25% of college students last year
You done
didn't
for
get
the
a
weekend?
job. The high youth unemployment rate of 20% above. A big gap between expectations and reality.
Okay,
Not
do that
fulfilling
in
their
front of the
dreams are all a
camera.
present challenge for the Chinese government.
Yeah, and that's
You're not in
stunning
front of the
statistic. You
camera.
know, if I just think about it from first principles, here you've got this economy that's been growing
You feel scandalous?
for the last 40 years. Very
You
small
should feel
rising
scandalous.
generation
You're on
of
camera,
generation,
babe.
and yet you say 20% of graduates are unemployed. How can that be?
It's interesting that there are 30 million manufacturing jobs that need to be filled and that can't be filled by 2025. And in high-tech sectors like semiconductors, there are 300,000 vacancies this year. This shows you that
Why tomorrow?
is not that there are not enough jobs, but there's a big gap.
Oh my god, this is gonna be another one of those fucking things.
Very well educated and impressive. However, they don't have internships. Many of
Okay.
them don't show the kind of business acumen and flexibility, mental flexibility, because they have been overburdened by a competitive test-taking, rote memorization kind of
I'll think
education
about it.
system. So they're not that appealing to the private businesses that demand passion, interest, ethics, and some
45
experience.
minutes.
So I think that there are lots of things to fix, and they will be a positive force for the new generation.
6:30.
The whole economy
Meet at
has to
6:30.
change somewhat.
Yeah, but there's an interesting, again,
All right.
in the book where you say that there was a...
Okay. A little under an hour left on stream, boys and girls.
Assembling the cigarettes were all graduates.
All right, I'm going back in. Love you.
On that line.
Top masters and college students in cigarette factories, nannies that have master degrees from Columbia. These are all things that have caused a social uproar. You got to ask, the Chinese families, what is it all about? Their hope, right? It's all about the next generation. For a long period of time, the bottom run of society was happy and content because they knew that their children could have a better future. That's what sustained, that was the bedrock to social stability. Today, it's a completely different issue with reduced expectations that even if you poor and about 25% of household expenditure are devoted to educating one child, if you are investing that much resources, in the end, your kid doesn't get a good job, then what is your hope? How are you going to look into the future?
And the kid itself must feel horribly demoralized because all the family's hopes are poured into them, and then perhaps through no fault of your own, you haven't delivered.
There's a new phenomenon called lying flat, basically giving up. Now that's become a focal point for the Chinese leaders. They don't think that this is something that should be encouraged. But I want to take a different perspective on this. Lying flat is not about being utterly disgruntled and giving up per se. It's also come to characterize a part of the new generation that is more relaxed, that's less ambitious, that is less hungry. Now, don't forget that when China joined the WTO, one of the core reasons why
in 2001.
That was in 2001 when it was so successful was not because of the subsidies, but because there was a large swath of really productive and super hard-working labor force where the Foxconn workers opted for 3 shifts a night. That generation is gone. That's not the current generation of new workers. So we want to think about China's new generation as having a better lifestyle, life consumption balance, and work-life balance, and have a different vision, different perspective. They're not going to compete and race for the bottom, and that kind of job is going to be passed on to other countries. It's always a cycle of renewal.
What about the kind of social, political implications of that? Because as you say, you cite in the book a few kind of world values surveys which suggest that, perhaps surprisingly to many in the West, Chinese people are basically among the more contented in the world. I don't know, what the methodology of these things are, but let's take them at face value. But if you now have a rising generation who have disappointed expectations, that must be a concern. Well, it's a concern to any government, but to a one-party state which relies on its legitimacy. Performance legitimacy is a phrase the Chinese have often quoted at me. Are they concerned about that?
They're currently now very focused on the new generation. Let's not forget that the young generation were a critical part of ending the pandemic controls. And so their credibility, their legitimacy rests on the trust of this new generation. So there are a variety of things that the Chinese government is doing. For instance, expanding the capacity and quality of vocational schools. The gap in manufacturing, as I spoke about, is because China is primarily still a manufacturing-based economy. So they want to educate and equip these students, the new generation, with the right skill set to fill that gap. They are expanding the service sector, where many of these highly educated people can be absorbed more than manufacturing sectors. So, and even, you know, the common prosperity policies, which includes, you know, trying to crack down on technology and education sectors. Of course, it was unfortunately implemented and had severe consequences on the economy, but by design and intention, they were trying to make the society more harmonious, less competitive.
This is where they said, they almost overnight said, private tutoring illegal. And that why was that done? Because they felt too much money and too much pressure on people.
Too much pressure on the kids, overburdened by tutorials. It's a race to the bottom because everybody spends to have more tutorials, and that doesn't get you anywhere.
Just give me a picture of the kind of social life that involved for the children involved. What was going on?
They have the busiest schedule of everybody. Saturdays and Sundays packed with 5 classes a day and tutorials even after classes during the weekday. Even people from the working class are sending their kids to tutorials, you know, really spending a lot of money, but to what effect? In the end, it's all the same. It's all just test taking.
Yeah, and so overnight the government said, okay, this is going to stop.
There were also you know, there were also exploitative motivations of these private tutorial companies. So I think the intention is not a wrong one, but you basically killed a part of the industry overnight. And these kind of dramatic moves we often find so radical in the Chinese government. Sometimes they're first of all meant to make a loud, you know, make a big point to signal, and then they're gradually rolled back. So it's a process of constant recalibration and fine-tuning, and the pendulum often swings, but it's often very dramatic in the beginning.
Yeah, but it also tells you something about how dramatically the Chinese government's way of operation differs from, say, a standard Western government. I can't imagine the UK government saying overnight, okay, no more private tutoring, that's it. Couldn't be done, really.
The Western governments have argued for a long time about regulating big tech, regulating AI, and little is done. China, for all what you disagree with, their implementation procedures can move quickly once they've made up their mind. So there's pros and cons of both.
Yeah. Just on this aging thing, I mean, one of the great things that you hear all the time is this phrase that China will get old before it gets rich, that inadvertently Deng Xiaoping kind of put a landmine under the Chinese economy because dependency ratios are going to go wild out of whack. You'll have a shrinking population, an aging population, and that this is what, in the end, will slow the Chinese economy down, cause it big problems. What's your take on that?
I don't agree with the view that aging is what's going to cause the Chinese economic slowdown. As I mentioned, I think just deploying the most productive and educated part of the labor force today is a more pressing issue. But also, I tend to believe that the economy is endogenous, that technologies and demographics interact with each other, that there will be more adoption of labor-saving technologies, just as the case in Japan. And we're now talking about artificial intelligence displacing many jobs. The question is, can you get the right kind of education to deal with a modern economy? Can you get the people who are present, who are educated to do fulfilling jobs? And here, I think the government can play a big role. And by the way, if you look at the economic impact of demographics across countries internationally, something I've done research on, it doesn't show up as a significant factor driving major slowdowns in the economy. Countries like Japan and other places which have had aging issues, there were other really, really pressing macroeconomic factors that were more dominant as driving force.
Yeah, well, I mean, you mentioned the deflation of the Japan bubble, and obviously those parallels are in everyone's minds. I think, well, maybe, you know, China will be a bit like Japan, have this incredible surge and then suddenly slow. And one thing that did strike me as a parallel is property. There was a big property bubble in Japan, and there does seem to be one in China as well. You make the point that people on salaries that are like maybe a quarter of an American middle-class salary are paying similar prices for flats in Shanghai that they would be paying for in Boston.
Japanese lost decade was in large part due to the collapse of the big asset bubble. We have not seen the collapse of a big asset bubble in China, at least not yet. Even with the reining in the property sector, we've seen investment slow down, negative investment growth, but the prices have not fallen dramatically. And the reason is multiple-fold, but one is that there's still a huge pent-up demand for urban properties. If you think about the Chinese rural population, by the way, 600 million of which have not even reached middle income by international standards, they all want an apartment in urban areas. It's a status symbol. As I mentioned in the book, bachelors want to have a property to kind of showcase that they are eligible. So the pent-up demand is there. There was an oversupply for a period of time because property for all this time was a quick win, and that has just completely changed. But it's nowhere like Japan, where there was a big collapse and a break of the bubble currently. So I don't think that China is going to suffer from a Japanese economic decline.
But just give us a sense again of what it feels like socially, having these very high prices. Again, there's an incredible anecdote in the book where you talk about the difficulty of getting an apartment in Shanghai, which somehow led a young person to get their parents to divorce so that they could buy a property. Just explain to me why that would be necessary. How does that happen?
Property has been an obsession for Chinese, and part of the reason is that if you look at the financial system, what can you invest in if you have some money? Stack it under your mattress is one, putting in banks and earning a zero real rate of return is another, or putting into the roller coaster stock market, which haven't really paid off. So there are not a lot of choices. So even as an investment, property has been very popular for Chinese households. Now, in places like Shanghai, the demand is so high that you'll have these kind of very creative ways, and by the way, not surprising at all, to deal with and to circumvent these restrictions. And we have to understand there are...
Sorry, the restrictions being what?
Being that you're not eligible to purchase a second house unless you meet certain criteria. So divorce was one of the possibilities, but there are also all kinds of rules that I can't keep track of. But we have to understand there's a big heterogeneity throughout within China. The first and second tier cities, which do show, the first tier cities show evidence of a property bubble, whereas for the rest of the country there is no evidence of property bubble because the growth of property prices has been roughly in line with household income growth. And so for many third, fourth tier cities, the price can still keep on going up.
Yeah, but in Shanghai, Beijing, etc., the prices are, at least by Western standards, kind of out of whack with income.
Well, no, we have to think about it in this way. Housing price is an expectations of the future.
Right.
If you believe Beijing and Shanghai is going to be a cosmopolitan global city of the likes of New York and Tokyo, then high prices show up today. So it could also reflect highly optimistic views about the future, and now you can say that is no longer rationalized, so there will be an adjustment. But for a long period of time, they were looking forward. And by the way, there are a lot of really wealthy Chinese people all around. So.
Yeah, I mean, again, you talked about how the younger generation have certain parallels with the issues that young people in the West have, and you must have a view on both because you teach at the LSE, so you know lots of kind of, Western students, but you also, teach in Beijing and so on. Is there the same sense amongst the Chinese young that the system isn't working for them anymore, or rather that if you're a member of the elite, if you've already got money or if you've got connections, you'll be okay. But if you're not, you're kind of looking from the outside in. I mean, I remember when I was in Beijing at one point talking to a student at Tsinghua. He made it, but he was from a small city. And he said, there's so many kids in my class from a few schools in Beijing. From my city, maybe one person got to this university. And it reminded me of the kind of laments you get here in Britain about, the rich still dominate universities, all Harvard legacy students. Do you see a parallel?
Meritocracy has always been the bedrock of society, Chinese society, especially in the last 40 years. There's an argument to be made that there's somewhat an erosion of meritocracy, which I find to be very frustrating and a big challenge to China. But still, until very recently, if you look at the surveys, the expectations of the young is still pretty rosy in China. Big contrast to the younger generation around the world. It was only during the pandemic pandemic, where many of the university students felt extremely frustrated. I think that some of that sentiment has changed, but there is not the sense that the system isn't working for them. It's whether the economy can recover enough, that there will be confidence, that there will be jobs. And yes, there's a greater frustration with the circumstances, but these young people look at what's happening outside of China. They look and they are not inspired. They look at what's happening with democracies, what's happening with the random police shootings in the US, or the democracies that have been transposed onto foreign soil in various parts of the world. They look at the chaos in Hong Kong. They're not inspired. They don't think that there's an alternative of a better model. And that shows in the surveys. In surveys, they ask the younger generation whether China would be suited for a different and alternative model, and the majority of them do not believe so, even though they admit that there are huge challenges for the Chinese system.
I was actually kind of had an open question about those figures you cite, because you say that 38% of young Chinese say that a Western political model would not be suitable for China, but that leaves open the possibility that the other sort of 2/3 might think it was suitable.
The sentiment towards the West changed in 2017. So I'd say that before 2017, many of them were quite attracted by different forms of political systems, at least as a possibility for China, and looking at the West. But things did take a dramatic move in 2017.
What happened then?
Trump as an example, and of course with rising tensions of US-China.
But of course 2017 is also the year that Xi amends the constitution and extends his period in power, so that could also cause a few question marks, yeah?
But that's the time when the Western perceptions in particular have shifted for the negative. We just have to understand that there's superficial globalization, the fact that we like Hollywood and NBA, etc., that is very appealing for the young Chinese. But their cultural roots are overwhelmingly local. As I show in my book, the statistics, 80% of the students from 2013 have returned to China, not only because it's close to home, because they have good Chinese food, of course, that's important, but also because of the opportunities that are afforded them, the entrepreneurial spirit, the fact that people had great jobs in Google and Facebook also opt to go back to China to make their life, and the fact that they're creating their homegrown kind of culture, modern culture, cosmopolitan culture, so vibrant in the second-tier cities. So they are fostering a different environment there.
Yeah, I mean, how has the pandemic and the handling of the pandemic affected the relationship between people and the government? Because you mentioned it ended very suddenly when there were young people demonstrating, and that was quite striking, that the government shifted so quickly. What do you make of that episode? More than an episode, a couple of years.
I was reassured that when there was concerted pressure from the younger generation, but also from the people, potentially even the local governments, that such a long-term kind of or steadfast policy was broken. It shows that there are mechanisms, this is a very important point, that there are mechanisms embedded in the systems, whether it's from the people and social media or the competitive mechanism within the Chinese government, that makes it so that preferences are still revealed and potentially shape the outcomes of political and economic decisions. Now, of course, that is the ongoing challenge as the Chinese government has to manage a much more complex society going forward. Not like the time when I was born and everybody was content with having a growing income. Today, it's increasingly complex, but this new generation, young generation, overturning a key policy was more positive for me. But we also forget...
But you said the preferences revealed. I mean, they were revealed by people demonstrating on the streets. It wasn't a particularly sophisticated polling exercise.
Absolutely, but it's a two-way monitoring system, and social media creates that kind of platform, not only for the Chinese government to watch what's happening on the ground, but other way as well. And I think that basically the complex, well, anyway, let me start over. I think the complexity of the society is a big challenge for the Chinese government, and they do listen. They do listen. Now, I still think the ongoing challenge challenge is how do you have the political mechanism to include the much more important participants of the economy, like the private businessman, the entrepreneur, in that system. If they don't do it and they don't adapt, the system is not going to be as powerful or will enable the Chinese dreams, aspirations that it has laid out.
Yeah. And you use the phrase the Chinese dream. It's one that Xi Jinping uses, and he talks about the great rejuvenation of the Chinese people. But I know some economists worry that Xi is so statist, or as they see it, that he's in danger of killing that entrepreneurial spirit, and they point particularly to the fate of Jack Ma, who was the icon of Chinese business, appeared to say something or do something the government didn't like, and is now, as far as we know, sort of teaching students in Tokyo.
He's called back now.
Oh, really? Is he? Well, yeah. Well, tell me
Yes.
first what you made of that episode, but also more broadly what it said about the government's relationship with the most dynamic business elements in society.
Well, the first thing to note is, broadly speaking, there can be a coexistence of seemingly paradoxical and irreconcilable things in China. That's something that perhaps a Western audience ought to keep in mind, and that no policy is permanent and they're constantly being fine-tuned. So the pretext of this is under the umbrella of common prosperity under President Xi, how to achieve equitable growth. But I think perhaps what the audience can relate to is that in Xi's view, China doesn't want to be like the US, a high growth, a great economy, but highly inequitable, and politics sing to the tunes of corporates. China wants an olive-shaped income distribution, narrow on the ends and fat in the middle. It wants the corporates to sing to the politics, to sing to the tunes of politics. And so this initial dramatic, sweeping regulatory clampdowns and technology companies that had consequences for personalities and private businessmen, such as Jack Ma, was, of course, a devastating blow to the economy because of the confidence issue. However,
Did it wipe $1 trillion off the stock exchange?
Yes, it did, because
extraordinary figure.
because of American investors couldn't make what was going to happen to the private entrepreneurs, and that's all very understandable. Now, that's a painful lesson for the Chinese government, understanding that whatever they say, their intentions, their ambitions have real economic and immediate capital markets consequences. That was not the case in the old playbook, which was economy built on industrialization. In the new playbook around innovation and encouragement of entrepreneurs, they have to have credibility and commitment, something the Western government struggled with for a long period of time to learn. Now is the learning process for the Chinese government. However, that said, now you see that in the recent past, in the recent last few months, the state has rolled back some of these heavy blows, invited Jack Ma to come back, and there's a lot of luring private businessmen and trying to restore that confidence, because guess what? Today's China's economy, the private sector is firmly in the driver's seat, and they do the heavy lifting of the economy. Unlike during the financial crisis of 2009, they call on Team China, state banks flush with cash, and state-owned enterprises splurging on infrastructure, and you get the economy back going. That no longer works. So even if the West believes that there's a statist approach of President Xi in control on the SOEs, the reality is that pretty much everything about the economy is driven by the private sector, and the government is keenly aware of that.
Yeah, and obviously now both the development of the economy, but also this emerging struggle between the US and China that we started on, technology is absolutely key to it. And how and there's a debate. Some in the US say, China, because it's not as open a society as us, is not going to be able to advance as rapidly technologically. Others say, well, look at mobile payments, for example, where China was way ahead, and that China will, in fact, surprise, if you like, liberal theorists and prove that you can have rapid technological advance in a one-party state. What do you think's happening? I mean, just on the ground, as you observe these various sort of groundbreaking technologies, if there is a race between China and America, who's ahead?
I think that we ought to be a little bit more nuanced when you talk about technology, which is a very broad concept. China's very strong on innovations around business models and applications, and frankly, coming up with practical solutions to real problems. By the way, developing countries, their biggest problem is not that they don't have access to the most advanced technologies, but they don't have access to technologies they can actually use. And these would be Chinese technologies, more suitable for them, for 80% of the global population, than American technologies. So I believe that
because they're cheaper or simpler to use?
Because they're cheaper, reliable quality, all that access, and that they solve practical problems. So they're more user-friendly for developing countries.
Well, give me a couple of practical examples.
For instance, solar panels, or the renewables is a very good example. EVs will be a very prominent example. Remember that the technology, controversial technology, forced technology transfers, if you will, didn't make China leap ahead in traditional automotives, but it's often in greenfield technologies where China has spearhead. EVs is one of such examples. But even
in fact, I read in the Financial Times, no less, that next year China will become the world's largest exporter of cars.
China has became the largest consumer and producer of EVs within a decade, not least thanks to the government rolling out 4 million chargers around the country, as opposed to 140,000 in the US. So talk about, and the state coordinating supply chains around these EV companies. So that comes back to the point about technology, right? Yes, the US is putting out a bunch of aggressive policies to try to hobble China's technological growth, but we have to remember, China has an all-encompassing innovation ecosystem within the country. There's close proximity between the downstream players like EVs, autonomous vehicles, and artificial intelligence companies with chip companies. Their close proximity means that their demand will drive these innovation efforts, and we have to remember that there are a lot of unexpected consequences of American policies, because that just gives a huge boost to the domestic industry. So it's much more complex than saying US-China technology competition and decoupling.
Mm-hmm. And I mean, one thing that everybody's been waiting for is the moment at which China becomes the world's largest economy. I think in purchasing power, it happened actually in 2014. But even when that happens, it will still, on a per capita basis, be much poorer than the United States or Western Europe. And you write quite a lot in the book about, can they make this leap from a $10,000 per person economy to a $30,000 per person economy, and that will be very difficult. I mean, are you confident it'll happen?
Well, that's the hard part. The catching up growth. I don't want to underestimate this remarkable economic success story, but catching up is much easier than becoming a rich country. And to become the $30,000 income per capita nation, you need innovation, because productivity growth is the only sustainable source of economic growth. And lots need to change. For instance, institutions needs to be better. The financial system, which supports innovative companies, needs to totally reform. They are the last old dinosaur in the Chinese economy. Why? Because the Chinese state likes control. They don't want to cede control. They want to protect retail investors. But the longer they protect, the longer it will take for them to learn, and you can never get a dynamic, vibrant financial system. Of course, with all the problems in the US, I would still argue that it's one of the key critical contributors to US's innovation system. And then, of course, as we were mentioning, how do you get a wider, diverse set of preferences from businessmen to students to people to be reflected on the top? All of that is really important. It's easier to copy goods, but it's very difficult to copy good institutions.
Talking of which, I mean, as I referred to earlier, Xi is now, entering his third term, and as some Chinese liberal put it to me, it's not the third term that worries me, it's the fourth, it's the fifth. Do you think that Chinese institutions have this flexibility that you think they need?
Political reforms have lagged economic reforms. I'm not saying that there has been none. There have been, but it's significantly slower and much less visible. I think it is a big challenge. I think the system has always been able to adapt to the evolution of society and the economy, even in the last 40 years. More competition, more checks and balances. Of course, it's taken a few steps back in the recent years, and I do think it's a big challenge. But with today, I mean, at least for the short term, let's just hope that the fact that Xi's inner circle are loyalists means that there's going to be more trust in the inner circle, and that there will be more delegation, at least in terms of practical issues like the economy, to the experts and to the technocrats, and to trust them.
Yeah, and since there has just been a reshuffle, a lot of these names won't be familiar to people in the West, but who are the key people in the inner circle who will be driving things like economic reform?
Well, I would say that Li Qiang, the premier, is the most important figure. And we have to remember, all of these standing committee members, Politburo members, have all been deep, profound beneficiaries of reform and opening up. And they're not going to forget that. That's what changed their personal lives. And Li Qiang's background is also very interesting because he rose to the top by helping private businessmen succeed. And he had made famous speeches even when he was more lowly, on lowly municipal levels of, if you guys have great ideas, come to me. We're all going to support them. And he thoroughly understands the deep frustrations and challenges that face private businessmen. So he has made it clear that he wants to support them. And by the way, when he was Shanghai mayor, that's when Tesla also moved their factories there, and he was very encouraging of these foreign businesses. So I think we have an eminently practical and sensible person in charge of the economy.
Okay, well, we've talked a lot about the things that made China's growth and this economic miracle, I think you can say, take place over the last 40 years. And you mentioned things that were crucial, innovation, the private sector and so on. But I guess one thing that was really crucial was peace, that this has been a long, China hasn't been at war since 1979. But now, I think, certainly in Washington, it's quite striking and alarming how many people openly talk about the possibility of a war with China. I haven't been to Beijing since the pandemic, but people tell me the mood is quite nationalistic there. Just to finish on a depressing note, but how, as somebody again who knows both societies very well, are you concerned about this prospect of war and of a sort of mirroring nationalism? Because people say that the rising generation of Chinese, you said they're more confident, but that some say they're also pretty nationalistic, and that's reflected at the top levels of government, and there's a potential for a clash.
I think the whole world is becoming more nationalistic, including in the US and many countries in the round world, and that is deeply worrying. You mentioned something that's absolutely correct. That's deep in the Chinese people's heart, even today, and especially leaders, and it is peace. The cost of war is still very fresh in the memory. China has not fought a war for decades, as you mentioned. So even on this very timely issue, the critical issue of today, of Taiwan, we can't forget that, well, they haven't had the experience of these military confrontations. And so peace is still very much at the core of the leadership's top agenda. They understand that for China to reach the aspirations, including President Xi's aspirations, which is, by the way, most important, making the Chinese economy the biggest in the world, requires peace. And nobody is going to forget that. However, I think that errors in judgment, miscalculations are increasingly more likely. And
on both sides?
On both sides. And one cannot tell where the escalation is coming from. It's interactive, it's dynamic, it's endogenous. And the risk of a miscalculation is real. And I think both sides understand that. But what we do see is that when the temperature has been too hot for both sides, the presidents have respectfully tried to cool it down. I think maybe there's a view in China that left to the parties across the Taiwan Strait, there's more possibility of working out a solution, a peaceful solution. But the military conflict is really the very last resort that China would want to see.
Okay, well, with that quite relatively hopeful note, thank you very much for joining me, and thanks to the listeners for listening in.
It's been a pleasure, Gideon. Thank you.
Cheers.
Good evening, everyone. It's great to be here. So a big thank you at the outset to Intelligence Squared, to our great panel, and to all of you for being here. Our discussion tonight, the theme, China, friend or foe. So before we get started with the panel, let's just check what your thoughts are. Let's just check the mood of the room with a quick show of hands. So all those who start with the position China friend, could you give me a hands up? I'm going to get the panel to help me measure. How many do you think roughly that is? Show of hands. Percentage of the room. It's probably about 30? Something about 30? Okay. China foe, hands up. Probably roughly the same. So does that leave about 40% of don't knows? How many of you are don't knows? Let's have a show of hands. Yeah. I would say. A third, says Malcolm. So obviously a huge question, and in no particular order, I just thought earlier today, random news stories running through my head, some of the things that have happened in the last few days, the last few weeks. A Chinese billionaire described Australia as a giant baby after it revoked his visa over influence operations. Some of the big corporations, Caterpillar, Apple, Jaguar Land Rover, warned that China's economic slowdown was damaging their sales and damaging their profits. A Chinese ambassador accused Canada of white supremacy after the arrest, as you will remember, of a senior Huawei executive in Canada, and then the subsequent arrests of 2 Canadians and death sentence for a 3rd Canadian in China. China landed on the far side of the moon. An Air New Zealand flight was turned around in mid-air en route from Auckland to Shanghai, reportedly due to problems over references to Taiwan in its documentation. Closer to home, here, the UK has seen more applications for entry to its universities from China and Wales in early 2019. Oh, sorry, from China and Hong Kong in early 2019 than it has from Wales. China and Wales, that's a good combo. And the UK Chancellor of the Exchequer, just to finish off this little random list of stories, the UK Chancellor of the Exchequer had his visit to China cancelled after the UK Defence Secretary said a new aircraft carrier would be deployed on a freedom of navigation mission to the South China Sea when it's operational. The Huawei Cybersecurity Evaluation Center said it could only give a limited assurance that there was no national security threat from Huawei's operations in telecoms in this country. The National Cybersecurity Center said risks should be manageable. Talks to avert an escalation in the trade war between the world's 2 economic superpower continue. So, China friend or foe? It is a complex question, as just that brief list demonstrates, but we will attempt to navigate it this evening, and to make it a little easier to do so, we're going to divide the discussion into 3 parts. We're going to start with economics and economic relations. We're then going to move on to security, and then we're going to have a discussion about values. And obviously, all these 3 shade into one another, but we'll roughly follow that route. Let me now introduce the panel who are going to do the work for us on the question of China friend or foe. So at the far end, Martin Wolf, who is Associate Editor and Chief Economics Commentator at the Financial Times. His most recent book, The Shifts and the Shocks, What We've Learned and Have Still to Learn from the Financial Crisis. Ke Jin, in the middle, Beijing-born Professor of Economics at the London School of Economics, and Ke is a specialist in macroeconomics, international macroeconomics that is, and the Chinese economy. And closest to me, Sir Malcolm Rifkind, a veteran Conservative politician who served as Defence Secretary and Foreign Secretary, and in the mid-90s, as Foreign Secretary, he managed the last stages of the handover of Hong Kong to China. He has also more recently chaired the Commons Intelligence and Security Committee, which oversees the work of MI5, MI6 and GCHQ. So, enough from me. I'd like to ask each of you 3 now to give us a brief outline of your top answer to the question China friend or foe. Martin, do you want to get us started? You have 1 minute, max 2.
Okay, well, I'm very much with the third group who refuse to choose between friend or foe, and I think that's the right position to take. The first reason is I don't think it's a very helpful category in thinking about our relationship with this country. And the second reason, which I think is very, very important, is that whether China turns out to be a friend or foe depends only to a modest degree on objective circumstances, but I think to a very considerable degree on how we treat it. So we're working very hard, particularly in the US, to make it a foe, but that's not because of the intrinsic nature of the relationship, but because of how we behave. We are important actors. The key point to understand is that China is an enormously important reality, a huge power, a huge country, non-Western, with a very different system of ours. And what we are going to have to do is work out a relationship which is as productive as it possibly can be, because it's not going away. And so I define the proper relationship, and have done so in several pieces, as one of, I hope, productive competition and cooperation. And managing that balance is what our future in the world is going to depend on.
Thank you. Koyu.
I think the world needs more friends these days than foes, and it's important to cast China in the right light. On the one hand, the world in the West tells China, well, you are a big country, it's time to take up greater responsibilities. And on the other hand, it chastises China for too much engagement. But what is too much engagement? It has become one of the largest financial supporter to international organizations, UN peacekeeping. It is funding about $340 billion of infrastructure deficit in the world, and offering $60 billion of financial assistance to Africa. For every $1 that the US spends on clean energy investment, China spends 3. And it's it's taking up about half of the global investment now on renewable energy. More importantly, China is deeply enmeshed in the global system. It does well when other countries do well. That is probably the single most compelling reason for why China is supporting globalization and upholding multilateralism. So the important thing, and I completely agree with Martin, is how do we align the interests of China with the interests of the rest of the world? And demonizing China is not going to solve some of the deeper intractable issues in Western liberal democracies, but demonizing it could potentially lead to self-fulfilling prophecies.
Thank you. And Mark?
Well, we hoped China would be a friend. It now looks as if it may end up as a foe, but I think as we speak, the jury's still out. What is clear is that the single most important political development of this century will be the emergence of China as the other superpower. The United States, since the end of the Soviet Union, has had it all to itself. I would make a couple of points that limit what China has achieved. It's quite obviously a dramatic transformation. But you know, what China is doing now in terms of its economic strength is where China ought to have been 50 years ago. And if it hadn't been for the lunacy of Mao Zedong, great leaps forward cultural revolution, we have always known that's where China would end up, where they are now. We know that because other Chinese societies, whether it's Taiwan, whether it's Hong Kong, whether it's Singapore, all effectively Chinese, have shown that they are exceptionally good capitalists. So China has caught up with them. It hasn't yet overtaken them. Second point is that China would have the world believe that they represent an alternative model to the West because of their remarkable economic achievements, and that you don't want to have the kind of democratic societies that we aspire to or actually enjoy. That too is a false argument, because when you think about it, the other Asian countries of a comparable economic success to China Taiwan, Japan, South Korea not only have a comparable economic achievement, but they have done so combined with the rule of law and combined with democratic societies for their citizens. So the final point I make is that we're not talking about a choice between Western values and Chinese characteristics. What we're talking about is whether China will eventually realize that its own people are entitled to the same liberties, not just as Western countries, but as their Asian neighbors in Japan, South Korea, and Taiwan. And then the question of friend or foe will become much easier to address and resolve.
Thank you. Well, thank you to all three of you for setting out your stalls there. Now we're going to divide up a bit and start with the economics and drill down into that. And so, Martin, I wonder if you could set us off with this question. I mean, if we'd been having this conversation 3 years ago, 4 years ago, 5 years ago, under a Cameron-Osborne government, the talk was of a golden era, win-win. It was all about the friend. What went wrong to that?
I think the probably two things have happened, and the second is far the more important. The first thing that has happened is a sense in the world outside, and I think it's a sense which is not entirely unreasonable, not unfounded, that the Chinese economy itself has very substantial problems, that the transitions it's going through are now very, very complex. The government is not completely in control of what's going on, and some of the directions it's taking, and Malcolm has touched on that, in terms of the relationship between the state and the economy, are not ones which many economists in the West think are going to work very well. There's a recent very interesting book by one Western specialist, Nick Lardy, which really emphasizes this idea that this is a block transition. Perhaps that's one way of thinking about it. But the second reason, much the more important, is that Western policymakers, and above all American policymakers, have decided that the rise of China is a major strategic threat. And this has several dimensions, and it's just sort of taken them a while to notice. One is that, if you can broadly define it, the left of center has come to the view very much like Muslim. Well, you know, they're never going to become a democracy as we thought they would. That's very problematic. We don't like that. But the bigger element of it is, which is I think the view of the strategic community in America, and quite a big chunk of the corporate community, is that these people are a serious threat. They have immense resources. The defense buildup is very substantial, and they are getting ahead technologically in some very important areas. And we are far too dependent upon them. In fact, the very interdependence, which I very much agree is so valuable, they find frightening. And this paranoia, I think, has now become a dominant element in American thinking, and it's shaping Mr. Trump's policies, above all in trade policy, which we're going to get to. And it has shifted very quickly, and I think very much across the board, American attitudes, but we're also seeing it now even in Europe, notably a very interesting paper recently from the German Industrial Confederation, which was basically saying, you know, the Chinese technology policy, it's a threat to Germany. This is a big change, and it's happened quite recently.
Koyi, I want to ask you about this. Do you think that this sense of fear, competition, paranoia, is that sour grapes? Is that just China's just doing a great job of competing, of innovating, and actually the world has woken up from its complacency and is now afraid?
Well, first of all, I certainly want to say this kind of tension and hostility is a one-way street. China doesn't want to engage with the world or with the US in this manner. China's economic success has proven to be, well, first of all, China believes that it's a populous country and therefore has to be large necessarily. In terms of trade competition, China now recognizes that yes, China has benefited so much from globalization, it's time to give back. It is prepared to pay a higher price and to bear more responsibilities. And this is probably why we're going to likely see many concessions to be trade.
That's a separate question. I mean, I suppose the question that I'm trying to get at is the argument that we hear from, from Europe and from North America, that it's not a level playing field from China, that it's all about no access to markets, it's all about stealing technology and so on. Is it that's the problem, or is it just that China's competing really well?
Well, that's the perception, but if you think about why companies like eBay and Amazon, which had no government interference whatsoever, were driven out of the market, is purely because of this ferocious domestic competition inside the technological sector within the country. Alibaba is one of 12,000 e-commerce platforms. The group buying business is one of 6,000. So there is a ferocious competitive environment, and that is why many of the foreign companies did not strive to compete. But that said,
although they would say they haven't got any access. I mean, a lot of them don't have any access. It's just a fact.
That's certainly true of Facebook and Google.
That's right, information related. eBay competed with Alibaba. Amazon is still there, but they're outcompeted by JD. But that, I have to say, that landscape is shifting as well. Because of the new sector, the internet economy, there's just much more level playing field, much more competition. It might not have been the same kind of environment in the past when we're talking about automobile manufacturing competition.
Malcolm, what do you think? I mean, I want to go back to Martin's point about the blocked transition. Do you think there's a sense in the West that they're kind of looking at China and thinking, well, the carrot's not looking that great anymore, so maybe we'll treat them as an enemy now because we can wield a stick because there's nothing to gain?
I think part of the Trump administration's attitude to Chinese trade, and indeed the view of people in a number of other Western countries, is sour grapes. I mean, the Chinese happen to have been very successful exporters. That's not a unique Asian phenomenon. We went through exactly the same with Japan in the 1950s and with South Korea and other Asian countries. They've shown themselves to be able to produce the goods that we, our consumers, freely choose to buy because of quality, because of price, and all the other market considerations. So that aspect of it is sour grapes, and I don't go along with the Trump rhetoric or the Trump analysis. However, and there's a huge however, because what China has done so far, and in a sense you almost acknowledged it, if I may say so, is that they've taken the benefits of the global economy without responding. You yourself said it's now time to give something back. And by saying that, you were acknowledging that that's what they have not been doing up till now. And what they have refused to do, in any real sense, apart from rhetoric, is to allow Western companies, but not just Western companies, other Asian companies as well, to have the same access to penetrating Chinese markets as they expect to have when they proudly go to Davos and say we believe in globalization and we are now the champions of globalization now that Washington has given that up. At this moment in time, I hope that will change, but at this moment in time, the ability, not just of American companies, but of companies from any country other than China to actually get into the Chinese market and compete with Chinese companies is severely restricted, not just because of consumer choice in China, but because the Chinese government want it that way.
And Koyu, do you agree with that?
In fact, when China joined the WTO, one of the conditions were to have certain sectors be open up to foreign competition. And foreign companies wanted to come in for the Chinese market. And some even voluntarily traded in some of their key technologies. Now, that said, those are not the best companies in the world because they wanted the Chinese market. So that's inaccurate to say that there was no foreign access whatsoever. There were certain sectors. Now, today, financial sectors is being liberalized, and they're inviting the foreign institutions to come in, which will be good for China as well, because we need competition to fix the financial system problems. Those kind of regulations, those kind of relaxation of rules have already happened. It's already been completed. So we're seeing that, Tesla is the first foreign wholly owned car company in China. And so we're hoping to see more change.
Which is puzzling then, the kind of language out of Washington, D.C., the trade war language, because if things were changing fundamentally, why would the corporate lobby in the US not be fighting Trump every step of the way and saying, look, the door's open, we don't have a problem here, we're happy, we're getting the business that we need?
In fairness, the trade war has accelerated the opening up of China, which includes not only financial services, but also lowering tariffs so that Chinese can import more from abroad. Now, this is a very important event that China recorded the first current account deficit in decades. It's going to import more than it exports, and it will serve as a great source of aggregate demand. But it's Trump, the trade war can almost be thought of as a strategic gift, because it's pushing for greater reforms, domestic reforms, as well as more opening up, and it's actually consistent with the long-term economic goals of China.
Okay, Martin, can I just say, does that turn your argument on its head that you actually need to treat China a little bit as a foe, or talk to it fairly firmly in order to get anything done?
So the first point is that we can get through lots and lots of different examples, and I think there's very substantial faults on both sides, certainly including China. We can go through the details. But it seems to me absolutely clear there are two ways of approaching this. So let's not go. One way, which senior Chinese policymakers I've spoken to are very enthusiastic about, which is force us to open up. This was a policy we adopted towards Japan, worked pretty well. And essentially there are two dominant areas here. Liberalization of access. The WTO deal was quite liberal at the time, but it left China as a developing country. That clearly makes less sense now. Open access. Open access for direct investment and better protection of intellectual property. Those are sort of dominant Western concerns. And there's no doubt, if you talk to businesses extensively, and I have, that these are legitimate concerns. And there are important elements in the Chinese government, not necessarily the whole system, which is huge, that want to concede on that. However, it's not at all clear, if you start looking at the Western side, that's what they really want.
What's up?
This is what the corporate sector wants. There's no doubt that's what they want.
Have you
Mr. Trump just
gotten
wants
good eyes
trade
yet?
to be balanced.
Go to your thing then.
Very important elements in the US in particular that want to disintegrate the economy with China, to bring the supply chains back to America, to stop Western companies actually investing in China. That's not what they want at all. They want it to be locked out. And the best indication of that, of course, is, though there are real issues here, is the hysteria about Huawei. That's just a very important thing. And another indicator is that it's becoming seriously difficult for Chinese companies to buy Western companies now. We say that they have obstacles to us. Well, we sure are creating obstacles for them. So we have to decide in a way. We have to decide. Do we want to open up China, which is probably in their interest, and probably make them more competitive, and increase our integration with them and in mutual interest? That's what I think we should be doing. Or do we want to actually lock them out, in which case we guarantee hostility? And the Americans in particular haven't decided, and the Europeans have no idea what their policy on this is at all. So the Western side is a complete mess.
But if I understand you correctly, you're saying that it is in some people's interests in the West to say foe.
Yes.
Even if the objective reality out there in China is not foe.
You're asking about why the American corporate lobby is not opposing White House Trump policy more effectively. That's because half of the American corporate people don't want imports into America. They want to have tariffs because it will give them the opportunity to sell directly to the American public.
Uncompetitive producers are quite excited about this. So we have to decide our strategic view of our futures and the extent to which that depends on greater economic integration with China. The only difference I would make, everything Malcolm said about the comparisons with other Asian economies is of course important, but China is 10 times as big as Japan. So of course deciding to integrate with China, which I think is the right decision to make in the right terms, we can discuss that, is a massive strategic decision of a different order from the decision to integrate with Japan.
Let's take the whole discussion one step into security now, which is obviously related, and you raised Huawei. Malcolm, I want to put it to you. I mean, you've obviously worked on this. Your committee, when you were on the Security and Intelligence Committee, produced a report on Huawei in the UK telecoms sector. Is it a threat, Huawei?
Well, the United Kingdom's in a unique situation because when Huawei and British Telecom worked together, because of the concerns about security, the British government insisted, and the Chinese company, presumably with the consent of their government, agreed to set up what was called a cell, which is paid for by Huawei, but manned by effectively British intelligence officials, which constantly, every day, monitors the way in which Huawei is using its powers in relation to British Telecom and whether it's abusing these powers in any way. Now, there is some doubt as to how effective that might be. But my own view is that the problem about whether it's Huawei or other Chinese companies is not so much these companies themselves. The fundamental problem is because they are Chinese companies, under Chinese law, they would have to accept instructions from the Chinese government as to how they operate. I just looked today at there's a new national intelligence law the Chinese passed a couple of years ago, and they're quite open about it. Let me just read one sentence, what they say. Article 14 of this law grants intelligence agencies, when legally carrying forth their intelligence work, may demand that concerted organs, organizations, or citizens provide support and assistance. So what that means is that if Huawei even didn't want to abuse their power in the UK or any other country, if they were instructed by Chinese intelligence, i.e. the Chinese government, they would have no legal right to refuse to cooperate. And that is the concern.
What do you say to the argument from some quarters that this is just hypocrisy on the part of the West, that frankly, if you mention Edward Snowden, if you look at some of what the US does, it's just the same.
Let me deal with that point directly. No, let me deal with that point directly. If, for example, the British government tried to instruct British Petroleum or British Telecom or any British company to actually interfere with their technology in other countries in order to meet the requirements of intelligence agencies, British companies would refuse to do that because there is no legal basis on which such an instruction could be issued. What you're referring to is something quite different. It's controversial, but it's quite different. It is the right in every country in the world for intelligence agencies, if they get in a democracy authority from the government, they can then require the servers, the people who service the emails and the voicemails and so forth, if there is evidence of terrorist planning or other threats to national security, to share that information. That's limited to people who are servicing the information technology world. The Chinese law applies to every Chinese citizen, every Chinese company, regardless of whether these companies are involved in intelligence matters themselves.
What do you think of this? Is this a profound problem?
I've been looking into the cases against Huawei, substantive evidence. You know, there's not much there, so based on that, it's hard to really pinpoint the issue.
Forgive me interrupting, it's not so much, I agree with you, there's no evidence that Huawei up till now have abused their power. The question is, what would happen if the Chinese government, which has such legal control under Chinese law, instructed Huawei or any other Chinese company involved with the information infrastructure, or indeed very complicated systems dealing with part of our critical national infrastructure, to put in access that would provide information. The Chinese companies cannot refuse. Under their own law.
I believe that the U.S. government also exercises a great political control over companies like Cisco, to which China feels equally vulnerable. But I think the real problem is, don't we have a global vacuum, of global governance on cybersecurity, which is really a global issue. It's not just one company per se.
Martin, do you think this is a global issue? Is this a, big powers, Thucydides trap kind of one big power versus another? I'm going to control this realm. No, you're not. I'm going to control it. I'm used to controlling it. What do you think's going on here?
Well, the big side, the Graham Allison argument, the big picture story is very simple, and it doesn't depend on all these niceties. We should come to the niceties in a moment. But essentially, what he's saying is, if you have two great powers, neither of which will be prepared to accede primacy to the other willingly, and particularly, but not necessarily, it's not necessary, but it's probably made a little bit more difficult if they can credibly present the other to their own people as other, different. Sparta and Athens was his example, of course, in Thucydides' case, both Greek cities but very different. That sheer suspicion will create a cycle of tension which will lead to war. The classic modern example is the tensions, relatively modern compared to ancient Greece, is the tensions between Britain and Germany before the First World War. And this wasn't essentially ideological. It wasn't like the Cold War. It doesn't depend on it, though it might be a factor. So Graham's argument would be that as China rises, conflict is inevitable. And so he would point to the election of Trump and the way the Trump administration is talking, the sort of speech Vice President Mike Pence gave last year, which I've commented on at length, all indicate, we found the enemy. Now, the truth is that so far, as has been pointed out, China has not responded for all sorts of reasons in that way, but it might be just biding its time, Graham would say. So the argument is we're going to go to war. Now, that seems to me a colossally horrendous way of thinking about the future, and he would agree. So then you have to come to specific issues and specific complaints and manage them. That's the point I made right at the beginning. So the issue of cybersecurity is a first-class issue, and it will have to be managed. There is a very strong sense in the West that China is a massive state promoter of cyber espionage across the board, and of course China feels the same about us. I have no idea of the truth of this, I'm not an expert, but it's something that has to be dealt with. Similarly, of course, all the naval issues connected to the South China Sea and all that, these are issues that have to be managed. Issues about intellectual property have to be managed. Issues about state-directed espionage have to be managed. So what we're going to have to do, I think, is create, if we don't want to go down the Thucydides trap way, and it's pretty obvious to me that will be insane, just think what it means, that we have to devise ways of cooperating effectively. And that means, of course, admitting the real differences we have. What and how to handle them. It will involve global regimes, oversight and all the rest of it, and changes in law. Now, that will also be required. I think Malcolm's points are important. That's what we're going to have to do. Will that be easy? No. But the alternative is where we are now, which I think will lead fairly soon, I really am serious about it, fairly soon to a pretty well complete breakdown of relations between the US and China, and that will be a very serious threat for the world.
When you say soon, what's
the next few years?
I think you've got to get this in proportion. What we're discussing at this part of this evening is not the general question of trade between China and other countries. We're talking about a very specific area of Chinese companies that are tendering for contracts in what is called the critical national infrastructure.
Well, that's one aspect. When we were looking at security issues, so I'm happy with the wide-ranging discussion of the Thucydides trap, but I'm very happy to come back to you putting it in the perspective.
Yeah, sure. So we're talking about, which means, is it wise to allow foreign companies to be actually involved in the computer systems that will control our nuclear power stations, for example? Well, the answer is, first of all, it depends which country they come from. It depends, secondly, whether these companies could be instructed, as Chinese companies can, by their government to involve themselves in political interference. And for example, in Britain, there is no such law, I have to say, that would allow any British government to instruct a British company operating in China to interfere with systems in order to meet the political requirements of the British government. That would be illegal under British law, and under Chinese law, it seems to be something which is permitted. So you've got to have a strategy which has been developed quite substantially in Britain and in other countries, not just to prevent that happening, but also to ensure that you have resilience when there is interference, that you don't have the destruction of some of your vital public services.
So on the vital public services, 5G networks, the question of the hour, and the United States, Australia, New Zealand, basically deciding against having Huawei inside them. What is your view about where the UK should stand on that?
Well, the United Kingdom's in a unique situation for the reasons I briefly mentioned a few moments ago, because whether we like it or not, Huawei are already involved in our critical national infrastructure through their relationship with British Telecom. And the question is whether the particular compromise the British government forced on the Chinese, and to be fair to Huawei, they accepted it, they pay for it, is this daily monitoring system. Now, it depends on the advice that the intelligence agencies are giving in Britain, GCHQ in particular, Are they able to say to the British government, we are comfortable with the way this monitoring system is working, or are we not? And the evidence that came out recently was that, broadly speaking, they're comfortable, but they cannot give the degree of assurance they would like to.
But is that, at the end of the day, the conversation? Because if you're the United States, don't you come to the UK, and you've been the Foreign Secretary and Defence Secretary, so you know the answer to this better than I do. Doesn't the US just come to London and say, are you or are you not our closest ally? We don't think you should have Huawei in your 5G network. Why are you still talking to them?
Well, this is because we're an ally, we're not a subject of the United States. We make our own decisions.
But it is a factor in your strategic alliances, isn't it?
Of course. And, you know, if we were not already involved with Huawei, this is a historical fact, which doesn't apply in Australia or New Zealand or the United States. If we didn't have Huawei at the moment, the likelihood is that the British government's view would be not that different to other Western countries. But we're dealing with a given at the moment. And you remember, there are very few other companies in the Western world that can provide some of the technology that Huawei can provide. So that is also a constraint when you decide, do you have to take some level of risk, or can you eliminate all risk entirely?
And while we're just dealing with these security questions, I want to deal very quickly with two further questions, one of which, in a way, does relate directly to this. If the decision of the UK is to go ahead with Huawei inside 5G, and then we have a South China Sea problem, because all these security issues are, at the end of the day, potentially related. I mean, we've seen that China sees some things as related. The Chancellor of Exchequer is no longer going to China for his visit on trade, as a result of Gavin Williamson, the Defence Secretary's comments on sending an aircraft.
That's a temporary spat. That is not a fundamental change either by the Chinese or by the British.
Except that if something dramatic did happen in the South China Sea or in Taiwan in terms of military activities, that would create issues for the UK.
Well, that would be then very similar to what has happened with Russia because of their annexation of Crimea and their destabilization of eastern Ukraine. If a country like Russia or China or any other country acts in what is manifestly a hugely aggressive way towards their neighbors, then they suffer consequences. And in the modern world, they are more likely, thankfully, to be economic sanctions than going to war. We're not going to go to war with China, but undoubtedly, if they act just as Russia did, there are consequences, not just for Britain or the United States. It depends on whether the international community is willing to respond in a combined way.
And Kayu, can I bring you into this? Is there something that China can do on the bigger strategic stage in terms of security to reassure these partners that it is friend, not foe? I'm thinking, for example, North Korea. I mean, China, as we know, has a special relationship with North Korea. Certainly it's got a more special relationship than anyone else. Can it do something to leverage that relationship, to show that it is being the global player, that is cooperative, that does want to resolve security problems in a way that works for everybody?
So first of all, let me just say briefly to set this stage right. China's state openly opposes state-led espionage. They have made a lot of progress with President Xi and Obama. That was stalled because of the rising tension. So this requires greater governance on a global scale. The problem is the trust issue. But I think we should be more transparent on dealing with these issues. The regional, yes, China is a big country. It will exert greater influence in the region, hopefully in a positive way. Hopefully it will learn how to develop a certain kind of soft power in order to reassure that its influence in the region is about economic cooperation. South China Sea, yes, there are disputes. It's a historical thing coming from 19th century of the territorial disputes. Right now, China's stance is let's develop the area together. And on North Korea, we have seen that they have really stepped up on pressuring North Korea, including economic sanctions when it was necessary to do so. But let me just say that this is a learning curve for China. It's the first time that China is engaging in the world in this fashion without the experience and history of many, let's say, European countries or the Western powers and their experience in dealing with other countries for the first time. So it's on a steep learning curve.
3 minutes and I'm good to go.
It's a very important issue which there are so many aspects of this, technical aspects, intensely political, intensely economic. But if I'm right that we are moving towards a world in which the US establishment is self-moving towards a more profoundly hostile or at least adversary relationship with China, which will be long-lasting. And I think it's what's happening. I don't think it's just this administration. They are not only going to, they are coming
yeah, you
to
can
Europe
unplug the
and
PlayStation
say,
controller
so
on the...
whose side are you on? And that, of course, will include the UK, even though we are or soon to be completely detached from the EU, but we're still in the NATO structure, so we'll be part of that. And I think Europeans, including ourselves, will have to work out whether we want to be in this new Cold War with the same sort of relationship that we had during the Cold War against the Soviet Union. Different situation because geographically we're of course a long way away and all the rest of it, but economically Europe is an enormous partner of China, in many ways more important than the US, and it could be forced to take a fairly difficult position. And let me remind you, the US view of what is national security, though I'm not denying what Martin said, goes way beyond Huawei. Just get your mind around the fact that the Americans seem to be about to declare the German car industry a mortal threat to US national security. Once you've gone there, there's really pretty well nothing that can't be included in this this umbrella.
Almost as broad as the Chinese umbrella, in other
so
words.
the Europeans are better decide where they want to be and how.
I want to move the discussion onto our third part because otherwise we won't get to it. And in a way it relates to this. In a choice, in a them or us choice that the US may force on its allies, or China may force on its partners, would it be easier? Would the choice feel narrower? Would the choice be mitigated if our values were closer with China? Is there a growing divergence between values which makes that them or us issue feel more urgent and hard? Malcolm.
Well, let me illustrate in my response something that I experienced myself. When I was Foreign Secretary, you mentioned I was involved in the final stage of the Hong Kong negotiations with China. And I remember going to Beijing to see the Chinese Foreign Minister. And I went through Hong Kong on my way there. And the people of Hong Kong said, when you see the Chinese Foreign Minister, will you please tell him that when we become part of China, what we're anxious about is not just will we be able to vote for more than one political party in an election. What is perhaps even more important is will we continue to enjoy the rule of law? Now, we all know what that means. It's about having an independent judiciary, judges, the government under the law, and so forth. When I saw the Chinese Foreign Minister, I passed on this message I've been asked to give, Chen Chi-chen, and I've never forgotten his reply. He said, "Oh, don't worry, Mr. Rifkin. We in China, we too believe in the rule of law. In China, the people must obey the law." And I said, now hold on a moment. When we talk about the rule of law, it's not just the people who must obey the law, it's the government must be under the law. If its government's doing something illegal, they must respect the right of courts to instruct them to stop doing it, and it works like that. He not only didn't agree with me, he hadn't the faintest idea what I was talking about. And it's been summed up rather well, and this is not what the expression I'm going to use is not mine, but I think it's perfect. When you're dealing with dictatorships, whether it's China or Mr. Putin in Russia, they don't have the rule of law, they have rule by law. They use the law in order to entrench their own political power, as we are seeing sadly in Xinjiang, the western province of China, where we're told the law permits the Chinese government to incarcerate perhaps hundreds of thousands of Muslims in that part of China. Now that's not rule of law, that's rule by law. And exactly the same way the Chinese government refused to allow their own people to have proper access to the internet. It is more censored comprehensively. You cannot put in anything into the internet in China that is disapproved of. So if you ask about what happened in Tiananmen Square, it's blocked. Now, that is something which makes the relationship between China and the wider world, not just with the West. These sort of constraints don't exist in virtually every other continent.
Alright guys, I'll be back
Latin America,
this evening after I get done at the gym and having dinner. But yeah,
limitations on its own people's liberty.
It's been fucking real as hell.
It's so unusual in the modern world. How can China expect to be trusted and treated as an equal partner?